Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team, cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, LCK 2020 Spring. I'm Atlas, and today, for the first time in 2020, we have someone in the analyst chair other than LS. It's Wadid. Welcome, dude. I can't hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Which is
I can hear you right
now I can.
yeah.
Hi.
Hello, yeah.
Oh my goodness! It was scary for a second there because I couldn't hear you, and now you're here, and it's okay.
Yeah, same.
Oh, thank goodness! Welcome. How does it feel being on the English desk rather than the Korean one?
Thank you, and hello, guys. I'm Wadid here. You guys might remember me as a G2 player 2 years ago, and finally I'm here, and I'm glad that I can finally talk in English because in Korean I couldn't talk too much about the players and the teams, you know, because in Korean you cannot be that toxic. But yeah, finally I'm here, and yeah, I'm really happy.
Hopefully we're not going to be too toxic
Yeah.
on this particular broadcast, but we will have to see based on the teams that are playing. These are the standings. You're, of course, well aware of it, Wadid, because you have been here this entire time, but just in Korean. But Genji still well and truly out in front. As our first matchup, going to be an interesting one. APK versus Damwon, bottom of the standings, but I still think that APK have a chance to take down Damwon, which is just super weird given the fact that Damwon was at Worlds. What do you think's gone wrong with this Damwon gaming team? What did?
When you play against the Damwon Gaming, it's really simple to play against them, and it showed at the JG matchup, because it's just simply Damwon Gaming right now is Naguri solo carry team, you know, and then they just really focused on Naguri, and they got really easy game against the Damwon Gaming. But APK is also struggling. They literally got stomped last game either, so we'll see who's gonna bounce back from here.
Yeah, and it feels a little bit like both both APK and Damwon, they were up against Genji and T1 in their last game. So really, really difficult here for both of these teams before this first matchup today. And now it's almost like this is their opportunity to finally get a win. But we don't really know which team is going to be at the higher power level. You know, it's really interesting because, you know, Damwon should be better.
Yeah.
But they haven't proven that they are yet.
Yeah, true. It's a really unpredictable game today, and especially before the round 2 starts, I really like the APK game style that they showed the last game. So they're doing the same roster today either. So we'll see what's gonna happen. And for Damwon Gaming, they're changing their ball lane, it seems like. So we'll see if he's gonna change. But last game it was not bot lane's fault, to be honest. Their top side got hard stomped, so we'll see what's gonna happen today.
Yeah, and the other matches as well. There's a fun one. We actually had a conversation about our last match today. Last time it happened in round 1, we were having a chat at LOL Park before the quarantine all happened and things like this. And I think it's going to be different this time around. But let's focus on this first match. Points of the match here: Challenger's career alumni, the bottom of the East, Damwon and APK. APK, of course, our most recent team into the LCK and haven't necessarily been doing very much winning. And this was, if we look back at what happened the first time these two teams met, this second point is actually really interesting. It was just Noguri deciding that the game was over and killing a Nexus's Rise. You remember that moment, right? Did you feel tilted at that point? Because like APK should have won, but then Noguri said no? Or was it just cool to have that sort of backdoor?
Yeah, I mean, even if they won that game, Damwon Gaming, it was not that great for them, Like, that's what I mean. Like, if Noguri can 1v9 the game, then Damwon Gaming can win. But if he cannot, then they lose, So we'll see if they prepared against the backdoor. But I don't think it's the main problem for the APK. They just needed to secure the game when they're ahead. So yeah, that's why it makes this game really unpredictable. And the change is gonna bring up some new atmosphere here, the bot lane.
Yeah, exactly.
Said,
finally, sort of APK finding a new bottom lane. What do you think about Ghost moving into the roster?
As I said before, it was not a bot lane fault, So I don't think he brings a lot of change for the Damwon Gaming. But today, I don't think it's still same bot lane combo, it seems like. So we'll see if it's changed or not.
Well, having a look at some of the stats here, of course, both of these teams, not necessarily with some great ones, but we found a good one for Damwon. Herald percentage, they take more Heralds.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's a great thing. Is that good, Herald priority at the moment? What is your opinion on that?
Yeah, I mean, they're playing on 10.5 patch right now, right? And it got the power plates got buffed. It's 160 gold from the 120 gold. So it's really great for the early game. And especially when they have Noguri kind of player, it's great to have early head. So it's gonna great for Damwon Gaming, but last game it was not. So we'll see.
Yeah. So Nuclear not going to be coming in here. As you can see, it is Ghost once again. You might remember him from good old BBQ Olivers before they were relegated. He's back with a vengeance here. Of course, he was on Sandbox last year as well, but I find it really hard to talk about Ghost because when he was playing well back in the day, he just wasn't very good. Does that mean, I don't know how to explain it. He was like a role player. He never really carried his team. Does that make sense?
I mean, his partner also, it was Joker. That's why people are saying that Ghost is good player, but unlucky that he had the Joker kind of player with him. But right now he has a barrel today, not Hoyt, so it's a new combo as I said, so we'll see.
Yep.
And for APK, I think Hybrid. Yeah, we are gonna talk about bot lane most, but Hybrid is I mean he is most underrated player. I feel like he's
you think so?
I mean, he's great damage dealer compared to their top teams, and that's why APK could play against those good teams. But today we cannot accept the top lane matchup today, yeah?
Yeah, well, exactly. It has to be all about top lane because you've already mentioned it. If Noguri doesn't win, Damwon doesn't win. It's just how it goes. So he does a lot of damage. You can see he's got some pretty good stats, but those isolated deaths, Noguri he's just a pusher, man. He just likes pushing.
Yeah, I mean,
but also likes doing all the damage for his team.
Yeah, I mean, his aggressiveness is just one top in LCK in a good way and bad way at the same time. It shows the stats, and I mean, that's the Noguri style, We cannot say it's bad. It's just his playstyle. So I want to see more aggressive against, especially Iksu. some player and some teams are saying that Ixu is not good enough for LCK, but I don't think APK APK needs Ixu. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Ixu is a really interesting player. I don't think that you can really say like Ixu's good or bad. He's just Ixu.
Yeah.
You know, he's the guy that plays volley bear top and wins. Like, it's some crazy stuff.
And he's fit on APK right now, so. And
Yep. Well, we'll see whether they can draft themselves into a victory as we get into Champion Select for game number 1. Damwon on our blue side and our red side will be APK. And this is a question that I want to ask you. The Varus bans. Why are we seeing so many Varus bans here in the LCK?
Varus is just so good to blind pick, and you don't have any matchup that you lose simply. And Varus is just good with every single supports like Thresh and Tom Kench, and Varus has 2 playstyles as well, you know. Poke Varus with the lethality Varus. So that's why LCK players like Varus so much.
Well, not going to be played this game as it is banned away. The last ban on the... Yeah, Kalista should be picked here, right?
For sure, man. The Guru is top Kalista.
Do you reckon Nogari's going to play it?
Yeah, I mean, it fits on the Guru playstyle, you know? It has most strongest top laner right now, so... And Lulu again.
Yeah. Is this going to be Ixu?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I predicted before. They did same draft against the T1, and Lulu went to bot lane against the Kalista, but I really think it's just counter of the Kalista, they think. So if it's top Kalista, I think they are gonna play top Lulu.
Well, we'll see whether the Lulu does go top side. You can see Canyon locking away the Sylas once again. He likes the Sylas jungle. As there's Taric, so it looks like bottom lane Kalista this time.
Yeah, and if Lulu goes bot lane, is pretty not good champion, you know. I mean, I should say it's bad champion for support, I think. And then Kalista Taric, it looks like OP. We've seen a lot, and even the last game when T1 played. So and Irelia into it.
Oh my goodness. All right, so Irelia probably going into the mid lane at this point is what we're looking at, but this is a blind Irelia.
I really don't like it, because when you see the mid jungle synergy, it's Irelia and Jarvan. Yeah, I mean, it might be strong early, but how about the late game? How can you play against Kalista, Taric late game and Sylas? You know that.
I think you just died.
Yeah, I mean, simply when you think about Irelia, even if you are fat Irelia, you are kind of useless in team fights, especially when Exhaust got buffed this patch.
Yeah, exactly. We actually saw so many exhausts yesterday. What was it? 3 exhausts on one team in one game? Like, just so many exhausts running around. That is like 9 seconds of exhaustion in a team fight. Just insane stuff.
Yeah.
But second round of bans, we do have the LeBlanc taken away from Showmaker. I expect Zoe or something like that to also be taken. Showmaker just very, very good on a lot of key picks, but it is going to be Pantheon taken off the board. And last ban here for Damwon, we'll see where they're going to focus. The Ezreal ban was, of course, for the Ezreal Lulu, which they played against T1, but we have to remember, that game against T1 was a 23-minute stomp. I don't think they need to ban away that composition because, honestly, it wasn't very good.
It wasn't very good, but still, Hybrid is good AD carry, so they might ban late game champion. And Kaisa is still alive, but I think that's what Damwon wants to play against, right here.
Yeah, so the Xayah being banned, we saw that yesterday from Deft. It was an odd choice. I hated that draft, to be honest. It wasn't great at all. Are we getting some weird Juggernaut flavor going on here? Cogmo locked in.
I really like this, man, actually. When you think about when you play solo queue, at some point you really didn't like to play against Kog'Maw Lulu, especially this combo. Maybe because of the in-game issue, I must say. And yeah, we can see Kog'Maw Lulu ball lane today, maybe.
Oh, I'm really excited. Really excited. We were actually calling for hyper carries yesterday. LS and I on the broadcast. LS was very much calling for things like the Jinx, things like that. But Kog'Maw is a different flavor. I mean, they play against T1, and now they're playing what feels like a Juggernaut style composition with this Lulu in the bottom lane as well. So It's like they caught a bit of old T1 style from that one, of course, well back in the day when Bang and Wolf were playing around on the little acid spitting guy. Lots of fun as Renekton being hovered after the Akali was locked in. Of course, Renekton great for Noguri because he likes shoving and likes playing aggressively, but this is so aggressive from Damwon with their decision making so far. And Akali on this patch into what seems like an Aurelia is the choice. There's the Alawi, of course, for Ixu.
I mean, they just tried to pick good 2 picks against the Irelia. Both Akali and Renektons are really good against Irelia, but yeah, I mean, Ixu picked Ilaoi on the top side, so we'll see what's gonna happen on top side today. And bot lane, I really like this combo, man. Kog'Maw Lulu. I didn't really like to play against it because it's really, if you miss one skill shot, then Kog is gonna one-shot you. But we'll see. It's Ghost and Barrel. New combo.
Yeah, and who do you think's better out of Beryl and Hoyt, in your opinion?
I mean, Barrel did really good job at the 2019 Worlds, so especially when he synergized with his AD carry, his aggressiveness got really spotlighted, right? So I think he just need to play a lot with the new AD carry Ghost, and maybe we can see more synergy between them. And especially we have Kalista Taric, which is so great combo right now on the bot side, so we'll see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, Ghost, of course, was always a Kalista player as well for so many years. He was one of those players that was picking Kalista when she wasn't as cool. I think Teddy was also doing that, like the off-meta Kalista picks. Ghost was another one of these players, so excited to see him on some comfort. And he didn't play it, I believe. Hang on, let me just bring up the most recent Damwon loss. It was a quick one, so it's hard to remember. It's just sort of went by so quickly. But they did play it. They played the Kalista Taric in the final game, but like you were saying, that was with Hoyt, not with Beryl. So let's see how this one goes as we get onto the Rift for game number 1. The aggressive picks from Damwon. Noguri actually is going to be playing the Akali this time, so that's his choice into the Alawi. What do you think about Akali into Alawi topside? I know this. You're a support player, so this is not necessarily your key point of the map, but I'm gonna test you here just for this moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's just simple. When you think about the Renekton Ilaoi match, I don't think Noguri wants to do that. So more than Akali. So Akali is like you can dodge some skills with the skill sets, Akali skill sets. So maybe that's why he wants to play against it.
Well, Hybrid just half health Ghost with his Jurassic Kog'Maw. One of my personal favorite Kog'Maw skins, second only to the Oven. As Canyon jumps onto Ixu, this is a lot of damage available here, but Flawless is going to walk on in.
Ooh.
Careful of the tentacles. Always be careful of the tentacles.
Yeah. So yeah, this game, it's really important for the Damwon Gaming and APK both sides to have some leads on the mid jungle side, I feel like, because it affects bot lane the most, more than a 2v2 only matchup, you know? And it seems like the Guri is going mid with the Ixu.
So this is all about Noguri trying to find the Alawi matchup and trying to make sure that it's Renekton versus Aurelia elsewhere on the map is what I assume. But now we've got mid laners topside and all sorts of weird shenanigans going on. This is to be expected, right? Like, this is the APK way. They had a bot lane in the top lane for like one of their first games in the Casper Cup. Just doing all sorts of weird stuff.
I mean, also cover, he's doing second time top Irelia with Ignite. So maybe better than Showmaker today. His second time, bro, you know?
Yeah. What did you think about Cover when he first debuted in the promotion tournament? I thought he was pretty terrible, to be honest. He didn't have a great promo, but since he's come back into APK, he's actually seemed all right.
Yeah, I mean, he was all right, but it was pretty shocking that he got solo killed by Kana before when he had Ignite and he was one level ahead on him. And he still got solo killed, so it was pretty shocking. But today he's not playing against Kana or Faker. It's a Showmaker who is not performing well recent matchups, so we'll see. But yeah, Showmaker got really good trace on the top side.
That is not bad at all. Yeah, press the attack, almost fully stacked at the moment. He missed the cannon creep, I believe, but It is going to be all right. He won the trade. That's the main thing. As Flawless here towards the bottom side. A potential dive available, maybe. But diving Taric is rough, even before level 6.
And especially
They're not going to want to do
Guardian Lulu with Exhaust, which means it's fully defensive rune setting.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so he has no damage. He's just focusing on appealing Pokemon here, and not aggressiveness on the lane side. We'll see.
Well, Nogari's having a rough time here mid. Iksu playing around his tentacles really well. Of course, Alawi does prefer a longer lane so that she can chase people down and have all of those tentacles actually spawned. There's just not as many positions for tentacles in mid lane because it's just a little bit shorter, which is a little bit frustrating. But making the most of it so far as Flawless is going to find Canyon here in the river. Rift Scuttler should be taken. And as far as like power levels of these compositions, I see a Cogmore and I assume that it's late game, right?
Yeah.
But is that going to be the case this time around? When we saw Teddy like hard carry late game team fights as Kalista, it's difficult to figure out exactly where these teams are going to be strong in reference to each other. Where do you think these guys are going to perform?
I mean, APK should get early leads, I feel like, because they play with Jarvan against Sylas, and Sylas is for sure late game jungler, not early game jungler, compared to Jarvan. So they should get early leads and some objectives. But at the same time, they have Kalista and Taric on both sides, so I don't feel like they can try to 5v5 on the Drake side. Because still Kog'Maw and Lulu is obvious late game, but here it's 3v3.
A bit of a fight here. Nogari's going to get knocked up. Great flash out from Flawless, but it's not enough. Damwon just collapse onto cover, and he's taken down for first blood. Secret just a little bit late on the rotation.
Support difference.
You talk about it. The early roams. The early roams.
Yeah, I mean, that was literally support difference right there. Burials, roam was really impactful right there.
Yep, fantastic to see. And this is sort of what we were expecting. The difference between Beryl and Hoyt, I think, is actually a really fun one for Damwon because they both have pretty clearly different playstyles, and Beryl's playmaking is just better.
Yeah.
Especially when he's on form. So this is really good to see. This is what he's supposed to be good at.
Yeah.
And he's doing it.
And maybe Ghost is helping a bit, because when you normally think about Nuclear, yes.
Nogari, solo kill.
Oh,
he just kills him. Okay.
What? Oh, I'm sorry, but that was shocking, by the way. He literally got hit by every single skill shots. Cover. Wow.
And also, Nogari wasn't trying to kill him. He was trying to escape, and then he's like, oh, wait a second. Oh, I can kill him. Okay, cool. Fair enough. Oh, man, I think that was a lot of minion damage as well that Cover was taking as he was darting around, and that just shows how powerful Shroud is in that moment. But also, oh, Cover, that is not what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, if I was on the Korean broadcast, I must say, oh, yeah, Naguri played well, but that one, Cover just threw the game right there.
We've unleashed Wadid. Oh no, what has happened?
Yeah, I mean, it was really horrible. And Irelia is already 0-2-0. I don't think he's gonna have fun time in this game at all.
It's not looking good. As Canyon also might die to this Drake. He does have Smite available, of course, so... Canyon? Oh god. Okay. It almost killed him. But he didn't actually throw the Smite out. We're fine.
And at this point, I feel really bad about the hybrid because it was really simple and similar when he played Israel last game against the T1. He was pretty fast, but he couldn't play the game because of the lane. And here...
Well, we're going to have a look at this First Blood again. And, yeah, Beryl got there first.
Yeah, and 2 stuns at the 2 targets. Pretty good.
Oh, so good.
핑크 지워볼 만한가 이거?
봐봐 아래쪽 갱 혹시 조심. 이거 탑라인에. 아 자르바 온다는데.
Now tell me whether Nogari actually knew that he was going to be able to kill him here.
네 경험은 별로 안 세가지고.
가볼게 이거.
나이스.
나이스.
자방이 보였다.
They were talking about different things, not about this one, you know? He was like, oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? I'm going? Oh, I got it. That's all, you know?
That's what it sort of looked like even in his play while he was doing it. Oh man, just wasn't expecting to be able to get a solo kill just out of nowhere, which you could imagine.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
he was not even thinking about it, so that's why it's shocking, you know.
Yep.
We really got shocked at that timing, so.
All right, well, Showmaker's back in the mid lane. It's going to be Renekton versus Aurelia once again, but we've just switched up the position. Noguri towards topside is about half a level ahead of basically everyone. Just performing pretty well right now on this Akali.
My question is, can APK play team fights with Hybrid? Because last 2 games or 3 games, Hybrid couldn't even play the game normally.
Yeah. And now he's Kog'Maw, like he has to carry, right? Like they've put everything into the Hybrid basket after, like you were saying, he was shut down so easily. And with Aurelia basically being half a champion for the rest of the game, it is going to be pretty tough. Has kept up in farm pretty well as Noguri's going to get collapsed on. Flawless makes his way in. Shroud goes down. As Ixu throws out the ult. Yeah, exactly right. Noguri does have ultimate himself, like you were talking about. He's looking for the 1 versus 2 kill and is just not going to be able to get it.
That is
classic Noguri.
Yeah, that is classic Noguri. I mean, he should know that Illaoi has a flash. He doesn't have flash. He should back away from that side, but it's Noguri, so I can understand that.
Yep, that's just what we expect. He had ultimate available. He could have just used it very early on and then used the second charge to escape. So we are aware that Noguri was just looking for a 1 versus 2. Can't find it in this instance, as you could expect. Dodges the ultimate pretty nicely there, as you saw. But,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he was ever going to get that kill.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I thought he's alive there. But yeah, I mean, Noguri shows that he's Noguri. And yeah, I mean, actually, when I think about Damwon Gaming bot lane, it's kind of similar situation as APK bot lane. Because I don't think Ghost was really happy about the last game he performed, round 2 first game, when he debuted with Damwon Gaming uniform.
Yeah.
It was not his fault, to be honest. The topside literally got stomped in 5 minutes. And he literally got benched out after that game.
Yeah,
but
just nothing that he could really do.
Yeah. And
okay,
this time,
a little bit more of a trade. Noguri gone pretty low, but it is going to be okay. Showmaker finding cover here, gets the stun out.
he has everything.
Half the health bar.
His ulti, ignite.
Yep, this is real scary as cover just going to get burnt down by the Dominus. Flash is available and utilized here by Showmaker. Just picks him up with the Q. All too easy. 0-3-0 Illaoi. Aurelia. And that's just not what you want to see here for APK.
Man, Hybrid is crying already. He's been in this situation so many times, and again.
Yeah.
I feel really sad about it.
Have you played with Hybrid in solo queue?
No, not really, but his aggressiveness is great, and it's needed in LCK, especially when people are talking about LCK is boring, something, you know. So
yeah.
I think it's really good that he has really good aggressiveness, but I don't think APK knows that Hybrid is good AD carry, that he can actually carry the team.
미드 싸운다?
Yeah, it's been hard for him to actually find anything as we have a look at the solo kill once again. This has a lot to do with Showmaker just being much more fed than cover is. As you can see, just underneath the turret, easy Q. And yeah, pretty elementary right here as cover is just not having a very good time. Tiamat completed from Showmaker as far as first item. We'll see where he goes next on this Renekton.
Actually,
should be into Black Cleaver, I assume.
Yeah, actually. Oh wow.
Okay. Cover going aggressive once again. Darts back with the Blade Surge. He's gonna be okay.
Yeah, that's good try.
Showmaker going down low.
Nice try. And actually, good thing
Not
is
bad.
I can translate instantly. Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
our flash.
Okay. Yeah. Covers. Sorry, Canyon steals away an ultimate and just kills cover once again. Now I think that like maybe they should focus on cannon minions. They might be worth a little bit more than the Aurelia at this point in time. Flawless going down very low as Noguri has found him. But we've got a point-blank Rift Herald just spawned right on top of this turret, and a whole bunch of turret plates are going to go down here at 12.5 minutes.
Oh man, this is so rough. And Ghost is solo farming on the bot side, so it's still great for Damwon Gaming. And I don't know what is their game plan, APK, because he's just literally keep dying all the time, and I don't see any game plan. when you talk about the game and think about the game and starting the game, you talk about the game plan. Oh yeah, we play on the Irelia and we're gonna play aggressive, but it seems like they're just playing solo queue.
Yeah, and also like if you're gonna play around the Aurelia and play aggressively, like if she's 0-3-0, you have to rethink your plan, like because the plan isn't working anymore.
And yeah, maybe the situation affects these players because they are playing in their gaming house, so maybe their focus is a bit messy.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Canyon going to start off this Drake yet again. Level 8 now, so he is going to be able to secure this one. Looking for Proto Belt as item number 2, and just quietly, he's pulled himself up to 2-0-0. He's taken half of the kills that happened here for Damwon over onto cover. Unfortunately, cover is just 100% of the deaths here for APK. And they're sharing it around between, you know, the solo laners and the jungler. Ixu now back in mid, and with cover moving topside, with no teleport, and with his flash down, it's just, there's no map control here for APK. And they have to just hope that Hybrid gets to a ridiculous late game state somehow and wins team fights.
When I think about it, I think they knew that they need to play around Irelia, but their synergy was not on point because I think Irelia was a bit too aggressive.
Okay, ulti down in the mid lane. Ixu does get the wild growth as well as Showmaker will go invincible. Thankfully, Beryl here once again at exactly the right point. Ixu's still alive for a very long time, but Noguri gets him with the 5 points strike. Flawless comes in, looks for Beryl. Cataclysm will lock him down as now Canyon in a bit of trouble, but he has a wild growth that he hijacked for himself. And APK can't get any other answering kills. It is support for top lane.
I think it's good for APK because they just need to make game more messy than this. And Lulu ulti?
Yep, this is pretty messy. His wild growth still available.
Oh!
Gets it in the end, and Canyon turns it around onto Flawless. Aurelia takes down the top outer turret, and Hybrid is pretty strong right now. You know, he's still able to get a lot of poke damage down onto the solo laners here of Damwon, but Damwon's still picking up the stray kills left, right, and center.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really great on the Silas with Lulu ulti, and they are chasing Ghost here.
Yep, Ghost's gonna have to run. He does have a turret to head towards. A little movement speed, throws down a very early heal to try and make his way out, and can use his passive in order to get underneath this turret. Only takes half of his health. There's the Fate's Call. They try and turn it around. Beryl now right on top of them. Hybrid has to flash to get himself out of the way. The Rend is still going to be available as Ghost is just dancing forward, and Hybrid is taken down. Canyon picks up yet another kill and donates one over to his AD carry as well. And the Acathian surprise not able to do anything.
That was really great combo by Ghost and Barrier right there. Kalista ulti with the Tarek E.
Oh, so good. So clean.
Yep.
That is why this combo is so powerful at the moment in the LCK. But it's once again Beryl just being in the right place at every single time.
Yeah, right place at the right moment. That's all we need to from the support.
Flawless is going to survive, but Noguri now looking for another solo kill. Oh, he gets underneath the turret. That's not what you want. And now cover's worth money again. All part of Noguri's plan.
Oh man.
It's like Noguri needs to, like, he loves the attention so much that he can't let somebody else be the one that's feeding. It always needs to be about Noguri. So right there, just making sure that cover is getting some kills, and now going to try and turn it onto Canyon here. As you can see, picks up Vanguard's edge, throws it down onto cover, and cover, dude, like, you're 0-5. Sorry, you were 0-4. Like, you're not going to win this fight, even if it is against the jungler. He was 4-0.
Worth?
Oh no.
This new 300 gourds for the Canyon right there, and
yeah, I guess so. As we're going to check out this mid lane fight once again. Ixu did do a pretty good job, and Secret was here at the right time this time around, but Cosmic Radiance is one hell of an ability.
I mean, Ilaoi wants to play against melee champions, but there was too many of them right there. But still, it was really great for APK because, as I said, they just need to make game little messy and get some free kills. Kill trays are really good for the team who's behind, and this was also great by cover.
yeah, I mean, he keeps fighting, he keeps playing aggressively. I guess it's a sign that he's not tilting too much, but I mean, after this, you could imagine that maybe he is.
빨리 바텀 가고. 얘네 우리 시간대 위치 있어. 얘 너무 그래? 건부 세니까 건부 위주로 하자 이거.
They're not even talking that much, you know. Oh, Irelia is
Yeah,
here.
it sounded like they were just chilling.
Yeah, they're just chilling. They think it's just one minion that they're killing right there.
It's a frustrating minion that keeps moving around, but otherwise it's just a minion.
Yeah, true.
Well, 3,000 gold is the lead here for Damwon as Noguri gets a flag put into his skull, but he's going to be fine. Flawless just trying to clear vision where he can, and 10 seconds until the second Drake is available. Mountain coming up. We've got a possibility of a spicy Drake or a boring Drake
By the way,
as our Dragon Soul.
it's owned by the
Yeah,
way.
mate.
Ardent Sensor on the
Oh yeah, it's happened. We've got the Juggernaut at the ready. Of course, it's. I remember talking about Juggernaut with Papa, and shout out to him. He was in the chat earlier on. How you doing, Papa? We miss you over here. But he would always say that you need a specific rest of the comp as well to be able to call it a Juggernaut. It needs to have like a lot of tanks that the Cogmore can sort of stand behind, and he really is just the only focal point. This isn't necessarily APK's comp, a traditional Juggernaut comp, as we do have a bit of a fight here. Ghost gets dove on, but does get out of the way. Cataclysm onto 4 people, and gigantic damage coming out from Hybrid here in the back line.
He's dead.
Canyon is able to pick up the kill onto the Cogmore, but this should be the opportunity for APK
The Rhea has ult.
to be able to get some more kills. Canyon is going to go down very low, goes golden as well as Noguri still at full health, double kill. So far as Canyon flashes out of the way, tentacles are everywhere, but Noguri is just so strong. A triple kill for the Akali. And this is what happens. It's all about Noguri, whether he's dying or whether he's killing everyone.
Wow, that was actually really good fight from APK, I thought. But Naguri, yeah, he really played really well in this team fight. And Hyrie got one shot because he didn't have flash right there. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it was really great try from APK though. 4-man ulti into 4-man ulti.
Exactly. Flawless was just huge in this fight. Look at that. 4 people. And also, the Alawi being able to get her ult off onto 4 people, like you were talking about, is just massive damage. But when you can dive the backline as easily as Damwon can, and you've only got one real threat who's not even that strong yet, it's not really going to work out, right? Like, I feel like APK have sort of drafted themselves into a little bit of a hole, but maybe it's just based on the play early game, because it's just hard when you've got a mid laner that's basically useless. 4 versus 5 with this sort of composition's really tough. As we have a look at this once again, we're back at the dance.
Kog'Maw has flash now, so it might
Yeah.
be different because Renekton used flash before.
He had to get on top of him. Hybrid now in a pretty comfortable position, and Canyon's stuck in the back of the pit. He does have Abductive Abscond, can get over the wall.
50-50.
And Aurelia is now moving in from the side, and APK, they've picked up control of this Drake pit, and they do lock it down. So that's something.
Yeah, that's something.
For APK, and we've got Infernal Soul now on the Rift. APK probably a little bit upset about this because it gives Damwon massive damage potential and scalability moving into a late game that APK probably would have been more comfortable with. But it is what it is. We'll see whether APK can lock down some more Drakes as this game goes on.
Yeah, and also on top of it, I think Canyon's Silas is doing so much with the Silas.
Yeah, man.
And I think they really need to wait for Kog'Maw's 3 items, I think. They really want to fight, yeah. I want to see more some aggressiveness from APK, but sometimes they just need to wait for the timing.
Well, he's got his Wit's End now completed, so Hybrid not going to take as much damage from both the Silas and the Akali. But you can see Damwon are pushing into APK's jungle. They're just suffocating them out of so many resources. This is a game that should just be snowballing in the direction of Damwon, and it sort of has to as well, based on the fact that they do have this Renekton that's going to get worse and worse as the game goes on. It's now Noguri ulting through Ixu. A lot of damage here as he throws out the second charge, flashes over the wall, and will make it out to safety. Has to dodge all of these tentacles, though, as that is very pesky. But he is going to survive, moves under his turret. But it just shows that the 1v1, I mean, Alawi is one hell of a 1v1 champion, so is able to go toe-to-toe with Noguri.
I think he just tried it because he just got Morello, so that's why he tried to fight him. I think he just need one more item, Leandris on the Akali, when you play against some tank champions. It's really good item on the Akali, so maybe he can try it next time with the new item.
Well, we'll see. Ixu as well does have Executioner's Calling, so no one's healing. And pretty decent decision to make to get all the Grievous wounds here this game. I mean, Nogri's going to be healing a lot, Showmaker healing a lot, Ghost will have double lifesteal, and Beryl throws out heals all the time. Even Canyon has his Kingslayer, so there is so much healing on Damwon that they have to get through, and it does make a lot of sense. On APK side, I mean, Ixu is going to be healing a lot, so I guess the Morello does make sense there, but what's your opinion on this particular item? We're going to have to look at cover falling down. Just, nope, not going to die just yet. Vanguard's Edge going to miss on Canyon's side, but that's flashed down. And cover at half health underneath his turret.
I think they are on really comfort zone right now. Damwon Gaming, they have two sides of pressure, and all they need to do is just synchronize their pressure on the side and group mid and get some objectives. And vision
The
control.
K-Ram. Yeah, need that K-Ram. That's what we like to call it here on the global broadcast.
Really?
Everyone hanging out in the mid lane after they've sorted out their side lanes. Not happening just yet. As you can see, Cover is trying his best to keep farming. Having a look at the total gold, it's actually very even between the Aurelia and the Renekton.
Yeah. And
as far as that particular matchup.
I never heard about K-Ram, but NA-Ram.
No?
I was heard about the most.
Yeah. We can and the NA RAM. We've got NA RAM. We've got the K RAM. We like talking about the River RAM as well, which is when everyone just groups in the river around like Dragon Soul potential spawn. There was a lot of that yesterday. A lot of river ramming. It's just fun to say.
Yeah.
So we just have a lot of jockeying for position here in the LCK, and there's some interesting questions that we have for, I guess, the Korean players and the differences between Korea and the rest of the world. And we were talking about it before, like it feels like LCK is more slow, more boring, maybe more methodical or something like that. Why is it that our Korean players can't play as quickly or as recklessly as other regions?
When I think about it, I think it's part of the Korean culture, because I think most of the Korean pro players are afraid to make some mistakes, because of the communities and like some kind of things, So
like the expectations.
Yeah,
or something?
expectations and those things, because when I think about the Europe players and North American players, I don't think they take care that much about the haters, But Koreans does, so that's why they really do not want to make some mistakes. And also at the same time, they have a lot of trainee players in their team, so if they do make a mistake, they got bench.
Speaking of mistakes, Ghost going down very low, but Marshall Post gets him over the wall. Oh, survives for so long, but Flawless is able to pick it up. And APK do manage to pick up yet another kill here as Nogri is going to fall down, gets turned into a cute little critter and taken off the map. And APK maybe with a chance to move towards a Baron. Remember, with a Cogmore, they destroy Baron so incredibly quickly. And they're running on over there. There are only 3 members alive for Damwon.
That's what we want to see from the Kog'Maw Lulu combo. You cannot expect that damage, If you get hit by once by his one auto attack, then you're dead normally, and you just need to get back, unless you flash into him and start the fight earlier than enemy team, and he's getting burns right.
Yep, so Canyon does lock that one down. That's going to be second Drake going over to Damwon, but trading a Dragon, especially only one Infernal. I mean, if that was Infernal Soul for Baron, maybe that's better. But Baron for Drake is never really a good feel idea. As APK do lock that one down. 2,000 gold behind now, but the Baron power play is continuing to tick up close to 2,000 gold now. The swing after that particular moment, as we have a look at this team fight once again. Took them a long time to kill Ghost, but they got there in the end.
Positioning was not that great at first. He was hitting ward from enemy side, not his side. He could literally just hit the control ward from his control ward position, but he was a little aggressive right there without any reason.
Yeah. And Hybrid very close to getting his Rage Blade as well. As these items start ticking up, this Cogmore is going to get so damn strong. And also, Jurassic Cogmore. Just one of the best Cogmore skins. What's your favorite Cogmore skin? There's so many cool ones.
I just don't like Cogmore.
You don't?
I don't.
Don't like him at all? You don't like supporting a Cogmore? If someone picks it in solo queue, you just get angry?
Normally, your Cogmore is bad player, and enemy Cogmore is 1v9 Cogmore, so that's why I don't like Cogmore that much.
So it's like Yasuo?
Yeah.
Yep, my team's Yasuo versus their team's Yasuo. Really dangerous.
And I,
Well, we'll see which team's Cogmore hybrid is going to be as we move to the late game. So far, it's feeling like their team's Cogmore.
it seems like it, and he's getting more items, and that means Kog'Maw is getting stronger. And he likes to play late game either. And Damwon Gaming just need to attack from a lot of different sides, not only one side, you know.
Yeah, and they need to be able to stop hybrid from being able to get peeled so easily. I mean, Secret has been playing very well on this Lulu, keeping the Cogmore safe where he can. I mean, this is a Cogmore that was able to flash forward in that last little skirmish. And now they're going to be sieging down onto this inner turret bottom side of the map. Cover is splitting in the mid lane as Ixu just throwing down these tests of spirit to get the poke in. It's like an Canyon just dives into the backline there looking for hybrid, but he's just standing there as a turret. Eventually does fall down, but look at the Alawi damage. Not going to be quite enough. Is now Cover diving in over the top, but he's still going to die. A triple kill for Showmaker. And APK, unfortunately, not able to save their little Cogmore this time, and they get destroyed.
Holy moly, Canyon! He just did it, man.
Yeah, man, he just boosted on top of them. He was going so fast.
Yeah. And I almost said F-Wars right there.
I know, that's just because you were so excited.
I'm sorry.
It's completely allowed.
I'm really sorry.
The decallings are out in force. As we have a look at this team fight once again, a lot of it had to do with Beryl as well. I mean, this guy lands the Dazzle over 3 people, meant that the Cogmore couldn't get that first burst of damage out. And then Ghost is safe in the backline, and no one really died, right? It was just Beryl that threw his life away for the cause.
Wow, Cannon. He's great. He just did his job.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was talking about
He
his
did
silence,
so much damage. Look at that jungle difference.
Oh, man.
That's a lot more usefulness that Canyon had in that fight. And also, he had the better Cataclysm.
Yeah, and he used...
How unfortunate.
Yeah, and he used the enemy Jarvan ulti really perfect. Then the enemy Jarvan.
Yeah.
So, it feels more great than...
Who's the better job in this game? Maybe it's Canyon.
Yeah, maybe it's Canyon.
Oh no. Well, we'll see whether they can keep winning these team fights. As the game goes on, we have to remember that the Cogmore is going to get stronger. The Rage Blade has now been completed. He has a stopwatch. So he can at least avoid getting dove that first time around.
I think...
But it's still scary. I mean, Ghost has double lifesteal already completed, and we've got a Void Staff onto Nogari, who's going for, of course, a Rabadon's Death Cap as item number 4. He disagrees with your Leandri's idea that LS would have also very much enjoyed. He just wants raw damage so that he can kill Hybrid as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. He just don't need to 1v1 against the Alawi, so that's why he does that item first. And I think they have timer on Renekton's Flash, most dangerous skill sets against Cogmore. So I don't think APK is gonna back away from this objective right here.
Well, they're in the K-Ram at the moment. 10 seconds until the objective you were talking about. Infernal Drake is going to be spawning. As Canyon over to the side. He's got a Vanguard's Edge available to him right now from his hijack and does have the 3rd rank of his ultimate, so will be cycling through ultimates very, very much in these next team fights.
Positioning.
Yeah, there's the Vanguard's Edge coming out from Canyon. Is he the better Aurelia as well? As Ixu taking a lot of damage, but he's still alive. Nogari eventually takes him down as Cover. Goes Golden into the back line.
Hybrid.
Cosmic Radiance is huge, and good night, Cover. Beryl getting taken down very low as the Fate's Call comes in just to save the Taric. And Callista with the Rend will lock down that Infernal Drake, and Hybrid just couldn't get into position to be able to get any of the auto attacks off. The team fight was just too split.
I think Beryl played really well right there, and when the Cogmore can free-hitting enemy, he literally got exhausted instantly. So it was really great by Damwon Gaming, totally.
And Canyon again playing pretty damn well.
Look at the Cogmore. He literally got exhausted instantly when he could hit the enemy right there. And
not able to get autos here, and finally gets in. And like you were saying, instantly exhausted, and the Cosmic Radiance denies all of his damage.
Yeah, it was really great by Baron right there, and he survived. And they're hitting Nash.
Now Damwon are on the Baron. Flawless knows exactly what's going on. Hybrid moves on over here as well. He's spotted out on that ward. Is Secret going to follow
They
him?
have Kalista.
The Baron is extraordinarily low. APK try to dive in, but they're not able to take away the Baron. And now we've got Ixu in the Baron pit. It's not where Damwon want to be fighting as Flawless. Flags drags towards Nogri, who's trying to escape. You can see the auto damage is gigantic out of Hybrid. But they're still trying to chase him down. Nogri has to turn the corner and eventually does fall to the Cogmore damage. He's very low on mana, but is able to have enough to take down that kill right there. But it's just one Baron removed. Damwon still with a very good play.
They need to get more than this. More than one kill, so that's why they're attacking mid turret here. And are they gonna try to get mid in here?
They might be able to. Ixu still has ultimate available. Secret with the wild growth is going to be there as well, and the stopwatch hasn't been broken on Hybrid. APK move all the way further forward. Nogri's still 30 seconds on the timer, and the inhibitor will go down. Flawless with the last auto, and gets the flag and drag to get out as Canyon chasing on after APK. Won't be able to get in Cataclysm range. Try and throw that ultimate down against the team with the Jarvan.
And they just need to do the same team fight as before. And Canyon has Jarvan ulti right now. And they need to focus on Coke. Otherwise they cannot win at this point.
Yeah.
And they did well in some team fights, but they need one more. That's the part of this game. They just need to fight one more team fight to win this game.
Especially with an open front door as well, as the Test of Spirit does come down. Ixu, fair bit of damage there onto Canyon, and the tentacles will be spawning as Showmaker off to the side. Not able to get too much damage in. And APK should be able to defend this inner turret pretty comfortably, even against the Baron. Kali has made her way towards this mid lane as Renekton splits on the bottom side.
4-1 rotation right here.
Yeah. And Damwon able to deny all of the resources in the enemy jungle as well, so continuing to get further and further advantages. Just over a 5,000 gold lead now for Damwon Gaming, but it doesn't feel over at all. Like, are you feeling this game? Like, it feels like APK at any moment can just find that dream team fight and rip through the base of Damwon. Like, this is still very close.
Yeah, and Coco got IE.
Oh my god, did he just build outright IE?
Yeah. Seems like
Oh my god, that is so much damage.
Yeah, that's so much damage, but the crit chance is pretty low, so...
Yeah, it's still very low.
Yeah, it's just a coin flip. He just needs to coin flip and pray for it.
There we go. And remember, better players crit more.
Yeah.
That is always that's how it's worked forever. Do you remember crit runes? Were you playing back that late? I know
for sure.
your career started pretty early.
Yeah, and then I was getting 1% of crit chance every single game.
Yep, every time. Did you put that one little crit rune in every rune page? I did every time as well. Yeah.
It's more than 1%.
Good,
to be
good
honest,
to know.
By the way.
Well, it goes from you can literally not crit to you have a chance to crit. It's worth so much, actually.
I missed that time.
Super good. Yeah, me too, me too. I remember having a Kali rune pages, like she wasn't a champion until she had a rune page set up. Like, oh my god. Good times. Now, not the case, as Ixu's also completed the Death's Dance. Has that on top of a Spirit Visage. I mean, if he doesn't get his healing reduced, he's going to be very difficult to take down. But thankfully, they do have that Morellonomicon on Nogri. And he has his Death Cap as well. This is a very scary Aurelia.
I think...
But an opportunity for APK to still win a fight, right? If the Cosmo's alive, they have a chance.
I think APK, they just need to make Warzone really simple, the position-wise. Because if they get attacked by every single different sides, like these, the Guru is looking for flank right here.
Yeah.
Because Kog'Maw simply need to hit the front line. And if they...
He just and he can do basically full damage to everyone, right? He's Kog'Maw. He's just so good at ripping through tanks.
And it seems like it's really simple for APK right now. All they need to do right now is recognize where is Akali. And they are checking right now.
And also make sure that Hybrid is going to survive as the Dragon is taken here by Damwon. Now the fight is on. Nogri taken down. The kiting from Hybrid is fantastic. As the Test of Spirit going to be the first target here. Canyon going to go very low. Goes golden in the end as Beryl taken down. Canyon dives onto Hybrid, but he's so fast with all of the movement speed from Lulu. and trying to escape his Showmaker, but he's not able to just yet. Ixu falls down as Ghost is still at full health, but Hybrid is the monster in this team fight, and Ghost is going to have to try and hop as fast as he can to get out of this one, but he's gone the wrong direction, and it's not going to work out. He might be able to take Flawless with him, but look at those autos. Hybrid got a couple of crits there, showing that he is, in fact, a good player.
Well, that was really great polymorph by Secret right there.
Yeah, man.
And
I knew that you were watching the support player.
Yeah.
It's just support bias here from Woodid. I love it.
I mean, I just need to focus on the how they win and the game plan for the teams. And the game plan is just so simple. Is Kog'Maw gonna die in this team fight or no? And Secret did his job.
And he still has his stopwatch that he didn't need to use. So it's still with that defensive capability. He had the flash in the last team fight, and Damwon did lock down the Infernal Soul.
Look at that Vigor.
So this was a fight for Soul that I didn't even really recognize during the moment, but it just wasn't enough to win out the fight. Yeah, oh my god, just like 3 autos.
And yeah, it was really good flash forward by Secret. I don't know why he did that, but yeah, but also
Just trust it, just trust
but
it.
also Ghost fought really well right there. But yeah, still Kog'Maw is fighting longer than Kalista. Just champion-wise, Kog'Maw is better than Kalista.
And now he's got 6 items.
Yeah. Wow, GA.
Yeah, now he just needs to sell boots and buy a Zeal item to have like a real amount of crit chance, and he's probably the best champion in the game.
But they have Dragon Soul right here, so maybe it's more easier than before. To be honest, I think it's 50-50.
50-50?
Yeah.
Maybe we go to the Baron. Speaking of 50-50s, that's what you want. If it's all up to chance, you may as well flip a coin on a smite.
I mean, they have
APK,
Kalista. So.
they do know. Yeah, that's true. They have the extra rend, even though it was nerfed a few patches ago. As far as securing objectives, it's still going to be very strong in tandem with the smite.
Yeah, it's like 60-40.
APK are looking for the fight.
Oh.
Canyon, can they turn around? Cosmic
Jarvan
Radiance
ulti.
has armed his color off to the side, fighting against Noguri, but now in the front line. Just watch Hybrid. See whether he can get the autos down.
Canyon
is going to fall first as Canyon falls for the first time. 1,000 gold going over to the Kog'Maw, who's now trying to run towards Damwon. Kalista takes down 1 kill, but Flawless has found the backline. Beryl gets the dazzle, but it lands onto Ixu. They don't even really care if the Alawi goes down. It's just if they can keep Hybrid up. Showmaker gets the stun onto the Kog'Maw, remember? Still has his GA available. Hasn't gone down to it just yet. Finally falls to the GA, and APK need to be on top of their Kog'Maw, but they can't do it. And it is going to be Ghost that locks down that kill. Now Flawless will fall. A double for the Kalista. Make that a triple in the team fight, I guess, unofficially. As APK, I believe, have just lost the game, because now it should be about Damwon moving towards the Baron, taking that one down, unless Noguri just falls here. He's not going to. The open inhibitor is there, so APK might be able to take this, but that might have just been the last team fight, as Ixu does take down Noguri.
That is good. But yeah, it was really great chain CC by Damwon Gaming, because Renekton didn't have flash right there, so it was really interesting that Kog'Maw got chain CC there, but we'll see. It was really great start from the APK right here.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, and I thought that Hybrid was in a good position, was able to auto-attack, things like that. Flawless was huge on the front line, but it just felt like Damwon were able to really nicely just rotate back, just try and disengage, and then fight this messy style team fight that their composition is able to do.
I think he could really just kite out, because he had vision, but he just ran into Renekton and he got one. And it was really great chain CC by Damwon Gaming either.
The unfortunate thing was that the GA, it worked, right? But APK couldn't stay in the fight to try and protect the position of the Kog'Maw. So pretty unfortunate, as Hybrid has now completed his rapid fire cannon. He sold one of his items. Not entirely sure what it was. He sold something. He sold his GA and bought the rapid fire cannon.
To be honest, I really think he needs QSS or Mikhail's for the damage, because I haven't seen a lot. Hybrid is backing out the wild team fight because he's worrying about the Renekton W combo and then Tarek's E stun. Just buy QSS and it's really simple. Just get hit by it and just cleanse it and hit them.
Yeah.
That's why I really like.
Captain Jacket.
Yeah, I mean that's why I really like QSS on AD carry. And most of the good AD carries are just buying QSS earlier when you're ahead, because you know that QSS impacts more than one damage item.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be a third item, I think, for most AD carries, especially if you are a Kog'Maw, right? Like, the whole team relies on you being able to get auto attacks, and you can't do that if you're stunned, so I entirely agree. Well, APK trying to defend here. They still haven't lost an inhibitor turret, as, okay, Damwon lose their Akali basically instantly.
Ooh.
How did he die so fast?
I don't know.
He just popped.
That is.
Hopefully we get a replay as there's the abscond, lands on the cover. Ixu taking a lot of damage as well, as now they've been brought into the front line. Cosmic Radiance, their hybrid gets exhausted, and everyone is just invincible. He flashes, able to take down the Kallistra's cover, doing some work as well. Now kiting this one out. You can see Showmaker is just gigantic, but he gets on top of hybrid and is just taken down. The Akathian surprise, not going to do anything, and now Damwon should have control once again.
I mean, he flashed in. I thought it was really bad decision, but it was not. You know, he kited out really well while he's flashing into Kalista. But again, Showmaker's Renekton one-shotted, and he has no QSS, unluckily. And there is Elder Drake.
No. My stream just paused, so just give me 1 moment. I don't quite know what's going on here.
I think he's trying to steal it, but they might know Jarvan. Yeah, they know Jarvan position right now. Showmaker is going on it, but APK's Voodoo is coming. But
well, you're gonna have to tell everyone what's going on because I can't see anything. Okay, now we're in there. Bit of a team fight here as Secret going down very low. Ixu is teleported in. Secret survived for a very long time. Showmaker takes him down. Am I at the right point? I think I am.
Yeah.
Secret just died, right?
It's really random things are happening all around this game.
I know it's hard.
It's really hard.
Hard to stay focused. As the Elder Drake has now been started down to about half health, and Ixu just trying to stop them, but they're not going to be able to. Hybrid's back up again, but he's nowhere near this Elder, and now it's going to be taken. There is Infernal Soul and Elder Drake now. As we have a look at Ixu's solo kill, let's have a look at how quickly Nogri died. And
he went in.
Dead. He did. It's Nogri.
Wow. I have no words for this.
Classic. Yeah, I know. I understand. It's just what it feels like to commentate Damwon gaming at any point. As you were right, Hybrid flashing forward, but was able to kite it really nicely. But look at this. Imagine how cool an item would be that could stop a stun.
Or
like right there.
would have been
yeah, great.
I could see the point. Kog'Maw didn't have W right there, so I think he should just get back, even Jarvan airborne here. So waiting for his second W, but he tried to auto attack and actually that's why he got into range. Yes, Rex?
Well, now he has Mercurial Scimitar. He listened to you, Wadid.
Thank God.
Yep. Yeah, he's bought it, finally. I don't know whether it's too late, because it's an 8,000 gold lead, there's an Elder Drake, there's an Infernal Soul, like, Damwon have basically everything in order to win this game, and now they're just moving towards these Nexus turrets. Looks like they're not even focused on taking down the other inhibitors. Gonna try and siege this one out, as Ixu does manage to pick up Canyon. Has to deal with all of these annoying tentacles. And Hybrid does a lot of damage, man. He does a lot of damage.
That was literally one auto, by the way.
Yep.
And
Barrel gets completely
yeah, actually, I remember when I played against Kog'Maw, you always think about his W, and that's all, you know? And that's why Kog'Maw seems like you're dealing a lot of damage, but after the W gone, you don't deal that much damage. And range.
Oh, yeah, ulti comes down from Ixu. They are able to take down the spirit that's been tested. And now they're on the run. Ixu finds another target. Showmaker gonna get slowed. Nogri down to half health. And APK say, get out of my house.
Wow.
And Damwon say, okay.
They couldn't end the game with the Elder Drake and Infernal Soul, so they need one more Nashor buff.
Yeah, let's get the Baron as well. Now they're going to have Infernal Soul, Baron buff, and Elder Drake for about 30 seconds. That's a lot of tools.
A lot of tools right there, yeah. They just need to get more inhibs, not just run it down mid.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they realized that, hang on, wait, we don't have any side lanes under control. They move towards top side. They should be able to take this inner turret pretty easily. But it won't really change anything. You could imagine APK are probably all right with just giving up the inner turret.
Yeah.
Hybrid now going to be here with Secret.
With QSS, yeah.
Yeah. That's the important thing. We need Mikhails as well. Secret needs to have Mikhails, and they need the Mercurials as well. Flawless finds a huge ulti into the front line, but the rest of the team is disconnected. Hybrid not able to get that damage off. As Ixu does get in there, they manage to get another slow onto Showmaker, but not able to actually capitalize. Big shield out from this Lulu, who's starting to get more items and starting to be able to augment the Cogmore even more.
And Elder buff is gone.
APK don't quite have it yet. Alright, still, could be anyone's game as Inhibitor turret falls on the top side. Inhibitor going to be the next target. APK clear out minions underneath their Nexus turrets. And at least they are still standing. But APK are well and truly on the ropes. The thing that's really scary, right, is that Damwon have everything. Like, they managed to take everything and still can't end the game.
I mean, there's one in it, and APK really think that they just need to fight for it. It's gonna big fight right here.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether APK can pull the trigger and whether having the Mercurial Scimitar is going to be the difference maker for Hybrid. As Showmaker off to the side, able to get that flank. Ixu saying no. He is going to test his spirit there. I believe that was test failed. As you can see Showmaker now a little bit more slow. And these tentacles spawning all over the map. And Damwon have backed away again.
I think
this game is really long.
Yeah, I mean, I think
this Canyon. Oh.
They just realize it right now that they don't need to team fight, you know. They have 2 in their squad, and they just need to push out the sides and waiting for the minions. But are they trying to fight right here? I don't think it's 100%.
Hybrid wants to get in range to just kill the C3. That's the main thing. It's not about enemy champions. There's a Hybrid over the wall, holding onto that W. You could tell that Damwon just, they want to wait out the Cogmore W and then go in for a fight, but he's not utilizing it just yet.
30 seconds, 20 seconds. Dasher buff is gone soon.
Yeah.
They lost the Edict.
Well, there's the Cataclysm. Flawless actually traps himself in there. As first Nexus turret will fall down. Cover is under there with Ixu as well, but Nogari's still threatening. Triple inhib have been taken down, and the war of attrition is now starting to work for Damwon. APK, they just need to actually pull the trigger and start a fight, but they just don't have an opportunity to do so. Cover has to flash in order to get out. Nogari just so much damage in such short time. As Flawless, I mean, he's trying to go in, gets a 4-man ulti yet again, as APK now are going to try and start this fight, but the Cosmic Radiance is in. Hybrid, a whole lot of damage now. Ooh. As there's the ult from Ixu into the backline. Damwon taking so much damage and are now on the run, but Ghost is basically impossible to kill, just bouncing around this fight. Hybrid, will he have his W back available again? He does. The heal is used, but not able to catch up to the Callista, and no one died.
I'm so glad that APK finally pulled the trigger, but why didn't they just do it earlier? Before they lose turrets and inhibs, you know? But they have Elder Drake here, so maybe they can get it.
Well, now they're going to try and take the Elder Drake and maybe just straight up lose the game.
Yeah?
As Ixu's the only person underneath this very, very flimsy Nexus turret.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone. It's literally one hit.
Yep. Well, Nogari should be able to take that one down. Diving underneath this turret as Ghost just takes that one down. Ixu, a whole lot of damage. The Akali's already dead, but Ghost is now trying to get out of the way. Oh, able to take him down, but the 1-for-1 still works out for APK as Flawless getting chased by Canyon right here. The Dazzle is going to land, and there it is, Kingslayer for the kill.
Oh my god. I cannot believe that I'm casting this game, man.
I know. 51 minutes was our longest game before this, and we have now eclipsed it. So this is a great first test for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really glad that I'm casting a lot of different situations in the game. Before, when I was doing Korean commentary, it paused for like 1.5 hours. And today, I'm casting longest game in Spring Split with English. Wow.
And also the most kills so far in the Spring Split as well. So it's like we're casting the LPL. It's just great. As yeah, that was a kill under Showmaker that happened right there, and this was Ixu's sick outplay to deny the end of the game.
I mean, my first question is why Ghost was hitting inhibitor at first, because Nexus Turret was literally one hit away from it. And second, why Naguri is running into Illaoi when he's playing against Illaoi, you know?
Yeah. Oh man, so much damage. What the heck are these damage numbers? Oh my god.
60K.
It's like some of the biggest damage numbers I have ever seen.
It reminds me Arrow's Kog'Maw before in LCK.
Yeah, man.
Ooh.
Or Praise Kog'Maw.
Yeah, praise Kog'Maw. I mean, they won the game, I remember. So, and they have 3 inhibs to farm.
That's true. I mean, think about it. It's like you're just having all the resources thrown at you. Baron is going to be taken, so Damwon going to have that buff once again. We've got a minute left on the Elder Drake here for APK. Both of these teams, next Drake will be the second Elder, which lasts for so much longer and is very, very scary. It is supposed to stop games like this from happening. Games that are just way too long. Yep. Not working just yet. There's stick with me. We've still got 2 more series after this one.
Yeah, I'm happy, but I just don't know what to say. You know, this game is full of random, and finally they're trying to get some real team fight under the Nexus.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the inhibitors, one going to be respawning in a minute, the other one 2.5, as our top lane going to be the focus here from Damwon. Ixu moving on over.
They're going in.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Ixu very, very low, down to about half health, throws out the ultimate, but he should be taken out. Oh my god, so much health regen! As it is a 1-for-1 so far, the top lane is half fallen down, and now Ghost is just getting to work on the Nexus, and Damwon are going to finally win this game. 51 kills later at 55 minutes.
Such a great performance by Damwon Gaming right there. Focusing on Nexus that he lost.
Yeah. It was a good decision, but was the whole game a good performance by Damwon? I don't necessarily know.
Oh man, maybe that's why, this is the reason why the game is messy. Maybe because they are playing in their gaming house. So
yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's just, it was a very, very interesting.
Interesting, yeah?
Interesting game.
Interesting game.
Yeah. Emphasis on the first 3 letters of the word, I guess. And look, they almost managed to claw it back. Like after the very beginning of that game, they had a 0-4-0 Aurelia on APK's side. Like cover was a liability, but they were still able to get to a late game where Ixu was able to command team fights as far as like starting them at the right times. He was landing all of the E's that he needed to. I think this is a great performance out of both Hybrid and Ixu. But unfortunately, they had an Aurelia that was a passenger throughout the whole game. And Canyon played super well throughout most of the game.
Yeah, true. I mean, I didn't expect this game to go this long because, yeah, as you said, Aurelia was 0-4-0, and Damwon Gaming is the one who played at worst.
Yeah.
And yeah. Nice positioning.
Well, this is one of the moments where APK finally found themselves back in it. It was very close to Ghost surviving, but they were able to take him down, and there were just so many of these scrappy team fights, man. It was just crazy.
Oh, man. They're asking me to...
And, okay, so I have another question for you. Did Noguri play well this game?
I don't think so.
I think sort of. Like, he had some moments that were good, but otherwise, like, it felt like he was doing the weirdest things.
I mean, that question was pretty hard. I think he played good, but he played bad at the same time. That's why we love Naguri. And
exactly.
Yeah, and LCK staffs are asking me to do POG votes right here, and I'm really confused.
I think it's got to be Canyon.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I voted Canyon. Yeah, you got it.
It's like, we voted Canyon, but also it's like, I don't necessarily know because everything's just so weird.
Yeah, true. It was just random situation all the time. Who's getting solo killed, who's getting caught, and some teamfights were really great to watch, but still, both teams, they just need to focus more this game. Even if they are playing in their gaming house, it still matters. They are playing LCK, which is, everyone is looking at it. So
Yep.
I wanna.
I mean, they may not be able to see them like on the camera, but they can still see all of their play. So I think you're exactly right. But I mean, if this is what they need in order to be able to play a little bit more recklessly, then I'm totally okay with it. Like, because this game felt like the LPL, straight up.
Oh.
Just so many kills, so much action, so many just weird decisions being made just to start a fight. It felt like it was sort of vintage Flawless trying to start fights in the weirdest times by himself.
To be honest.
And but it was still entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, LPL is better than this. Not like these random aggressive. They at least play smart and aggressive at the same time. But this game, it was
Decisive.
Yeah, decisive, exactly. But this game was not organized at all. And look at this!
He wanted this. This was Nogari's decision. Oh man. That I think that moment sums up the game completely.
Yeah.
What we need to show is like Nogari dying right there, and then just the Damwon win screen. that sort of just sums up exactly how it worked. Is once again, it's just Nogari dying to Ixu. Oh my
I mean,
God.
he's testing his limits. Yeah?
That's true. Limit testing.
Limit testing.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah. That's what we talk about when it comes to Nogari. He mustn't have too many limits left because he's tested so many of them. But it was a victory for Damwon, and in the end, all you got to look to is whether it's a W or an L in that column, and it was a W. So congratulations to Damwon for a Game 1 win. I mean, that game took about as long as a series did yesterday, but it was an exciting game, even if it was very strange.
Yeah? I mean, and your picture changed.
Oh, thank goodness. I was terrifying yesterday. As ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break, hopefully some Dodungas, and we'll see you right afterwards for Game 2.
Look at me in the chat.
Boy, you all wanna looking at a champ. You looking at a champ.
Look at me the chat.
예, look at me the chat.
오늘 왜 떨리지?
오늘 왜 이렇게 떨려? 원래 한 번도 안 떨렸는데. 그러니까.
나 안 떨리는데 나만 안 떨려?
나도 안 떨리는데?
진짜 안 떨리는데?
난 차견이 믿는다.
아 형 하지 마요. 부담되잖아요.
차견이 안 믿는다.
어떻게 팀을 안 믿어?
아 집중해.
뿔뿔로 시작도 안 했는데.
너 너무 들떠 있어 지금.
우리 타잔 행님 언제 오냐?
형 뭐 직관 왔어?
아 근데 타잔 잘 생겼어 실물.
눈 감고 명상하자 명상.
명상 마이 W.
예, look at me the
Look at me the check big shot. 나 지금 무슨 생각하는 줄 알아?
타잔.
나 지금 화이트 노이즈 소리가 폭포 소리라고 생각하고 있어. 폭포 소리 맞아? 화이트 노이즈?
그러니까 형 지면 폭포수 맞으러 가야 된다고.
엄마 페인 킬러.
근데 루엘보다 라우브가 더 노래 좋은 게 많은 것 같아.
맞아. 나 그렇게 생각해.
라우브 노래 하나하나가 다 띵곡이야. 라브?
나 근데 콜드플레이가 더 좋은데?
내가 빈티지 스타일이야. 트리거 미야.
미아콜 잘하자.
진짜 안 되겠다.
왜 그러는 거야?
아니 근데 진짜 로밍 많이 다니니까 미아콜 잘해야지.
했잖아요.
뭘 했는데?
했는데 싸우다가 죽었잖아요.
아니 전판은 미아님이 아니었잖아. 이번판 미아니까 더 미아콜을 잘해야지. 주장님 MVP인가?
MVP예요 저? 한키모.
아 적당히 해.
지가 뭐 했는데? 어느 시국인데 왜 거기까지 갈라 그래? 내가 뭐 했는데?
아 선은 넘지 마.
내가 뭐 했는데? 주장 탄핵
찬성 5-1
4-2
4-3.
나 펜타각인데? 뺀다. 먹을 거 같아? 먹을 수 있을 것 같아? 뛰지 마. 먹을 수 있다. 펜타 킬.
진짜 먹어봐. 아니.
유미 상대로 볼배 할 거임? 소라카 올라프 유미 대 세나 볼배 멋이 패배? 절대 못 이겨.
야,
그러니까 만약 그렇게
알았어. 그런 마음 안 좋아. 야, 그런 거 고민하지 마. 그냥 해. 수액으로 알았어?
그러면은 볼배 할까요?
가자 방금
볼배 하죠. 박아? 볼배 하자. 박는다. 볼배 하자. 게임 이겨줄게. 형 템 뭐 할 거임? 버드라 욕심이냐 살짝?
어디로 가도 될 것 같은데?
아니
뭐 얼만데?
100원.
아니 그냥 돌아먹으면 팔아.
팔라고?
팔아.
갈게 일단. 자, 버드라 볼배. 아니 탑타운 칠게.
탑해.
너 다음에 밀어도 되나? 신드라 탑인 것 같겠는데. 근데 신드라 원콤 내 뽑았지 않냐? 안 될라나?
아 그만하고 전령 보는 게 나아.
아 얘네 뭐다 이거? 아 나 갈게. 아주 볼배 든든한 거 못 좋아하지 그래. 나 신드라 이거 원콤 낼만해. 한번 먹을게 이거. 3회 간다. 잡았어. 미치겠다 나라 볼배.
아니 볼베가
와 볼배 CS 봐. 라인 관리의 신이야. 나 왜 잘하냐? 내 너무 잘해. 미친 볼배였다.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 머리매너 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 후동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 후동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘돼 누나 막간 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디스 새끼 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 후동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 후동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 TFT 모바일 후동동작 5, 6월 설이 가득 찬 노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 후동동작 하다 현타 후동동작 TFT 갤럭시 후동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 패치 우주 후동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 후동동작.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2020 Spring LCK. I'm Atlas, joined by Wadid for the first time, who had probably one of the most ridiculous games as his debut English cast game. That was certainly trial by fire, but I think you did a great job.
Oh, thank you. And I was just enjoying this moment because it was really fun to talk truly from my inside that I couldn't do it in
Yeah.
Korean. And
Yeah, I'm curious actually. What are the big differences between English casting and Korean casting? Because a lot of us don't understand the Korean, and I know that it is a very different style of commentary. Like, what's the biggest difference between the two?
simply, I cannot say it was like, oh yeah, it was support difference. Yeah, Tariq did really well. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I mean, it was great play by Tariq. It was a bit unlucky play by enemy, or like they just need to like a little bit passive. That's all. You know?
Okay. So it's all like, let's try and talk about the nice things.
Nice
Whereas
things,
here in the global broadcast, it is all about identifying the feeding as, look at these damage numbers, dude.
Yeah.
It's just 66,000 damage for both Alawi and Kog'Maw. Like, what is this?
Wow, man. I mean, it's been 54 minutes for this game, so probably
true.
probably that's why mainly. And they were defending their Nexus for like, I don't know, like 30 minutes, right? So
Yep.
Yeah, actually, surprisingly, Renekton dealt less than enemy Irelia, who was 0-4-0 before.
Yeah, I don't quite know how that happened either. But the crazy thing is that like you're seeing 18.4 thousand damage for the Jarvan, and often that number is like an 80 carry score.
Oh,
Like, oh
he
my
deserves
God,
it,
but-
man. He deserves it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Canyon with the player of the game, 9-1-14. Took him a long time before he died for the first time in this game. Just controlling the enemy jungle throughout. It felt like, you know, he picked this champion, Silas, as like the late game scaling jungler like you were talking about, but he was able to get around the map even early on and just destroy APK.
I mean, to be honest, Flawless didn't do much with the early game Jarvan pick. With the red and blue buff, he didn't try to gank a lot, but at the same time, Canyon, wow. Man, when everyone was talking about the Damwon Gaming, why they are losing so many games and then why they're not performing well, it was mainly Canyon and Showmaker not performing well enough before, like before. But yeah, this game we got back. Canyon.
Yeah, thankfully Canyon came back, but we still need to see Showmaker. Like I don't know what happened to him, but here was a decent team fight for the Renekton. But this game wasn't about Showmaker at all.
Yeah.
This was about Noguri feeding and Canyon carrying.
Yeah. I mean that bot team fight was literally dudung-dunga moment by Canyon.
This is a question that I was planning on asking you as well, because a lot of our chat really loves the Dududunga, right? But what does it actually mean?
It's like, tada! It's finally here. TFT Mobile. Tada! It's like, yeah, that kind of.
Like it's finally appeared, sort of thing. That's what it kind of means. All right. Well, some, I believe, mid lane votes. Jonas Strong just does some weird player of the game votes, man. It's just weird. Really strange. Sometimes, like, I agree with Jonas Strong, but I'm like, it's just the two of us, you know? And I other times he's just voting this for the strangest things. I actually think it's great. Just trying to work out what Jonas Strong is going to vote for in the player of the game.
I mean, he's getting flamed a lot by all the Korean communities, you know? I'm not sure.
I think that he doesn't care.
Yeah,
though.
I mean, he doesn't care. That's a good part, you know? We need that. We need those in LCK to change the atmosphere here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so it's great.
I just think it's like I sit down with him, like when we're at Low Park, we sit down together and I'm like, so Jonas Strong, why? And he's like, they were good. And he just smiles. I'm like, all right. Thanks, Joan, for that one.
Oh, man. He's one of a kind.
Just great.
Yeah, he's one of a kind.
He certainly is. And we would be at a massive loss if he wasn't with us. Fantastic observer as well. So
yeah,
we're very lucky here in the LCK. But now, game number 2, what is your recommended big change for both teams? Like, what does APK need to do to win other than Irelia doesn't feed in the early game? And what does Damwon do to make sure that they have a faster game this time?
Just try to focus as stage game, not like solo queue or scrim, you know? It was not organized at all. Without any casting or like commentary, we can say maybe this game was the highlight of the one solo queue game, you know?
Yeah, it probably is. It just felt like a solo queue game, absolutely. Yeah. Just a very long solo queue game. As here we are in Champion Select for game number 2, and we'll see how the bans change moving forward. As APK on our blue side now, Damwon on the red. Set going to be the first ban, as Aphelios, of course, the red side perma ban to come in here from Damwon.
Ooh. I mean, Senna and Kalista is normal bans, and maybe Varus from the APK side.
But it needs to be the last 3 bans. Has to be Varus, Senna, and Kalista. So Senna is banned here, so that's going to start off. But then Ornn is going to be available for APK to first pick.
True. Normally, blue side, you can choose what you want to play and play against. So this ban is going to decide that right here.
And APK might just ban away the Kalista. I think Kalista is probably the best decision, but Varus, the classic blue side ban, is going to be taken off the board. All of that flexibility, like you were talking about, with the way that you can build him in the bottom lane, you can flex him to mid lane, just a lot of options with the Varus. And he's going to be taken off the board.
I mean, I like the classic bans.
It should be Kalista here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like the classic bans, but at the same time, when you like APK kind of team, you are lower tier team, right? So you must try new things and new stuffs. Just open everything and try to fight with it, you know. But
we need Ixu singed. That's what we want.
Yeah.
That's the new thing. That's the next one. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see.
First pick should be the On. That's what we're thinking tier list wise.
Yep. You got it.
Well, there we go. Nailed it.
Classic.
There we go. I could be an analyst. I could be an analyst, right?
In a good way, classic. Bad way, boring.
Yeah, true. I mean, they can still do a lot with this composition, right? It doesn't really lock them into too much. Having the On, they can flex it around as well into theoretically 4 different positions, although we haven't seen the support or jungle On so far in Spring.
And actually, a lot of LCK junglers are liking Trundle more. Recently,
Yeah.
they're just picking Trundle no matter what when they see one tanks, and there is Kaisa with maybe Halo Blades.
Oh, yeah, hope so.
Yeah.
As a hybrid now on yet another champion that can play well in the late game. And look at this. Now he's on Kai'Sa, so he can reposition much more easily if Damon's going to dive on him. See what we're thinking here? Like, there we go. Some self-peel availability for APK's 80 carry.
And back then you were talking about Kaisa and Galio, but new thing is coming up here. Ornn and Kaisa, long range engage with the Kaisa, and he can just literally jump in, while Ornn is using ulti from the 2k range.
What do you think? Do you reckon this Akali is going to be on Showmaker and he's going to show Noguri how to play? What do you reckon?
I don't know. Both players are not that performing well recent matchups. Their up and downs are pretty huge. I don't know why. Before, like Showmaker, at least Showmaker was performing always great. So that's why Damon Gaming was so scary to play against. But anyways, last game his Renekton, he played good. He got into
he was okay.
I mean, he got into the Coke mode a few times. That's why some analysts and some observers voting for him. I could understand because he got it. He got 2 times in a row against Kokma.
Yep.
And
he did his job. He did what he needed to do.
Yes, exactly. And Aziravan.
Yeah, Azir taken away from cover.
And Braum.
Trying to stay away from, I guess, APK being able to go full scaling. But I could imagine that an Azir pick would be good for Damwon, because they just want to play hard and fast in the early game and just run over APK, especially considering the composition that APK has. But never mind, Taric is going to be taken off the board here. As Damwon, what are they going to be looking for? Probably a support at this particular pick, as Darius being hovered at the moment.
Interesting.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I want to see that.
I think Darius was slightly nerfed on 10.5, wasn't he? Maybe?
Oh, Barrel?
Not sure.
Barrel Classic? Ooh, lock in.
Yep, there we go.
Barrel Classic.
Fiona comes in, and is it going to be the support difference once again, Wooded?
I mean, Secret is on his comfort champion again, so it's going to be more like, yeah, I mean, true. Support difference. We want to see more support difference in the mid jungle 2v2, because
yep.
Yeah, you're talking about mainly mid jungle 2v2 early game, but support matters in those skirmishes, right? So, and when you pick Zoe, it's more important to get mid pressure. It's locked in.
Well, they are going to pick the Zoe, so like you were talking about, this gives them a lot more, I guess, mid-game control. Zoe very good at playing around these sort of mid-game scrappy skirmishes, with the Trouble Bubble being so frustrating.
Yes.
But now the last pick for APK will be the jungle. Where is Secret going to be going? And it's the Kindred locked in.
I was expecting him to play Olaf, even if it's Trundle against it. It's still Olaf Zoe combo, but he picked Kindred into Trundle. I mean, it's a good range matchup, I would say.
Yeah.
And
I mean, this is the sort of classic anti-Trundle pick, isn't it?
Yeah, is it? It is, yeah. And also APK, the team composition-wise, they're really balanced. But my question is, can Showmaker pressure hard enough with Syndra? Because if Showmaker is not getting his early leads, then I don't think they have good damage for the mid-late game, you know. And it seems like they really want to go to the late game, so we'll see what's gonna happen.
I actually like Damwon drafting so like aggressively here, like with the Syndra for the early game, with Misfortune as well, does well in the early game, because they can't let APK go late, not with this comp.
So that's why I was more focusing about their team comps and the late game, and we'll see. And Kindred, man, how many stacks is gonna
exciting
have
stuff.
this game?
Well, we'll have to find out. If it's another 60-minute game, you'll probably have a hell of a lot of stacks.
I don't wanna long game.
Let's not think about it. Yeah. But I do really like the draft out from APK. I imagine if LS was here, LS likes to predict whether a game is going to be won or lost by the draft, and I think in this game, he'd probably say APK. The thing that's difficult is that it's up against Damwon, that on a good day, Damwon just wins with no matter what comp they have, because they just have very skilled players. So we'll have to see what happens as we get onto the Rift for game number 2.
I mean, a lot of LCK teams, you don't want to pick Leona, but you pick this, so we'll see what's gonna happen.
Yeah. And Leona Misfortune is a very aggressive lane as well, has been for years. Even when Misfortune wasn't one of these competitively viable 80 carries in solo queue, Leona Misfortune was the I want to win bottom lane type pickup, you know, and always did generally work. So we'll see how it goes here in game number 2 for Ghost and Beryl.
Hybrid has no cleanse, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Against Leona.
Okay. Well,
I mean, I'm just asking.
and also it's hybrid. He doesn't build QSS either. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just telling you. Normally, when you play against Leona, you just pick up cleans and you make that champion kind of useless. Because even if you want to fight, you just force out the cleans, and especially when it's a team game, you just wait until you have cleans again to play against Leona, right? So, my question is hybrid gonna have most stats this game or no?
Well, time will tell. As so far you can see Flawless starting on his blue buff. We'll have the Trundle marked for the beginning. As Ixu moves on up, breathes on this guy and gets him a little bit brittle. And will help Flawless start this one on the Kindred. I believe, was Kindred buffed on this patch, or is it 10.6 that Kindred got a little bit of a buff?
You're asking me, but I actually don't know. 'Cause
yeah, I try not to think about like future patches, but I unfortunately read the patch notes for 10.6, and it's confusing me a lot, not gonna lie to you.
People are asking me why they're not playing Wukong. Are they really that close-minded LCK players? But guys, they're playing on 10.5. Wukong is still pretty bad pick right now. So.
Yep. But won't be coming up very soon. I'm imagining that that's just gonna be like, it'll be perma-banned probably, but if Noguri plays it, oh my god, this feels like such a Noguri champion after the remake.
I just want to see how they organize mid-jungle again. And APK especially, they have Zoe, which is great all-in pressure champion. And here, support difference, secret.
Ooh, already up here. You can see Hybrid not able to stay in the lane, which is a little bit dangerous.
I mean, they got pressure S2 earlier in the game. And Secret might know that last game, he was not in the mid skirmishes earlier, so
he might have heard. He was hearing what it's talking about the support difference and needed to try and prove himself.
I'm sorry.
As, Scat of the Week comes out, cover a bit of damage. Yeah, you'll need to apologize later or something like that. I think we send him a message on Kakao.
I'm sorry, but that's just fact, you know.
Yeah, it's just what happened.
Yeah, that's
how,
what happened,
how it worked.
You know? Oh man, I like the cast in English, man.
It's fun. It's good to have you here, dude. As Showmaker able to get the shove in the mid lane. Top lane, of course, Noguri is shoving. He's most of the time on the enemy side of the map. You can see Canyon is up here as well, trying to make sure that Noguri doesn't get caught out. You can see Flawless not going to be able to find his first mark. Now, this is the low roll situation. Remember, it is 50-50 as to which Rift Scuttle gets the mark, and Flawless just straight up low rolling. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah. Oh,
good dredge line. Beryl taking a lot of damage. Proc comes in. Exhaust is out. But nope. Not going to be enough damage there as
Kindred
Beryl down to
is coming.
200 health. Oh dear. Going to sweep out this ward, and that's going to mean that APK has a lot of space underneath this turret already at 4 minutes with their first play. Some scary stuff. And now 80 gold apiece.
Yeah, I mean, that's why people really want to play Kai'Sa with Nautilus. Normally when you think about Kai'Sa, it has actually weak laning phase because of the range.
Yeah.
And so on. But with Nautilus, you can play really aggressive from early on, and Kai'Sa's Q pushes lane actually real fast. So this was really great try by APK. And at the same time, they can move earlier. So it's going to affect the mid lane again.
And it's a pickaxe first buy as well here from Hybrid. He's gone towards a bit of a fairy charm there as well. Not sure whether that's actually going to build into anything that he actually wants to purchase. We have seen Manamune picked up by the Kai'Sa, but I don't know whether that is the flavor of the month. I know that when it comes to like Kai'Sa builds, I like to watch what Viper does because he has a different build every single time he plays the champion.
Wow. Yeah.
Last time it was Essence Reaver.
Essence Reaver.
Which is, we haven't seen. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, mid 2v2, 3v3 potentially.
Yeah, Secret's going to find Canyon here as well. Flawless going to move on over. You can see Secret playing very
Kai'Sa's
aggressively.
here.
Now Nogri going down very low top side. Ixu gets the brittle. Another couple of
Yes,
autos.
flash right
He
away.
should be going down as Kai'Sa grabs the kill. Flash out from Nogri. We were watching the wrong part though. Jonas Strong, come on, man.
I mean,
we were just giving him a shout out, and then he was watching the wrong fight.
yeah, I mean, Kai'Sa just jumped with the blast gun right there. So I was expecting them to get some good points right there, and they got it. And also on the top side, Ixu is winning 1v1 against Naguri, by the way.
Yeah, what is going on?
Wow.
What a weird day. What a weird day it is.
I mean, he could get solo kill right there if he played
나 일단 왔거든?
a little bit slow.
봤어? 예, 트렌드 로플.
야, 나 이거 그냥 이거 찍어.
Big flash forward from the Kai'Sa. This is the aggressive hybrid you were talking about, Wadir.
Yeah, Trundle no flash by Hybrid, and they were screaming nice so really loudly right there. They're really happy with their Razor. Yeah.
Yeah, heck yeah. And thankfully we don't need translation for the Nisus. We know what that means.
Yeah.
That's a good, I can even provide translation for that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it was not that special right there. And
yeah, but still, good kill. And going to Kai'Sa as like the first kill of the game as well is fantastic for APK. And maybe we'll see the hybrid that you were talking about, you know, this aggressive solo queue player that's able to perform here for APK Prince.
yeah, I mean,
And Ixu winning lane. Who would have thought?
I mean, he's losing CS a lot still, but
Well, yeah.
he got flash out from the Naguri, and he has Ignite right now, by the way. He really wants that
Ooh,
kill.
yeah.
He really wants it, man.
What's your opinion on the Ornn keystones? We see a lot of Grasp of the Undying in more of these difficult lanes, but are you of the mind that Unsealed Spellbook is just better in most situations?
I think it's just a preference, to be honest. And Ixu, I think he's the one of the players who uses that keystone really well in different situations. Right now he has Ignite for the laning phase. Most of the players, sometimes they forget what they have for their keystones. So that's why just some players, they just want to pick up the simple root page.
Alright,
Ignited?
comes down. Great knock up there from Ixu, who just gets the solo kill with the redemption coming through from cover. Of course, the best Zoe players get redemptions all the time, and this time he's able to pick up an assist with it.
Hello, Naguri.
This is Ixu.
Yeah, I mean, Ixu played well, but at the same time, I don't know what is he doing right now from the last game.
Yeah.
He's continuing straight up dying 1v1 randomly again.
You have to remember, it's the Noguri 0-2 power spike that we're looking for. You know, when he gets down 0-2, that's when he really powers up his cover. In trouble. Does manage to hijack himself a cleanse, so uses that to get out of trouble. And it is going to be Rift Herald taken here by APK, and they're continuing the snowball.
Yeah.
Right now,
I mean,
theoretically,
yeah.
APK have a perfect game on their hands.
I'm glad that they have really good pressure, and they are using how the pressure is like so great, the map rotation wise, and these solo kills impacted a lot for the topside pressure.
Yeah. And now it's going to be an Ornn with a whole lot of power, and he's only going to get stronger as the game goes on. As Hybrid, a lot of damage onto Beryl, but Secret has to flash in order to get out of the way, and not going to be able to do so as Misfortune grabs that kill.
Oh my god.
They backed away because they saw the Trundle, but there was no way that Secret was going to be able to escape.
I'm just so sorry for Secret, but it's again, that was a support difference right there. Beryl's flash Q literally just synced it to the hole.
Yeah, the ship went down.
The ship went down.
And we want to go to the ship, remember? We have the intro song, we want to go to the ship, and unfortunately Beryl is sinking APK's ship.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
It's not what we want.
That's what I wanted to say, and yeah, I mean, it looks like you are winning the fight when you play against Leona, but actually Leona's Q's CDR is really short, by the way. That's why some players are really struggling to play against it, but yeah.
And also the defense from Eclipse from your W is something that's really hard to really understand. Okay, goes down there as Hybrid taking a lot of damage. Ghost trying to trade this one back as Flawless throws down the ulti, and now 2 versus 1 in the Lamb's Respite. Oh, answered actually, as Ghost does manage to pick up the 1-for-1, but in the end it is a 2-for-1 in favor of APK.
It's still great for APK. They keep snowballing. That's the important part of this game. And Kindred is getting full plates, which is got buffed at 10.5.
Oh yeah, and Secret's going to move on out and give Flawless all of them as well. That's massive money.
Massive.
And I actually love giving all of that gold to the Kindred as well, because she snowballs so well. She is such a feast or famine champion, right? She's going to do so much if she gets more in the earlier stages, and can be really useless if she doesn't. So fantastic that they're making sure that Flawless is scaling in this game. As Damwon look to take down the second Drake of the game in the Cloud, we're going to have Ocean Soul or Infernal Soul here this game.
As I said from the draft, Damwon Gaming is on hurry some kind of, because you are relying on
Nuguri flashed on, and Ixu just grabs it. Now I want to talk for LS just for 1 second, because he would be so impressed. Well, he might not be impressed. It's hard to impress him, but with the way Ixu's been playing this lane, because he's been asking Ornn players to play aggressively all season, and finally Ixu is just taking it to Nuguri over and over again.
True say. I mean, some players and some analysts are saying that Ixu is not good enough for LCK, but he is stomping the Guru on lane.
Yeah.
Here's 3-0
It's crazy. I don't know what's happened with Damwon, but now Canyon chasing down Flawless. There's the bullet time, actually, as Flawless did have the ultimate, but didn't need to use it. Sorry, didn't have flash available. I tell a lie, and also didn't have his Lamb's Respite. Is now Showmaker underneath the turret. They're looking for Flawless. He's a sitting duck right now.
Ooh, they're on hurry.
Yeah, teleport comes in. There's the dredge line to land. Great double knock up there from Secret, as well as Ghost zoned out of this for the moment. And now Hybrid's going to jump on him. A lot of extra damage, but Hybrid can't follow up. The rest of Damwon do manage to skirt on around, and cover turns up just a little bit too late, but they protect their players underneath the turret and only have to invest that teleport, which was answered by Nuguri anyway.
I think that was really great defensive play by APK. I thought Damwon Gaming is going to have some points here, but Syndra didn't get any single kill, and his kill path direction is 0 right now.
Yeah, not able to really participate in this game so far, but is farming out very well. Shades of old Showmaker, who was just ahead in farm no matter what champion he was playing, ever. Haven't really seen that from him so far. It's not the same Damwon that we saw in the 2019 season, as we have a look at Ixu's solo kill once again. And it's what you want. He's playing out this lane really nicely as Infernal Soul once more as well, guys. We're just getting rid of all of the rocks around the map. Twice in a row.
I mean, solo kill, yes, it can happen, but it shouldn't happen, you know? Because when you pick up the champions and pick up the matchup when you're in ban picks, you already accept that, wow, I can play this matchup, so that's why I'm playing this matchup, right? But literally he's getting stomped in lane, and the end of it, he's getting solo killed, right? So this is pretty shocking that Nuguri is losing focus again. While we were talking about how Nuguri played so much well for the Damwon Gaming at round 1. But at round...
And he was their carry, exactly. He was the last sort of member of this team that was still playing like the old Damwon. And now it's him that's just gone completely mental boom. To quote, the Korean community, mental boom. Certainly, I'm trying to participate in a Korean way as well. But yeah, it does feel like huge mental boom here for Nuguri in game number 2. But 0-2 power spike, did. He has hit it. And now maybe it is time for him to perform.
Oh my gosh, man. Actually, it reminds me when they played at Wars last year. Because it was similar. That Nuclear on the bot lane, now it's Ghost, but they were playing good on bot side and mid side, but Nuguri was struggling so hard at the timing, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of similar.
It did feel like teams were focusing Nuguri a lot at Worlds. This wasn't an example of Nuguri getting focused. This was him getting back-to-back solo killed. I mean, there was an assist by a redemption for the first one, but otherwise, it's just Ixu and Nuguri 1v1. And that is just unheard of. In an isolated laning phase, Nuguri should win every time because he's just so good. But it's just not happening. As Canyon on a control ward, but Ixu down to about half and does have to Searing charge his way out. And Shirley, I believe, just going to ram her head into this turret. As Showmaker going to get knocked up by the depth charge. A lot of damage there as Hybrid not able to follow it up. As Ghost now looking for cover. As the double up does a lot of damage and Canyon now going to be here. So no outer turret to be taken by APK at this point in time. They still have a 2,000 gold lead and things are still looking great for APK moving further forward into this game.
Yeah, I mean, if Syndra died right there, then the game is going to snowball super hard from that timing. But luckily, we had Showmaker, so he survived that game.
Yep, did have to blow the cleanse, but not exactly the longest cooldown, and holds on to his flash. So all fine here for Damwon, and still 21 CS in the lead is Showmaker. The Syndra is doing work, even though she hasn't been able to necessarily participate in any of the kills. 5 seconds, an Infernal Drake will be spawning. Earth, Wind, and Fire actually coming out in perfect order as well. I love it. As Nuguri taken down relatively low. Griddle is going to get procced there as APK move on over to try and challenge for this dragon. Flawless jumps on over. There's the on-horn. Gets a couple of people. Griddle, exactly right. And double knock-up on the back line as it is going to be secured by Canyon. But now Nuguri diving into the back line.
Wow!
He's going to fall down. 3-man knock-up is huge from Ixu in the back line there as the dredge line flies forward. So much CC as Hybrid gets into the back line.
Wow!
Manages to stun him up instantly and he's deleted from the fight. And now Damwon have turned it on its head. No one has died, despite the fact that APK got so much of that CC down and still they're fighting forward. Showmaker wanting to find Flawless, able to avoid the scat of the week, as now Ixu slows them down with the pillar, and they do get away with a couple of members still alive, but Damwon somehow bring back that team fight.
I mean, APK just didn't focus enough, I felt like. First, Kindred, he failed his smite while he's hitting Drake with the E last hit with the smite at the same time. That's the first problem.
Yeah.
And second, APK's damage dealers couldn't hit the front line well enough. And then on top of it, Barrel's focus was so great. And the last timing.
Oh no. Yeah, Flawless just early smited that as well, and also had the Lamb's Respite available this whole time, but just didn't find an opportunity to use it.
Look at the timing when Hybrid jumps in. Very instant flash onto Kaisa.
Yeah.
It stuns him. Wow.
And held on to the cooldown for like that whole time as well. So
oh my god.
Really heads up play for Beryl. They just knew exactly what APK were planning on doing.
I didn't see it before, but Secret at the last timing, he just flashed in and stopwatch and he died.
Oh no.
Oh my god, that's so sad.
Yeah, we need to stop talking about Secret. It feels like we're cursing him, you know?
No, what I'm trying to focus is like how they played the team fights and focusing wise. But
yeah.
I mean, I know that he really wants to help Hybrid right there, but it was really unnecessary skill set.
Yeah. Sort of throwing himself away, which is not what you want to see. Is Nuguri now running away from APK. There's the on-horn coming in again. Just going to go back. Don't really know what that was doing, as Flawless steals a blue buff, but really wants to get towards the mark. Haven't actually seen the stack amount onto Flawless, but No worries, just there. He's now Damwon looking to push down this mid-outer turret, and they should have priority here. And should be able to get this one for themselves. A little bit of a mistake from APK to leave this one just open and undefended.
So yeah, I mean, it seems like APK, they really just need to focus on the team fights, because the only one player who is playing so much well in this game is Iksu. With Ornn,
Yeah.
he solo killed twice Naguri on lane, and also he just need to carry the team fight alone. He really did well last team fight either, by the way.
Yeah, no, he definitely did. And now Iksu's hit level 13 as well. He's upgraded his Abyssal Mask, very close to getting his Sunfire Cape completed as well, which will then be a Forgefire Cape, and all of these extra items are going to be coming in. We'll see when Hybrid can actually build an item that is going to be upgraded, because next item's probably Nash's Tooth, and it's going to take a while before he gets something that can be upgraded by Ornn. A little bit unfortunate. Ghost takes the red buff, and Secret just more and more vision available here towards the top side as Baron spawns in 1 second's time. There we go, ticks over. And APK have control of this area. There's the bullet time just to clear a minion wave. And it's all just going to calm down again.
That was really great ulti. It was only one timing that they could group mid and focus on mid first turret, because all the rotation starts from mid, right? So
yeah.
that was most important tower, but they defended really well and they got the timing on the side, so it's great. And Zoe's top side and Kaisai's alone.
Canyon. Yeah, exactly. Kaisa actually has to use the heal, but Canyon teleport, flying forward. Iksu having to get out of here right now as Noguri over to the side looking for Flawless. Lamb's Respite does come in. Good knock up there, but Flawless wants to get the heal. He can't, and he's executed by the ultimate of Noguri. Love it. The teleport coming in from the top laners, and Noguri able to come out ahead from that exchange. And APK just have to get out.
Communication-wise, it's really important that you need to talk to your teammates what you are doing on the map, and Cover was literally just pushing topside, and Kaisa just went into mid for no reason, it seemed like. And they did 4v5.
And they also didn't have the turret available either, so it just wasn't safe enough for Hybrid to be there. As we have a look at this once again, it's exactly what you were talking about. I mean, like, they did have the support and jungle in the area, but Canyon did so much work at the start of this fight, and there's no ulti, no heal on Hybrid as this next engage starts happening.
I mean, you just cannot touch mid lane. You are showing side and mid at the same time. That's illegal. It's just illegal play.
Yep.
That's not allowed.
We should find them. Illegal. Can't do it. It's against the law. Damwon now going to be looking for their third Drake of the game, and will be threatening Soul Point here as well, as APK do not want to give this one up. Flawless, no ulti available, but still dives into this pit, wanting to go for this exchange. Does take down the Drake. He gets piled on, but he's managed to deny Soul Point from Damwon, and maybe that's worth the price of his life.
Yeah. This time he got Drake, at least.
Yep.
And they cannot try Nashor,
that he can actually smite. Yeah. Oh no. Okay, Damwon looking to head up there at least.
I mean,
still 20 seconds on Flawless, and so no smites available unless Iksu can grab one out of his pocket with his unsealed spellbook.
Oh man. Something is gonna happen here.
Oh dear. Yep, there we go. The chain CC comes forward. Showmaker throws down the ultimate, but Cover does manage to flash out. And okay, fantastic bubble is going to land it onto Canyon. There's the dredge line, also brilliant pillar.
Secret.
But the knockback is going to come in. Hybrid coming on down as well, does have the ultimate available, doesn't find the Void Seeker on anyone, as the trouble bubble was close to landing, but unable to take down Canyon. Does manage to get out.
I mean, there's a problem coming in right here. Zoe's going side. Normally when you're playing Zoe,
not exactly a split push champion, is it?
When you're playing Zoe, you really want to go to mid lane, but right now they're hitting Nashor.
Yep, and Cover's down at half health as well. Able to get a Paddle Star in there. Canyon very, very low. They were expecting him to go back, which is, I think, why they started this one up. Trouble Bubble lands, but doesn't find any targets. Beryl in there as well. There's the Zenith Blade, and in the backline, Flawless now has himself a lot of invulnerability. Noguri diving on in, but doesn't find any of his key targets. And Iksu was just soaking damage. Paddle Star misses, and no one is dead, but the Baron is going to get turned off on.
I think that was really great tryout from APK right there. It was a little
Yeah.
bit not organized and engaged by them, but still they tried something.
And the idea was good,
Yeah.
right? Like, it feels like something that T1 does. They just start Barons and see whether or not the enemy team is actually going to try and stop them. And I actually think it's really good. It puts pressure on your opponents and forces them to make a decision. And here in the LCK, we find things a little bit difficult when we have to make decisions because, you know, that can lead to mistakes and we don't like that very much here in the LCK. So I really, really like that idea from APK just to at least throw something out there and say, hey, look, what are you going to do if we do this? I like the idea as well.
And my question is, where is my Kindred? It feels like he was really ahead in all the game. Because he got some kills and then map-wise he controlled really well, but at some point he just disappeared randomly and seems like not dealing that much in this game.
And also hasn't been able to get any of the marks either. You can see the Gromp over here does have a mark on it, but Nogri is going to be able to take that one down. Spots that it is going to be available, and Kindred's nowhere near that particular area, and map control has just fallen away from APK even after their fantastic early game where we were talking about it should be great for the Kindred.
Oh man.
Not going to be. Yep, Canyon taking a hell of a lot of damage here as there's the bullet time, but the flash is going to come in. Great knock-up is going to land onto Beryl, but Beryl has just been so good at frontlining and denying APK any engage. They do have to back away again.
I mean, that's why Kai'Sa is really scary when you're playing tanky champion, you know? Even if you're tank, you might know that your enemy AD carry cannot one-shot you, but Kai'Sa can. So...
does so much damage if you stack up that passive, absolutely.
Slowly he's getting some items and almost at the 3 cores.
And looks like he's going for maybe a rapid fire cannon? Or the Runon's Hurricane is item number 3. Often we would see the AP Kai'Sa happen here with the items that he already has built up, but deciding to go more of the AD route, making sure that Zoe does as much damage as possible, I guess, and maybe witnessing a fair bit of magic resist being built by the enemy team, but it's only really Canyon and Beryl that has any sort of magic resist right now.
I think he really doesn't like to build some defensive item like Zhonya's or QSS. You know?
Yeah.
He's just straight up going for damage dealer items.
Hey, I mean, he's got an ultimate for reposition and gets a shield, okay? That's enough.
Okay.
That's fine.
Different sides, 2 sides. Noguri on the top side.
Well, it is going to be the Baron going down. It's taken by the smite of the Ornn as now Nogari's diving in onto cover. He picks up the Hextech Gunblade, but it looks like APK have been routed here. Ixu going down so damn low. As Flawless now in here. Hybrid in the backline has to flash to get out of the way. Blast Cones to try and escape as, Make It Rain comes down. Ghost taking a lot of damage. The trade from Hybrid. Love the play, but is still going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. And it's only 1 Baron left available.
But still, man, I want to spotlight the Beryl at that team fight. He was literally making Kai'Sa useless for 5 seconds alone as Leona. So it was really great to see. But at the same time, APK tried good strategy right there with 2 smites. You can just smite it at 2k with your jungler. You just get Nashor instantly. But look at Beryl here. Ooh!
Oh, just huge. Stops him from doing anything. Wouldn't a QSS be good?
And cleans, maybe.
And had to flash out very, very early, as well as at least the Dance of Arrows gets the Kindred to safety. This was sick, though. Did have the auto in the air, but it's a lot of extra gold going over to Hybrid, who now has an extra BF sword and that Runon's Hurricane complete.
Wow. He's one of a kind, yeah? He literally got blocked by Leona last team fight, and he doesn't care.
He had enough gold. Like, that doesn't have to be a BF sword. That can be a QSS right now.
Exactly. And or maybe he can build like Zhonya's to reset the target.
That's actually true. I mean, he's playing Kai'Sa, who can build any defensive. He can even build Banshee's Veil if he wants to. Right? Like, he has so many defensive options, but no. He's gonna need an infinity.
More damage. I need more damage.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see whether he can actually make it work, because this might be like I like to call it aiming style, where you just suicide into the backline and press Q. Doesn't work quite as well now with the current iteration of the Kai'Sa, but it's still a thing that can work out. And he does have a lot of damage available. So maybe that's going to be his tactic. He doesn't really mind if he dies or not. As cover in trouble. Nogri, a lot of damage with that combo. Does have to heal and flash. Sorry, just flash in order to get out. He hijacked a little heal there. God, Zoe's confusing.
Well, luckily, I was worrying about the Damwon Gaming's team composition because of the late game damage dealer, but it seems like Ghost got enough kills to go to the late game.
Yeah.
And Showmaker also, he's deleting the Zoe in this game. I didn't feel like Zoe was in the game. I just realized that Zoe was in the game. APK side.
Yeah, she's been split pushing,
Yeah.
you know, so hasn't really been able to do too much as the solo player. He's going to go wide. Supercharger there from Hybrid was good, but he can't actually get in to do damage. Secret now going to try and turn it as Showmaker down to about half health. In goes Beryl into the back line. Huge bullet time, but the Lamb's respite is going to be there. Flawless gets himself out as Nogri executes the Kai'Sa. Beryl is taken down as now Ixu looking for Showmaker. He goes golden though, and it looks like Ixu is going to get kited out of this one, and Canyon will just eat him in the end. Nogri hunting for Flawless as a double kill comes forward for Ghost. Flawless over here. Nogri is going to look for him. He should be able to find this kill, but nope, not going to be able to find Flawless and doesn't want to dive the turret. As Damwon just so far ahead at this particular point in time, and it's just good to see Ghost performing now on this team.
Yeah, and again, Hybrid got hit by every single skill shots by Leona. So it was really easy to Ghost to play with his performance that we wanted to see from Ghost.
Yeah, that is so true. And I think the real difference to Damwon here from this game and last game, I think is Beryl coming in. Like, Beryl has just been fantastic throughout this series.
That was a really good pillar by Canyon either, but...
Yeah, true. I think it's the the more supportive players on Damwon that have just really been showing up here today. It's great to see.
So, Hybrid just couldn't play the game.
Nope. It's illegal. Once again, against the law. Can't play the game. He might be able to if he had a QSS though, maybe, or even cleanse. You know? Oh dear. I don't like it when there's situations like that that are so easily fixed that players aren't actually looking at, right? Like now he goes back, he gets himself another pickaxe. Like he just wants damage, but it's not what he needs. He needs to be able to auto attack, and he can't if he's stunned for like 7 seconds in a team fight.
Or even exhaust. Some people said maybe bot cleanse is gonna get more worth because of the exhaust. Because so many supports are starting to get exhaust on the bot side after the buff. The reason why is exhaust doesn't matter with your levels, right? But ignite does less damage when you're lower level.
True.
So that's why cleanse is needed for Hybrid this game.
Well, cleanse would have been great. Mercurial Scimitar would have been great, but he still has a lot of damage and has the potential to control a team fight if he can get into a good position. Cover just throws out his Super Soaker for no reason, but that was, I believe, a W. So just running out, so just pressing the button for fun. As APK wanting to deny this Infernal Soul once again. 9 seconds until that one's available. The Trouble Bubble not going to find the mark there as Beryl is going to get turned on. APK might have found an opportunity here, but Beryl looking to turn it.
One shot.
Stone Plate, huge damage out from the ultimate as it's a good double knockup from Mixu, but maybe it's a little bit too late as Cover gets obliterated by... Oh no! Nogri's going to survive for the moment, goes golden, and it is going to be the rest of the team moving on over here as it's Ghost looking for a quadra kill, but Nogri says no, as it's a full house. Nogri's full of ghosts. And now Infernal Soul's available, but Damwon want to push down the base and maybe just win the game.
Great team fight. They tried to engage on Leona, and Kindred got one shot.
Yep.
Really?
And there's 19 stacks on Showmaker's Madrai Soul Stealer as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we expected from Damwon Gaming, to stop APK with the team color. Still, there was some questionable plays by Naguri and Total Teams, but still, they got W right here.
Damn right they did. And now in 33 minutes as well. So 20 minutes shorter than game number 1. That's what we like to see. Damwon really turning around what was a questionable performance in game number 1. And look, the early game went well for APK, but Damwon just took hold of the mid game and didn't let go. It was much better. And the 0-2 Noguri power spike happened because his teleports were really good. He was able to assassinate the carries in the backline, and he turned around what was a pretty abysmal initial performance in the early game this game.
I mean, I'm glad that the Damwon Gaming won this game, but at the same time, their playstyle, I don't think they can compete against top 5 LCK teams right now with this performance.
Yeah, this really did feel, it felt like a bottom of the table match, right? It really did feel like that.
Like,
it's not like yesterday when we were watching like T1 versus DRX, which was in game 1, like super intense, and you could tell that both of these teams are really strong, and there was a lot on the line. This was just scrappy, crazy weirdness. I don't know.
I mean, we don't even need to talk about top 3 teams. We can even just simply compare KT to Damwon. Look,
yeah, true.
I mean, KT is playing so good right now, recently.
KT are really exciting. I don't know what happened. They're on a 6-match win streak after losing their first 5 matches.
Yeah, I mean,
just crazy.
I was expecting them to do well earlier because their players are great and good synergy between veteran players and rookie players, or I mean, not that rookie, but new players, but still.
Yeah, younger players.
Yeah, young players, but still, you know, I don't know why APK lost their team color. Yes, their aggressiveness we could see, but it was destroying the game. Not like aggressive that we want to see like LPR or LEC.
And it's frustrating because Flawless has had the LPL training, you know, like he knows that, but like this is not, I don't know. When I saw that Flawless was coming over to APK, I was excited, but we have to remember that even in the LPL, he wasn't performing very well. After what was so much hype at the beginning. He reminds me, do you know who Flawless reminds me of a lot as far as like community perception? It reminds me of Crash.
Oh.
Like Crash was like, everyone was talking about like how great he was, and then he just never really did anything.
Yeah.
Ever. It was a bit sad. And that's what Flawless really feels like to me, is I have to vote for player of the game, and I'm trying to work out who it is. I think Ghost. Let's give it to Ghost.
Okay. I mean,
that was a very quick decision, because I just had to make up my mind.
Yeah, I mean,
but no, Beryl, crap. Beryl.
Yeah, I mean, I voted for Beryl. He played so much well, so much good.
I almost Jonas Stronged it. I'm really sorry. I almost Jonas Stronged it real hard, but thankfully we saved it. As Ghost did play well, but this game was all about Beryl denying hybrid every single time.
Yeah, I'm happy that we are seeing Ghost playing good this game. Because everyone was talking about why Ghost is in Damwon Gaming after the last game. But he showed the reason why he's here.
He played very well. And on Sandbox, he was actually a different player than what we saw previously. Like, Ghost playing for BBQ, like, he just didn't really have any good performances. Ignar, like, I guess maybe wasn't the lane partner that he really wanted in that team, but still, like, Ghost couldn't really find his way in. But on Sandbox, even with Joker, I think he was still pretty good.
Yeah, that's the main point. Even with Joker, he looked good in that team, you know, right? And right now, again, Beryl back on his form. That's great to see again. That's what I wanted to see.
And seeing Beryl and Canyon performing so well just shows that Damwon are finally sort of putting the pieces back together. Because, I mean, Noguri and Showmaker, they can have pop-off games, but you need to have the foundation of the team to be strong in order to let them do that, you know? And it's showing that Damwon are at least able to take down APK, and we'll see whether the bigger tests are going to come out well for them as well, because this doesn't tell us a lot about what Damwon can do against the T1s, the, you know, Dragon X, even like a team like a Freak of Freaks. Like APK, this should have been an easy win, and game 1 was 55 minutes, so it was far from an easy win here for Damwon.
I mean, but still, as I said, Damwon Gaming compared to top 5 teams, it's not comparable. They really need to
Yeah.
focus on improving as a team. Still, they got win, but their game 1 was totally messy.
It was so messy. It was so much fun. Loved it. Absolutely fantastic. But still, a win's a win, and a 2-0 is a 2-0. They still get maximum points from this match, right? So in the end, it doesn't actually
Oh
matter.
man, congratulations, yeah?
Just don't watch the VOD. Don't watch the VOD is what we need to say. 35,000 damage is pretty strong for good old Misfortune here, as these damage numbers at least look right in comparison to last game. Finally, we have some real LCK numbers, but 34.2k, not bad from Ghost, but it's all about having Beryl right there supporting him the whole way. Like, he was given so much room because this Leona play was just fantastic.
Yeah, he was hitting every single skill shots in every moment. The reason why I really didn't want to play Leona is when you go in, normally you cannot go come back. You know, most of the times you died. But Beryl, he only died twice.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
So good. And this is his first player of the game. So this sort of highlights exactly what we were talking about, right? It's finally good to see these players actually performing because they're starting to pick up the player of the game. They're starting to be recognized for some good plays, and it's really good to see.
Yeah.
Hoping to see it in their next game as well.
Yeah, exactly.
As Flawless stealing away Drake was definitely good.
I mean,
Yeah.
at the same time, again, it was really interesting choice by Hybrid, not going QSS and not going cleans against Leona. But
very interesting.
Yeah, but
interesting.
still you could miss your skill shots, but Beryl didn't. So I'm glad that he played well, and it was he's champion. You know, when you think about the Leona in LCK, you might think about carrier or effort, but when I think about Leona in LCK, it's Beryl all the time. It reminds me with the nuclear Kaisa, but this time with the Ghost Misfortune, they performed very well on the both side.
Really clean. Also good to see Ghost finally performing because Damwon, like everyone was calling for a new AD carry. I don't want to sort of talk badly about Nuclear too much, but he wasn't at the same level as the rest of Damwon during Worlds, even before Worlds, right? Like it felt like he was the weak link. Even if he did play better at Worlds than we were expecting, it wasn't what we needed from a team that's going to be like world class, right? As we move into the interview, so here's Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from Canyon and Beryl. Well, we suddenly got disconnected. Anyway, maybe having some technical issue over here.
많이 당황했네요.
그렇죠. 네.
목소리도 끊겼기 때문에 밀어서 잠금 해제.
So I'll be back when the issue is solved. We are having a bit of a technical issue.
들었습니다.
다시 연결 중이겠죠.
다시 연결해야죠. 당연하죠. 여기서 갑자기
Okay, I think it might be back to us.
Wow, talk show again. I'm having issue all the time when I'm casting or commentating.
I know it must be you.
Yes,
it's you
I'm
again. What are you doing?
What? Yeah. What? Why? Why it's always me?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Hour and a half break, 55-minute game, and now we've just destroyed the ability to even listen to the players. As we check out some of the pro view here from Ghost, flashing on in, grabbing all of these kills.
천천히. 나 펜타각인데 펜타. 아까 뺏었어.
Good.
That was really fun moment, by the way. Ghost,
Can you help us with some translation?
Yeah, Ghost was like shouting about, "Oh, this might be Penta," and like one of the random players said, "No, I got the Penta. I blocked it." That's the team synergy I like to see.
Yep, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think maybe we're not getting an interview. I haven't had confirmation from Ji-sun just yet as to what's going to happen there, but maybe we're going to go there later. I don't know. Do you have any extra information? Here we are. We're back. Okay, so let's throw it back to Ji-sun for some translation now.
So we're back after the shortest interview of all time.
Surprise.
Beryl said he was also really flustered that they got suddenly disconnected. And Beryl, you need a haircut.
미용실을 가야 되는데 지금
I mean, I have to
코로나
got my
사태 때문에 좀 밖에
get
나가는
my
걸
haircut,
최대한
but you know it's corona out there, so I'm just trying not to go outside. But you still look really stylish with
이게
that
지금
long hair.
옆으로 넘겨서 그렇지 내리면 눈이 좀 다
I mean, I
덮여지더라고요.
try not kind of push it
이렇게
to
머리
the
말릴 때
side, but
신중하게
if I just make it fall to my face, it's super long.
흑염룡 컨셉 볼 뻔했는데. 안타깝습니다. 두 선수 먼저 그 이번 스플릿
First
첫
of
번째
all,
POG를 두 선수 모두 얻어냈습니다.
First POG of the split for
그죠?
both of you.
일단 어떻게 베리 선수도 마찬가지지만 캐년 같은 경우는
So
워낙
Canyon,
POG를 밥 먹듯이 먹던
you were the one who just took POG like eating breakfast. So how are you feeling right now? Finally got that first POG. I'm really happy that I finally got it.
생각보다 경기 오래 한 것 같아서
But
잘 빨리 못
today's
끝낸 것
game
같아서
was
좀
longer than expected, so it's a little bit of a shame.
네, 말씀드리면
I mean, indeed, it was the longest game of the split.
뭐 하게 됐어요?
하나는
So you guys broke 2 records today. You guys had the longest game and also the most kills in a game for the 2020 LCK Spring Split.
되게 많이 나오네 킬이.
네, 저희는
Whoa, that's a lot of kills.
팀 내 분위기 어땠나요, 1세트?
So how was the players reacting in game number 1? How was the atmosphere? Well, we were actually really calm.
마지막에 무적을 활용을 해가지고
And in the last moment, like you guys went with the DRX ultimate, like open team fight, or was that your own decision?
넥서스 남았을 때 그 뭐지? 넥서스 남을 때
When
계속
there was
고스트
only
선수가
Nexus
이거 그냥
left,
카리쿵 하고 끝낼
well,
생각도
Ghost
하면
told us like we
계속하자
can just
이렇게
use Tark
말했었어요.
ult and go for the
고스트
Nexus.
선수가 그런 영감을 좀 많이 줬군요. 고스트 선수와의 호흡 베릴 선수는 어때요?
How is your teamwork with Ghost Barrel?
맞춘지 별로 안 돼가지고 아직 좀 많이
It has
안 맞는 게
been a
있는데
while since we
그래도
played
좀
together, so there are some
맞추려고
points that we have to work
플레이가 안
on.
맞는
So
거죠?
we are trying to kind of improve our teamwork. You're talking about in-game plays, right? I mean in-game play, and also at the same time, we also need to kind of have the same be on the same page in terms of calls. So when we have a different opinions, well, I try to kind of listen to Ghost because he is the damage carry.
그런 해석이었던 것 같고요. 베리 선수 1, 2경기 플레이하면서
Beryl in game number 1 and 2.
탑에서 자꾸 사고가
Well,
나오기도 하고.
I want to mention about this, having a lot of accidents at top side, you know. A lot of players also got cut out in the middle and late game. So how is the atmosphere in Common Gaming right now?
아마 저희가 용 1기 세트 때 용한타에서 좀 아칼리가 잘 들어간 걸로 봤거든요.
In game 1 and 2, Akali during the dragon fight, Akali went in really well. And he actually forced the flash out of the damage carry. So I thought, oh, he did a great job. He doesn't really have to re-engage. But he actually walked into the fight again. So I kind of asked him to stay away from the range. However, that happened again in game number 2. It got solo killed for a couple of times. But actually, Nogri also has his own point of view as a top laner, so I shouldn't actually interrupt that. What about you, Kenyon, as a jungler?
이제부터 아칼리 봉인하기로.
Well, we have to shut down Akali from now on.
압수 요새 많이 쓰는.
네. 마지막에 피드백이 아칼리 압수로 끝났나요?
Was that the final feedback of today's match? Locking in the locking Akali away.
되게 빠르네요.
It is kind of.
일단은 뭐 베리 선수가 2세트 장면도 인상 깊다는 얘기들이 많았었는데 특히나
And Beryl, your performance in game number 2 was also on point, especially kind of shutting down Kai'Sa on the side of APK.
그건 어떤 식의 콜이 있었나요? 본인의
So
그
who made the
의식함이
call
있었나요?
in game? Was it your own opinion?
레오나 상대로 거의 정화를 드는 게 되게
Well,
좋거든요.
it's actually really good to take cleanse into Leona for laning phase and also team fight, but Hybrid did not take cleanse for game number 2. So I kind of marked Kai'Sa throughout the team fight.
좋다고 생각해서 탈진도 같이
So I also took exhaust to kind of keep my eyes on the AD carry.
블루 쪽에서 잘 만들어냈었죠.
네. 근데 좀 마무리를 지어야 될 것 같은데 지금 사실
So
캐년
this is
선수를
time
응원하시는
to
많은
wrap up this
분들께서
interview.
다른 스포츠에서 그 2년차 징크스라는 게 있어요.
And also there is also sophomore jinx in terms of sports because some of the players are having a rough time when they come to their second year in their career. But you guys showed up a really great performance today. Well, today it was not really bad, but still there are a lot of mistakes. So we want to show perfect performance, to be honest. Then anything you want to say to your fans?
계속 열심히 할 테니까.
We will keep doing our best.
걱정 안 하셔도 됩니다.
Don't worry about us.
계속 올라올 거다.
그러니까요.
이건 좋은 얘기인 것 같네요.
그리고 베리 선수.
And Burrow?
앞머리가 실시간으로 자라고 있는 것
I
같아요.
think your hair is growing in real time. I cannot see your eyes now. I mean, my hairs keep falling down.
일단 팬 여러분들께서 지금 이 앞머리만큼이나 많이
I
보고
think
계실
your
것 같아요.
fans
너무 보고 싶다는 생각을 할 것 같은데.
Are missing you a lot. So, any last message for the fans?
저희가 오늘 APK 경기로 4연패를 끊었는데
We finally stopped our 4 series losing streak, so we will do our best to make it to a winning streak and make it to the playoff potential zone. This will be the end of the interview with Canyon Burrow from Daman Gaming, picking up 2-2-0 victory up against APK, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation of the haircut interview. Absolutely fantastic to hear about Beryl's hair for so long. I love Sunke. He's just fantastic.
Yeah. He's so fun.
He is just the most charismatic man I have ever met. I swear to God. He's just a really cool guy.
I mean,
big fan.
Also, my head is booming at the same time right now because I'm
Oh yeah?
Obviously, I'm not a great English speaker, right? But I'm trying to figure out what is this game just happened at this game, and I don't know what to say, you know.
Well, I mean, hopefully the next series is going to be a little bit of a step up as far as the quality of the League of Legends is concerned, because this was definitely more bottom of the table. And then we're going to have our last series we did, which is going to be very weird. I don't really understand what's going to happen. DRX versus Griffin. You know, it's Griffin with a new top laner, Hoya. Like, is he good? Is he not good? Hasn't necessarily performed yet, but they did okay in their last series, but not very. I don't know. It's hard to guess. And DRX have just been losing games left, right, and center.
Yep.
So it's tough. It's tough to predict that one. But maybe our next series is going to be a little bit better. As Afrika versus Gen G. This is huge. This is first place versus fourth, I believe, at the moment. And Afrika, if they win, not only are they going to be giving T1 an opportunity to finish first, but they will move up, I believe, over DRX at that point. And then DRX will need to win their next one in order to confirm that spot. So let's find out what happens after the break.
Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleets on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2020 LCK Spring. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined by Wadid. And finally, dude, we have ourselves a top-tier match that might be a bit more high-quality League of Legends than what we saw from our previous series.
Wow, I'm so happy that I'm casting this game. As I said, it's not even comparable. Africa Genji, ooh man, those top teams, but still, Genji Gaming, Genji Esports is so much better team right now. So I want to see how Africa Freaks wants to play against the team.
Yeah, and do you see Genji as the clear best team in the LCK right now, or do you put it between them and T1?
I mean, before round 2 starts, I said DRX is gonna stomp LCK, so I don't want to say more than that.
Well, I mean, that's what we've been saying as well, man. We've been talking up DRX so much, but it feels like they're just so prone to tilting. It's still like this story. It feels like it plagues Deft on every team that he's on. Is just these games happen and he just can't get the mental together. And we saw it yesterday and it was really unfortunate. Yeah. So we'll have to see what DRX do in our last match. But now we get to see the big boys. Genji versus Africa is just a huge match. And Africa have been up and down in a few of their last matches. But I think with Dread finding himself some form, even though the last match certainly wasn't, Dread has been performing better over the weeks, moving up to these matches. So I'm excited to see how he's going to perform, or whether it's going to be Spirit this time around.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the main point of this game is how Africa Freaks mid jungle can play against Genji's mid jungle, which is Cleed and BDD, you know?
Yeah, I know, it's real scary.
Real scary, and at the same time, it's not even comparable mid jungle, to be honest. Because when you talk about Africa Freaks, yeah, they have good side laners, Keen, one of the best. I mean, he is the best LCK top laner right now, and both sides, Mystic and Jelly, they are playing really good. But still, mid laner, Fly, he's still questionable, right?
And he like the thing was, right, I was really high on Africa after Kesper Cup, because Fly was actually playing well in that tournament. Yeah. That's why they managed to stomp all the way through and take the title. But Ruler now having a look at his 1,000 kills, currently on 992, and I have a feeling he's gonna make it to 1,000 here today.
I mean, I think he really wanna perform today well, because yesterday Teddy, he performed like monster, right?
Oh my god, yeah.
So he need to prove that he is the one top 80 carry right now in LCK with the 1K kill celebrate by himself.
Exactly. Look at how many kills he's got on Ezreal as well. Damn. Oof. Ruler has certainly been playing a lot of that champion. As we have a look at some of the team stats here, Baron percentage very, very high for Gen G because, of course, they've been doing a lot of winning.
Yeah.
It's just how it goes when you're winning the game more. That's why the KDA is so much higher and all this sort of stuff. So, rest of the stats, anything interesting that you are spying here, Wadid?
Not really. I mean, average Baron per player. It doesn't matter because they are fucking. Oh, I'm really sorry.
You get one per series, okay? One per series.
Okay, they are on the first place, so it doesn't matter. That's what I want to say. So I want to see the performance by.
I just like all of the D colons in the stream chat. Oh no!
No!
Don't worry, I'm joining in.
Oh my!
But never mind. It is. I think at that point it adds emphasis to the fact that Gen G are performing so damn well. So I think you're okay. I want to send a message to Martin after this, to Deficio, to talk about whether or not you're going to be able to eclipse the amount of times that he's messed up as far as that is concerned. We're starting with Spirit though. This time around, it's not going to be Dread, and Fly is in, and so we'll see whether he can pick this one up as. Mystic and Jelly, like you were talking about, they have been performing well. Keen is still fantastic. Spirit has been good, honestly. But Fly is still the weak link for this team, and he's up against probably the best mid-jungle duo in the LCK. We were talking about this actually on the Pog State last episode. We're going to be recording a new one soon, guys, so don't worry. But on the last episode, we were talking about mid-jungle being so necessary in this particular meta, but also just how damn good the mid-jungle combo is for Gen G. So let's just see whether Afrika can find a way to play around it. Because that's what makes this so hard, right? Is that now, like, Gen G can play whichever style they want, but Afrika has to find a way to fix their issues as far as mid-jungle.
The best top laner in LCK. The world-class Afrika Freaks Keen, man. We can see it from the stats. His damage per minute, CS difference at the 15 minutes, gold difference at the 15 minutes, everything. First. Wow. It's just like...
And his DPM is only behind one player, and his KDA being low I don't think matters, because what it proves is that even in games that Keen loses, he still smashes his lane. Like, there is not a moment where Keen isn't going to be able to walk away ahead after a laning phase, and that's what you want out of a top laner. This guy is world-class, always has been, and has always been stuck on an Afrika Freaks team that can't quite get over the line.
Yeah. And BDD right here. Some analysts are saying that maybe, don't you think Chovy is one of the most great player right now? Because his single performance are so great, but I disagree, and I picked up BDD for the all-star, all-pro team for the round 1, because especially their mid-jungle synergy is on point. It's not even comparable.
So
they play always together. They know how to use mid pressure into jungle pressure, into the top lane, or into the bot lane, or into the objectives. Those are the things that we really want to see from the team games, you know? And yeah, that's the main part. Their mid is BDD.
Yeah. He's just so good. And him and Cleared, having all of that synergy and then also looking kind of similar is just so cool. I don't know, it just makes me really happy. They look like brothers and they play like brothers when they're on the Rift as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, some people are saying that already. Oh, don't you think Faker is good? I mean, yeah, Faker is maybe a good mid laner, but I'm talking about mid jungle synergy, you know? They are the best.
Yeah, and also, I mean, T1 now are experimenting with new junglers, things like that, so it's a different conversation to have. But here we are in Champion Select, Gen G on our red side, and Afrika will be starting with the appropriate colors on the blue. And BDD being focused already by Afrika, not wanting to let him have that Pigeon Man in the mid lane, and Varus, of course, the blue side ban that we see all the time, taken off the board.
So, is it gonna be just classic ban picks like last games? Varus, Kalista, Senna, Aphelios, maybe LeBlanc some games, I don't know. And
maybe the Ornn ban here from Afrika on blue. But then, like, you could tell that Afrika are probably looking for a set first pick. That's just what they love doing.
So,
But they still, like, Gen.G will have to ban Senna, otherwise that's going to be taken away.
So yeah, the reason why they really want to just keep as a classic ban picks is both teams are thinking that we can just win simply against enemy teams, so we don't need to gamble it with the Joker picks or random picks, right? So that's why they just want to keep the ban picks simple.
Yeah. Well, right now we have ticked down to 0, and we haven't found the last ban.
Oh.
So I'm not sure what's going on here.
Is it the client issue? Oh.
Internet a little bit unstable at the moment.
Internet issue.
So we're gonna see what we can do as far as fixing this one up.
That's pretty weird, because Korea is known as fastest internet country in the world, right?
Yeah.
So.
And also most stable internet.
Yeah, exactly.
In the world.
So that's why a lot of players wanted to come to Korea and play League. But
yeah, and also the solo queue is apparently much better here than anywhere else in the world.
But I heard a lot of players starting to go to Europe instead of Korea.
I know that happened last Worlds, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because now Europe is the team to beat, and that's why you just go to the best region. I guess is how it works. But I think that it's actually fundamentally different. Like the way solo queue is played in Korea is just better for like being competitive.
Yeah.
It feels more like you're playing a scrim rather than the Wild West that is solo queue everywhere else.
Yeah, I mean I agree, but still. I was started from Europe, right? So I miss Europe so much. One day I really want to go back and play LEC again.
Well, let's see whether we can get any shout outs or anything like that. If there are any team owners in the chat, just Widid's got his DMs open.
I mean what I mean is like I tried to play in Spring Split. I got some offers, yes, but I actually rejected and just try to focus to improve myself more, and and I didn't expect to this kind of issue happen, the coronavirus outbreak.
What, like? Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about every time you got on a broadcast, you forced it to pause or crazy games. Yeah, that seems to be what you're doing, but no, apparently, also coronavirus ruining everything for everyone. That's why, of course, we have a remote broadcast here today, guys.
I hope you guys are safe.
I'm sitting at home, but you're at Lowell Park, right?
Yeah, I hope everyone is safe right there, and please wash your hands more often. Stay in your home, play more games, and watch LCK.
That's the thing. Watch LCK, and at the same time, you can go gardening in Animal Crossing or something like that if you'd like to as well.
Oh. Can you say that game, by the way?
Oh yeah, we talk about whichever games.
Oh really? Wow, really open-minded.
Yeah.
I was so close-minded, man.
Absolutely. I mean, when we're in a pause like this, it's just open season. You can talk about whatever you want.
Really? I didn't know that.
I mean, we shouldn't really talk about like direct competitors, but we do a lot of like having chats about StarCraft back in the day, things like that. The evolution of esports here in Korea. There are a lot of things that you can talk about that are about other games, but are also things that are worth teaching our viewers about as far as like Korean life and Korean things.
I mean, I really like to. I mean, I really enjoyed the Europe culture though. Like.
Oh yeah.
Some people might say, "Oh, Korean culture is the best." No, good food. Oh, we are looking at the last game.
We wanted to go back to APK versus Damwon because we loved this series so much. That's why we're looking at it.
Yeah, greatest series. I liked it so much.
Anyway, let's continue talking about. We can
culture,
let this go. We can. Yeah, let's talk about what did you like about European culture? Because I like absolutely fell in love with Korean culture when I moved over here from Australia, but it must have been different going from Korea to Western culture.
Because they were all open-minded, When I first I was in Rocket, I started at Rocket, and
I remember.
And it was really surprised that every players had no close-minded, and they just. Welcomed me so warm. That's why I'm speaking English decently, at least, because of those players, and I really liked how they approach the game as a team. I learned so much when I was in G2 from Perks and those players. Even if I was not the part of the G2 that winning everything.
The monster G2, yeah.
But still, I think I learned so much. That's why I could improve as a player. So that's why I miss Europe.
And also the G2 that you were on was still very strong.
I mean,
it just not. It wasn't quite at the epic level that it is these days.
I mean, I was a bad player, man. To be honest. Perks and Wonder and Yankees solo carrying every single game, but still I have something to say because at Wars, to be honest, I got some MVPs some games, you know.
Yeah, you were playing super well. You had some pop-ups.
Yeah, so
I remember that.
I deserve at least one part of the game. Still, like I agree that the Perks and Wonder, those players were carrying me so hard, but still. Again, I like EU culture so much, and I went to NA last season, but still.
Yeah, I remember for FlyQuest.
Yeah,
right?
but it was so short, so I don't remember that well. It was so short. I couldn't play because of the visa issue, either.
I remember that. Yeah. Well, actually, I'm really happy because it means that we get you over here, so I think it's totally fine. Yeah. I'm just selfish, you know. We just want to have more Koreans able to hop onto the broadcast and tell us about what the Korean players are thinking about and giving some insight, because sometimes we get very confused about why certain decisions are made here in the LCK when, you know, elsewhere things would be very different and things like that, and it's good to be able to get that insight. Just going back to what you were talking about as far as like Korean culture and European culture within a team, I know Korean culture is largely about, you know, if you're older than someone, they give you more respect, all that sort of stuff. Does that sort of mess with a team dynamic when you're talking to each other on a Korean team?
I think, yeah, that's the main part. Normally when you're tilting as a player or a human, then in Korea you cannot say it out that much. But in Europe, you can just say, oh, I'm tilting, man. Why do you play like this? So sometimes maybe it's bad for your team color, but it's good to have your honest opinion to each other, you know? So that's what
I think that's absolutely true.
That's why Europe is so strong, and I like the Europe because I got really toxic after G2 times because of Perks. He was the mainly toxic player in G2. So yeah, I mean I learned from him a lot, even toxicity.
Oh no.
Too.
Yeah, he was. You were taught the wrong English, man. That's what happened. You're learning the Perks English instead. I don't know. I think his story is actually super interesting, and his evolution as a player and as a personality in the league is super cool as well. But yes, he certainly had a pretty bad reputation earlier on for the toxicity.
Yeah, I mean, I learned a lot from him. Both sides, in-game wise, and how to talk really toxic, to try to say what's your honest opinion from your inside. I mean, I really respect.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you get your opportunity to head back to Europe, maybe after this crazy crisis has happened, because we're actually pretty lucky to be in Korea, just with the amount of testing that's available and things like that. I think that the Korean government's handled this coronavirus pretty well, so I'm happy just chilling here. We're going to stay as safe as possible, and hopefully everyone elsewhere is staying safe as well, and we can get this whole world back on track so that we can go to Worlds, so that maybe the Olympics can happen, all this sort of stuff. It's just a bit scary when these sort of situations happen. So hopefully what we can do, solve the coronavirus, and then Wadid can achieve his dreams by heading overseas again. And maybe back on G2, who knows? I mean, Mickey X might break his hand again.
Oh, man, that was really toxic, by the way.
Oh, yeah? Well, I think I'm just trying. I'm learning from you. I'm learning from you.
Oof, man. Oof, that was really spicy, man.
Well, that's what we do. That's what we do.
Yeah, that's why I like it, man. I really wanted to say, oh, this player is bad, this team is bad, but yeah, finally, I achieved my dream.
You know, I think there's like, I got some word of like what people have been saying in the Korean community, and apparently they're calling you Waka Cola or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
because apparently like cider or solar refers to someone who's like they don't shy away from like speaking their mind or something like that. And that's what people in the Korean community are now talking about you because you're here unleashed on the global broadcast.
True. I mean, yeah, as I said, you cannot say that much honest in a Korean broadcast.
Yep.
Oh, something is coming in?
Okay, now there's an announcement that is going to be happening. I'm getting some word from Ji-sun. She needs to turn up her microphone a little bit because I can't really hear what she's saying. Okay, so we've got to fix the servers, apparently. There's something that has been going wrong. Hopefully we can keep you updated as much as possible, guys, and bear with us while we try and get this sorted out. But hopefully we'll figure it out.
Yeah, internet issue.
Yeah, so Afrika has an So Afrika didn't have an internet issue. Apparently it's the league server that has the issue. Yeah. So it's not the internet. Internet's fine. But apparently there is a bit of a server thing going on.
Oh, yeah, I remember those timings that when I was in Pro Scene, like some tournament real M, right? That we are playing on when you play on the Pro Scene. So sometimes that server goes really wrong. So there is some different servers they have. So maybe they will change their server and keep playing.
Yeah, we'll just switch over to a different tournament realm, and hopefully things are going to be okay. So it's solvable, but it's a bit of a weird issue.
Yeah, and talk show again. I can't believe.
Yeah, exactly. So which team are we going to apply for? Who are we going to hop onto? I haven't been paying as close attention to the LEC as I would like. In recent weeks, just because the timing isn't super great for getting some sleep. But have you been watching the LEC?
Not really, but I watch some G2 games because they are really fun to watch, and I have good friends in that team, right? So, yeah, but I just want to try out a lot of teams because I do believe that my performance is still great because, you know, as a pro player, you always think about yourself, and if you think you're not good player and you think you're not happy with your performance, then you go retire, right? But still, I think about myself and I'm happy with my performance. So I really want to try out a lot of teams in new season, but unluckily this kind of happened. So I'm not sure what's gonna happen, man. Maybe I will be casting for whole year and retiring. That's so sad.
Well, I mean, maybe I think maybe this year could be like your caster analyst year. Have that, you know, like set yourself up as this personality, and then like teams are going to be really psyched about it because you've like built your brand on the LCK broadcast, and now they get like a good player and a good personality at the same time. You know, you're like the double combo. Put that in your resume. You know, I reckon it's a good call. It's a good call, but I don't think it might be hard to move to a new team this year, just with everything that's been going on. It's a really tough one for so many people.
Well, anyways, you said Deficio said a lot of F words.
Yeah, he dropped some F-bombs back in the day.
On the broadcast,
he definitely did.
I'm still worried about what are they gonna say after this broadcast today, because I already said it twice, right?
Yeah, no, it's okay. And I've done it before too, man. I've done it before too. Papa did it. Papa did it last year. Yep. Yeah. Okay. That was one of my favorite moments. It was in the most hectic clown fiesta we have ever seen, and he let through a cheeky F-bomb before saying yakety sax, which is that like crazy clown music. When everyone's just running around being insane, and oh my god, it was very, very funny. Very, very funny. So it's okay. We all do it. We all screw up sometimes.
Still, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. We've just got to try not to say it too much more. You know, like I said, you get one per series.
Okay, that's great.
And you should still try not to do that. You know.
That's so hard because normally when you talk in English, that word helps a lot when you continue.
Well, like the thing is as well, like based on like which where you're learning English as well. Like some people just use the word so much more.
Yeah.
Like I'm Australian. You have no idea how hard it was for me to not say that word because I fit that word between most of my other words just for emphasis.
I mean,
right?
Because I was in G2, right? And
yeah,
I had Yankos and Perks. So it was really hard.
I mean, Yankos says it on broadcast all the time during interviews as well.
That's the different word. It's like K-bomb, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I like that word too because it sounds funny. So, I mean, everyone had really fun when I was in G2 back then. So that's why I miss Europe more.
I also think it'd be hard to like understand how powerful swear words are when it's a second language as well, because like I can throw out Korean swear words like it doesn't matter,
S-bomb.
right? But because I don't understand how powerful it is, right? Like I haven't really like studied enough Korean to like fully understand like the gravity of the word, and I know that it's really bad in Korea to say it, especially in certain situations, right? But like for me, I don't really get it, you know? And so I imagine that probably happens similarly to you when you're speaking in English, especially when you learn to say it every second word when you're on G2 and just, you know, chilling and scrimming and like no one's actually listening to your conversations, right? So you don't need to worry about it. It's it can be really hard.
I mean, it's really fun experience that I'm doing English broadcast with you here. Actually, I'm getting helped a lot, so I'm glad that I have you here.
Oh, dude, you're welcome.
Yeah.
And also, I'm getting word that apparently we want to do a bit of like a cross call between you, Wadid, and Sunke. He wants to.
Wait,
I think he wants to check in to see how you're going. I don't know how it's going to happen.
What? What is happening, by the way? Why it's always
know,
me?
man.
It's always random things are happening around me, like pausing for 2 hours and so Cloud Fiesta games, lost game, and finally we have Africa versus Genji. I was so happy that I'm casting big game, such a big game, and it's paused again right after the game start.
Oh, I know.
I'm so sad.
It's hilarious. But it's okay. So it'll be in Korean, and I think Ji-sun's going to help us translate or something like that. I don't know when it's going to happen or how it's going to happen, but this is what my producer's telling me right now. So I guess we're going to try and set that up.
I mean, it seems like camera is going to be on either, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, really?
I'm not made up at all, by the way. And
I mean, I'm in my pajamas, to be perfectly honest. I don't want to break the fourth wall or anything like that. But like, I'm just at home,
my gosh.
Right? Yeah, I got my cat on my lap, you know, that I probably shouldn't be talking about as well because, you know, this is a serious LCK broadcast. But yeah, no, it's remote broadcast, very different experience.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing Sunke smiling towards at me. I'm really scary right now.
No.
I'm really scared. I don't know.
You get to take a Korean break, you know? Now you can like just relax a little bit and actually speak Korean and it's fine, and then you can come back and back on the English hype train. But are you going to be too toxic now that you've had too much of this like English broadcast experience? Oh no.
Maybe I blame Riot for
maybe
this.
We've changed you.
Then I will get fired for sure.
Yeah, maybe we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of fines in the chat already, so it's we're all in trouble. I'm not entirely sure what's happening. I think maybe you have to check the chat about what to do. Yeah, I think the producers sent you a message.
So maybe it's not happening because problem looks like solved.
Oh no! Oh damn, that would have been cool.
Not?
I can see you.
Oh, I mean,
hey man.
I mean, it depends how. Oh, what? I'm on the broadcast, by the way. Hello. I don't know why. Why always me?
And also, like, I think Sunke is like looking at you now, but he looks concerned.
Okay. I mean, I got so surprised just randomly. But no one said I will be on the camera, by the way. All the staffs Just randomly turning on the camera?
Great, man. I think you're fine. Yeah.
How can you do that, by the way? How? At least talk to me that you're gonna turn on the camera, by the way. How?
Can you hear them?
No, I
think
can't.
They're waiting to be able to talk to you.
I cannot.
And now you're just on camera for no reason.
Yeah, I'm just on the camera. Like, should I dance here or like what? Should I dance
do
here?
Sign language or something. I think you have to do sign language to communicate.
Yeah, I mean.
And I don't know whether Sunkay can see you either. Oh man, this is very confusing.
Yeah, it's really confusing.
I'm having a really good time though. I think you need to check the chat again, by the way.
Okay.
If you can.
Okay, I'm checking right now.
Yeah, check.
But I don't know how to dance. I'm really sorry about it. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
Thank
all right.
you, Southbound.
That's all right.
Oh.
Now next time you'll know exactly what to do.
Okay.
So it's totally
Thank
okay.
you so much.
This really is like a trial by fire, I think. You know, like you've had every test. Now like randomly put on camera on the Korean broadcast for no reason. Oh man.
I don't know, man. This is the I don't know. Are they franking me or this is the
I don't know.
Okay.
But I'm having a good time.
Obviously.
And I think the word is that I think that we're almost through. I think we're going to be getting the game back up again.
Finally.
So
thank you so much.
We can unscuff everything. We're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
It's just classic Wadid style. You know, you just need to have this gigantic pause if it's you on the broadcast. It's just how it works. And now the game is ready.
I feel so tired, man.
I mean, what's the time? It's like 6:10 and we started 3 hours ago. And we've still got 2 more series to go. It's like the LCK day has just started. How beautiful.
Yeah.
Actually, it's going to get really dark in this room and I'm not going to be able to get up and turn the light on. That's a little bit frustrating. Anyway, the bans are going to come through just the same. And so let's just reset, get back into some League of Legends.
Azir and Varus and Kalista Aphelios is out. And what
and
next?
I believe Senna will be the last ban for Gen G. And the last ban for Afrika was, I think, LeBlanc or something? It's been a while since we had this broadcast.
Actually, I got surprised how they approached the ban picks, Afrika. I was expecting them to ban more mid champions and jungle champions aggressively. Even if it's Varus and Ornn is OP, still Gen G mid jungle is so strong, right? So I was expecting them to try some new things, but yeah, we are seeing just simple bans. And Senna is open, by the way.
And that's going to be picked. It almost has to be right here. This pick is so damn strong and empowers Jelly. Empowers the support so much. I imagine, like, as a support player, you must love playing with, like, Senna AD carry because you just get so much money. Have so much stats. Just be so good.
And that's it. Actually, I want to see more Kai'Sa set bot lane. It seems like really strong lane on the bot side.
Yeah. It looked really good yesterday.
And then it looked really great to see Kai'Sa jumping into the set ulti. It looked really fantastic in the team fight with the camera.
Yeah,
moves.
really fun. Yep. Yeah. Well, Senna Tahm Kench obviously going to be picked up here from Afrika. I know Jelly loves having Tahm Kench in his lane. What is it? What is the Mystic thing? He like commands his support to play Braum sometimes. Like he's just obsessed with playing with Braum or something like that. That's what I heard anyway.
I think Jelly is one of the great Braum player, so that's why he just want to pick it. And when you play Braum, you lose lane normally, right? But when you go to the skirmishes and team fights, it's great champion. So I think they just have some trust into Braum as a team.
Yep. Okay. Well, now the Yuumi is going to be locked in, so Afrika are going to ban the Ezreal.
Yuumi.
That's what's going to happen. Life's Yuumi is actually very good.
I mean, he's
as well.
performing
so
really great at
that.
round 2, I feel like.
Yep. And so I think maybe Afrika are going to be priced into banning Ezreal and the Lucian, perhaps. Lucian, of course, very good because you can flex in mid as well, so you can hold on to a lot of options.
My question is, who is going to be Yuumi's partner? Because obviously Afrika Freaks is going to ban 2 champions, right? And one of the best champion, Azir, is already banned. And my question is Yuumi good enough to play against Senna Tahm Kench because I don't really see Yuumi dealing damage against like 3k health but Tahm Kench and Senna healing.
Yeah.
You know?
And Tahm Kench is already pretty good at dealing with harassment just because of the gray health and being able to regen so easily.
With the second wind,
so I understand, yeah. Well, the last ban should be something like Illusion here for Afrika. We'll see what they do decide to take away. It's Kai'Sa that leaves the Rift. Of course, Ruler, a fantastic Kai'Sa player. And of course, against Spirit, you need to ban the Karthus. And Yuumi MF looks to be the option. I actually love the ultimate combo out of the last chapter as well as the bullet time. Really, really strong.
So when you see the Genji's team come, it's already really looking strong with the ultimate combos, right? Yuumi ulti into Jarvan ulti into Zed ulti into MF. Wow.
That's a big wombo combo.
Yeah. So I want to see Afrika's answer here because they already have Renekton, which is strong on lane, right? So all they need to do is have strong mid jungle synergy into Klid BDD, which is best mid jungle right now in LCK, and Sejuani is locked in with the Renekton synergy.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary though, because now Spirit's not going to have a lot of agency in the early game to make any plays, and you were talking about the mid jungle synergy, and now it's going to be even easier for Klid and BDD with Sejuani being so much slower. As Rumble is being considered at the moment. Man, there's some beefy boys on this Afrika team if this is going to be locked in.
I mean, I like this Rumble.
Still some flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, I like this Rumble pick here. I think they needed one good AP mage dealer. And let's say Genji got the Rumble. It looks really, really strong, right? So in some kind of way, I think they stole it. But we'll see how they synergize with Sejuani Rumble. Because hell yeah!
Now we got the TikTok in the mid lane. So BDD back to an old favorite. I actually really love Zilean just because he makes the game so interesting. And you were talking about mid jungle. With Zilean's ability to give his jungler experience, it's going to make Klid massive in the early stages of the game.
And as Tahm Kench is really disgusting to play against Zilean, by the way. You cannot do anything. You walk slow and you can't dodge, and you're big enough to get hit by every single skill shots. And I want to see Zilean by BDD. And when I think about Zilean, when I see Zilean, it always reminds me the dance and the song on the YouTube that is really famous. And I don't know what it is, but the thing that some fan made it, right?
Oh, okay. I don't remember that one.
Okay.
Do you know what Zilean reminds me of? It reminds me of Cloud Templar's casting when Zilean's like running really fast and Cloud Templar's just yelling TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. And it's just the best moment of Korean commentary that I've ever witnessed. It's just fantastic.
Oh, chat knows. Can't kill Zilean.
Can't kill the
Zillion. Yeah, that's the one. That video just killed me, man. That's so funny. Yeah.
Well, maybe if we get another pause, we can put the video on the broadcast.
I hope so. That's so
Yeah,
fun.
who knows? We've been doing all sorts of crazy stuff, so apparently maybe that's another thing that we can do. But as the compositions come in, I actually really like what Afrika put together with the Rumble, like tying up the composition really nicely. But then there's Zilean has added to the power of BDD and Klid so much. You put a bomb on the head of your Jarvan and just throw him in. Think about the CC. Just crazy. As here we are onto the Rift for game number 1 of Afrika versus Genji. Finally,
yeah. And the rune setting is also really... I mean, to be honest, that Zilean is obviously disgusting to play against, by the way. It slows all the time. 24/7.
I think the only Zilean that we've seen so far this season is the top Zilean, right? Ixu trying to play it into as his set counter.
Yeah.
And it was just awful.
That's why I want to say, man.
Yeah, not good. It was not good.
But
the idea seemed good,
yeah,
but then the execution was not there. That's a little bit sad. As Prowling Projectile is going to find Jelly, but not able to slow enough at this stage. Is now
he's running in, by the way.
face check. Yeah,
He's running in, by the way.
He's going to have to hop off as BDD over to the side. Jelly has a bomb on him. Flash has to come down. The exhaust was traded. But Ruler now doesn't have any summoner spells and life is out of his heal.
That was really unnecessary aggressiveness in the early game. And especially when you're playing with Yuumi, you must have Flash or Cleanse to escape the ganks. Because you're literally playing alone in the lane. But he actually lost both of them. And even heal used by Yuumi. So, accident happened by one top tier team, Genji.
Yep, definitely scary times. As you can see, Keen already losing out on a trade early, as Rascal, I believe, had his health bar traded back. We'll see how things go top side of the map as BDD able to shove forward pretty comfortably here. Has a range advantage, also has the bombs, which are very annoying.
Yep. And as I said, Rolla, I think he really wants to prove that he's good AD carry and one top AD carry against Teddy. Because Teddy's following up so fast. So fast.
Oh, yeah. Teddy's just... This, since the hiatus is over, Teddy's been an absolute monster. I don't know what happened. He took like a 2-week break, and now he's come back, and he's just extraordinary. I actually thought that during Worlds in 2019, I was a bit sad that we didn't see the hard carry Teddy.
Oh, yeah.
I felt like his performance was just a little bit slower than it was when they were just destroying the LCK. So hopefully this is going to be the year of Teddy really stepping up and claiming that legacy that we know that he's capable of. As, okay, Jelly's just going to walk at life here. They know that they have no summoner spells, and Spirit's down there, but he's not even necessary to try and lock this one down.
That was really good block by Life, by the way.
Yeah. I like it when Yuumi's actually used the you and me to jump in and out.
Yeah, that was really good. Great block by him. And as you mentioned it, Teddy's performance was not that great in the international tournaments, but to be honest, it was his first timing, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So I think I just want to see Genji versus T1 fast, but first they really need to win Africa really clean and fly.
Yeah, they do. And, well, Clid is going to dive on forward. This is what this composition can do.
Those
There's
songs.
a dive. Bottom lane, Africa, they want one. The flash forward. Life is dead, and Ruler is going to follow immediately. Africa on the board at 3.5 minutes.
Teddy is smiling.
Yes, he is. He's holding on to his top spot. It depends, though, you know, because Mystic might come forward.
Oh, yeah, true. Man, I mean, it happened. He lost both sums before, so that just has to happen right there. And both players dead. But still, it was happy to see Zillion come on the mid.
That's true. And they did manage to get a flash out, I believe they did. So it's not all bad news here for Genji across the rest of the map, but it looks like Africa are just preying on the bottom side to try and get their Senatom Kench ahead. And if they do that, this gets even more difficult as the game goes on. And already Mystic's picked up his execution is calling. He can deny all of the zoomies from life, as well as his heal, of course. So it's just going to go from bad to worse here for Genji, because Ruler had to go and pick up his second Doran's Blade, which feels really bad in comparison to what Mystic was able to collect, even though he doesn't have any farm yet.
I'm really happy to see Africa bot lane is already ahead, because as I said, they have two strong side laners, Keen and Mystic. So they have carries. They just need to make them ahead. And it happened already. On the top side either.
Oh, wow. Spirit is so aggressive right now. Rascal going down very low. Good face breaker comes forward as he gets a bit of a shield from the Haymaker. So answers back, but has to flash. Keen flashed as well. So even flash trade, and we'll see who's going to be able to capitalize first. As you can see, Clid is top side as well.
Wow. Normally when you think about the Sejuani, let's say you play against Sejuani and you normally say, oh, they have Sejuani, so we can play early game really easily, because Sejuani can't do anything early game. That's what we say normally in the pro scene, but Spirit is playing so aggressive from the early game, and he already got so many good points on the top side and the bot side.
Yeah, 1-0-1 now as well, so absolutely capitalizing on the extra aggression. Now he's being closed in on by Clid and BDD, but able to get out. Is absolutely fine. I think revisiting the top lane is going to be a good idea here for Spirit. So you can see currently playing towards the top side, but moving down to take his Raptor camp, and maybe even his Krugs as well. Because now Ruler and Life are having a really rough time down here.
And Mystic is keeping his farm so well. He already got 25 stacks already in 6 minutes into the game. So, yeah, it's gonna happen. Africa Freaks carries Keen and Mystic. And Fly.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah. All he needs to do, Fly, he's just farm mid.
Equalizer is available here from Fly. Doesn't decide to pull the trigger.
I mean, all he needs to do is just farm mid.
That was looking scary. Well, like, this is the ideal scenario for Africa, right? We were talking about it. They have to try and mitigate their issue in the mid lane, which is Fly. And right now, they've done it. Like, Fly just needs to exist in this game.
Yeah.
And they're going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, exactly. He just needs to farm on the turret. All he needs to do is not die against the best mid laner in LCK right now.
Ooh, BDD teleports forward. Looking to try and steal this one away. Spirit is pretty tanky already as Clid moves on in. Yeah, they're looking to try and steal this one away. Clid, great stun there on the backline as Ruler dives on top of Mystic. I don't know what that was about as the cleanse has to be used. Ulti comes down. Clid's going to get exhausted though. Good Arctic Assault from Spirit is going to lock him down, but the Devour has to be used on the Sejuani, and now Fly getting very, very low. Good stun comes forward, but Rascal still has the ultimate and bumps them all down. Gigantic damage. Haymaker comes in. Huge over onto the Sejuani, who does fall down. Fly is going to die as well, but man, it's messy. But I think Gen G came out ahead.
Wow. A lot of things happened. And the important thing is Africa really wanted to get the early leads. And then Gen G tries to defend it. And it seemed like Gen G did really great defending here.
Yeah. Yeah, they were able to get the extra kill. I think the Rascal's flank was fantastic.
Oh, yes.
As BDD moves on towards the top side, he's going to be able to double bomb this wave very easily. And we're going to check out this fight once again. Now, take us through exactly what happened here. And tell me why Ruler decided to blast cone right into the enemy team.
I really don't know. I think it was not Ruler.
Oh, maybe he didn't want to. I don't think he actually pressed it. Was that Mystic?
Yeah, I think it was Mystic's Q, maybe.
Oh, that's so cool.
Because Senna's Q activates a lot of things, like ward hitting, and blast cone.
Yep.
And Rascal here.
Just a gigantic ultimate into the backline. He did fall, but able to lock down 2 kills for his team with Fly falling down afterwards. So really nicely done, but a fun team fight. Despite Ruler really having a few issues as far as that blast cone was concerned. But it looked to be not a whoopsie. It was just a good play by Africa to make sure that he got a little bit screwed by that particular blast cone. They're pesky, those things, sometimes.
I think they shouldn't stop Africa Freaks. They really need to get some leads until they have the power right now. Because I think when you go to the late game, I don't think you can stop Misfortune with the Yuumi and Zillion behind him.
Yeah, it will get harder as the game goes on, especially with Renekton, and Rumble also falls off a little bit in the later stages of the game, but Africa's power level is going to diminish after about the 25-minute mark or something like that, unless they can get those advantages. So I think you're exactly right. They have taken the Rift Herald so far, so already making some moves. As Clid's down here towards the bottom side to try and keep the pressure on. It's a difficult lane to gank though, with Jelly being so tanky already. Already has a giant spell and he's Ninja Tabi, and he can just devour Mystic and keep him safe as Spirit is standing on top of a ward, not having a great time.
Yep, both junglers got spotted, so nothing is gonna happen till 1 minute 30. Drake respawning. I think they really want to make Keen ahead on the top side because he still has Header with Sejuani, but he reset it.
Yeah, he's going to head back, and Rascal didn't give Spirit any opportunity to lock anyone down. Cinderhulk's completed by both of our junglers as Clid is back towards the top side as well. Keen does have Flash and Slice and Dice, so he shouldn't be dying here, but they might be able to get a Summoner spell out of the Crocodile. This is a rough gank to go for. Keen full health and has more sustain available. I don't think this is one that's going to be too successful, but he is going to slice his way out. Clid looks for the knockup, gets it there as Dominus does come down straight into the wall with the showstopper as Keen hasn't flashed or done anything here just yet. Haymaker comes down. Keen gets a shield from the Dawning Shadow, but Not able to get the kill and not able to get the flash.
He didn't use flash, and Africa Freaks bot lane is gonna have fun time on the bot side with the extra golds here. And I think this is so great situation for Africa Freaks because they really want to get some lead. And it's not only Keen, also Mystic is their carry. So this is so great.
And Jelly's their carry.
Exactly.
I don't know what you're talking about. Jelly's just going to be massive.
That is true. And also Drake is respawning in 10 seconds. So it's going to be chain objective for Africa Freaks right here.
Yep, and should be able to move towards about a 3,000 gold lead, which is exactly what they're looking to do by around the 13 to 15 minute mark. Like, that's a pretty good looking lead for a composition like this from Africa. Gen G not going to be sweating too much just yet because they can rely on their late game scaling, things like that, with BDD's Zilean being so strong at being able to control areas, things like that. But when you're staring down the barrel of a what will be an Ocean Soul coming up in 10 minutes, it is really dangerous. And let's check out what Keen is doing here as he managed to survive this game.
이거 바텀 쪽 다이브도 될 것 같아 이거.
He already said that he can survive and informs to the ally that you can just play bot side. So it was really great play by Keen.
Yeah, and also I like the heads up strategy that they're already talking about as well. Really showing that they understand exactly what we're talking about when we're discussing their keys to victory as well. So good to see here from Africa. What's your opinion of the Dread and Spirit type situation on Africa? Do you think that Africa needs Spirit for like shot calling reasons, things like that?
I think he brings the great atmosphere for the team because team needs cheerleader, right? And his energy brings some kind of positive energy for Africa Freaks. So that's why they want to use both junglers, because also Dread has really good parts in the game. When we see, we saw him performing really well. But Clee.
There's a bit of a gank in the mid lane here as, okay, Devour comes down, Jelly spits Mystic out, as you can see, already back up really high in the health bar. Exhaust comes down as Keen, not able to do too much damage, but it is enough to take down Clid. Eventually, not going to be able to get it. Ulti comes down, and oh my god, Life with the block was absolutely beautiful, but the Equalizer will finish off the Jarvan in the end. BDD survives for the moment, but Africa will walk away with an advantage. Dawning Shadow misses as BDD gets the sidestep.
Wow, that's a Zilean, because I think Clid should be dead already in like 1 second.
Absolutely.
But Zilean survives him, but still, that was a really good equalizer by Fly right there. So
yep, able to lock down the kill in the end.
But still, I think Africa needs more than this. More situation, more fights, and more kill trades for them, because they need to get some leads.
Yeah, they need more gold onto the map. As look at how low Mystic goes and then gets spat out at half health. It's just silly.
And here,
as Keen getting exhausted here as well is really important.
And he should die here because of the Zilean ulti, but he didn't die, so he couldn't get the HP back. So he got burned by Equalizer.
Yeah, and it was the stopwatch from Clid that kept him alive. So I told a bit of a lie with giving Life a little bit more credit than he may have deserved at that moment. But still, great play from Gen G in that team fight. And the more they can hold on, the better news it's going to be. As Clid may be in a little bit of trouble, but Fly has to respect the bombs. As BDD, like, this is what Zilean does. He just clears waves instantly and denies any sort of K-ramp. It's just, you're not going to have it because there's just no minions to fight around.
So as I said, rotation. When you think about the rotation, mid tower is most important thing about it. When you think about the whole map sequences, and and right now they are struggling to get the first turret in the mid, so that's why they cannot snowball. So this Herald is gonna help them so much.
Yeah, that's going to be fantastic. We'll see where they actually put it down. I'd assume mid lane is going to be one of the targets because you can't double bomb Shirley to death as quickly as you can a minion wave. And so you can see Africa move straight towards this mid lane, and they understand exactly what you're talking about with the mid priority being so necessary to try and open up this map and get the skirmishes that they're looking for The Spirit puts down Shirley right there, and she will be able to help take this turret. Rascal, in the meantime, though, is bottom side. He's getting his split push on. As we see, Ultimate flies in, but BDD is just a little bit too speedy. He just moves on out of the way as Cleared gets interrupted as he moves on in, but holds onto the flag and drag, uses it to get to safety. So much poke damage as Jelly has to devour the Sejuani, and Spirit will walk out, but Gen G once again hold off.
They still couldn't get it, by the way. And man, Zilean is getting stronger, and he already got GLP. So I think Africa is doing great still, because they got the 2 Drake souls, and the next Drake, they really need to get it third Drake either, because if they stop, then Genji's time is gonna come earlier.
Oh yeah, and also like a big shout out to Ruler after getting basically smashed in the earlier stages. He's ahead in farm by an interesting number. It's hard to really tell how they're doing when it's Senna sometimes farming and then Tahm Kench mostly farming, things like that. But Ruler is certainly a champion again on this Misfortune, and Gen G do have the inside track on this Ocean Drake. Spirit moves on in, gets the control ward down, and they really want to get to Drake Point here on Afrika's side. So Spirit wants to try and go for this 50-50. Can they start the fight is going to be the question, though. Spirit maybe a little bit too early, but great equalizer from Fly off to the side. It is Cleared that locks down the Dragon, and the ulti comes out from Spirit, but doesn't really do too much as BDD has his ult very early in this fight. The rest of Gen G do escape, and they've managed to take down the Drake as well. So absolutely fine for Gen G.
I think it's just trade by both teams. I think Afrika is a bit sad that they lost the Drake, but they got mid-turret. So I think it's still fine for both teams. So next team fight is gonna matter so much more than this.
Oh yeah.
They finally got the mid-tower,
now 2 minutes until the Baron. Yep, they've got it. And the bottom outer is also taken. That's going to help Afrika with the gold as well. Now moving ahead by about 1.5k, but it's not a comfortable lead. I was talking about, you know, 3,000 gold being a good lead at around 15 minutes, but 2,000, not enough at 18 minutes into this game when you have an earlier composition. We'll see whether Afrika can actually get more of these fights happening. Maybe a little bit too early there from Spirit, as you saw, had to flash out of the way and was able to contest for the smite, but couldn't get it before Cleared was able to lock that one down.
I think they need to engage at the same time with the Sejuani ult and the Rumble ulti, because they synergize actually pretty well, the AoE damage and AoE CC. So I think if they really want to win the fight, they need to synergize more better than this.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the problem, right? Like, fighting Gen G is so hard because they just do it so well.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're constantly on the same page, able to listen to each other really, really well. So, just have to see. Afrika now with control of the river, but there's no real objectives around this area as BDD throws down his double bomb. Finds Gen G. Glacial Augment is there, and that's going to slow Jelly down constantly throughout this moment. There's the Make It Rain as well. Cleared, looking for an opportunity, but out of vision is Jelly very at the right time. At that point, denies the Cataclysm.
He has Ninja Top, so he's going to get slowed for forever.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned it, I think a strong part of the Gen G is they know what to do as firemen without any talking, you know? Cleed's reaction at the Drake fight, it was literally instant when they saw Spirit in the Drake spot. So
yeah,
that's why Gen G makes really strong team. It makes Gen G really strong team. So I want to see more some team synergy between Afrika Freaks members.
Yeah, they're going to need to do it, and they're going to need to do it soon as well, as we're sitting at 20 minutes into this game, and they don't have a lead of anywhere near the number that they need right now. You can see Rascal in a side lane as well. He's feeling fine on this set, able to get side lane farm very comfortably. Top lane, BDD. It's not like what we saw from cover on the Zoe, who is split pushing. Zilean is actually very difficult to gank as he moves so damn fast as the floating clock guy. Not entirely sure why. Thematically, that makes sense that he's super fast as this old dude with a clock on his back that's really big. But, you know, there you go. Sometimes fantasy is just a really strange thing.
As you see...
How is he so fast, Woodid? Tell me. Tell me.
I mean, I don't know. I don't play Zillion that much. Maybe Hilly-san knows, because he's one of the famous Zillion player.
Yeah, that's true.
In solo queue.
Well, there's an ulti here. Yeah, good cleanse from Ruler. Yeah, when was the last time Hilly played Zillion?
I mean,
I don't know.
all the time when I was playing US solo queue, when I see Hilly's Zillion, I thought, this might be free LP for me, you know?
Oh no.
So yeah, I mean, I miss those times. EU solo queue was so fun to play.
I don't know. I played a couple of games while I was over there in 2015. EU solo queue is a weird and wonderful place. That's all I'm going to say about it. There's Clid waiting off to the side. Maybe a potential flank opportunity here as more experience going over to Ruler, delivered by BDD.
Yeah, great positioning. As I said, it's really important to not show yourself as your main engage, right? Because always when you play against it, you must take care about their engage, but when you cannot see it, then you cannot react it. So this is great positioning by Genji. And Rascal is a bit far away from here. Is he flanking?
Yeah, he's looking for the flank, but there's a good ward from Afrika in the position. Clid desperate to start a fight here. As you can see, but already down to about half health. Bomb is on him, but the Cataclysm does basically nothing. Snared up by Mystic as well as the tower falls.
Was pretty bad, yeah?
Rascal, yeah. He's at about half health, but man, that ultimate was a real whiff from Spirit. And Genji back into position, but Clid needs a few extra zoomies to get back to a good health margin. Now in this brush, thanks to the Ocean Soul,
they're keep flanking. This is great.
Hide a little bit more. Yeah, BDD able to control
Rascal?
so much space. This is why Zillion is so strong, as Rascal has found the backline, but Jelly's there, able just to take him out of this fight completely, as it is the Jarvan that locks down the Ocean Drake, and Spirit's going to fall as well. Keen with the dominance, Clid in a little bit of trouble, does fall down as Mystic grabs that kill, and there's the showstopper into the backline. Good exhaust is going to stop a lot of the damage as now Zillion has fallen, and Afrika have turned the teamfight on its head. Rascal in trouble, he gets the haymaker, but is still going to die. That's a really good Zhonya's there to keep them alive. Ruler, yeah, with life on his back, and Mystic is there. Keen dives on over. He's going to sacrifice himself for the team fight. And now Life is just a little cat with a dream and is going to fall as the ace comes through from Afrika. That's exactly the team fight they needed.
So it looked like Genji played well, but BDD didn't use ulti on Clid. So he got one shot. And after that, Keen just flashed into Zillion, so he couldn't even press his R button for whole sequence this team fight. And let's see. I mean, Clid, I think he expected BDD to use ulti for him, but he didn't. Look at here.
No, I think maybe like BDD was out of position or just wasn't expecting him to die that fast. That was very strange. But yeah, I mean, he had a few opportunities to use his ultimate, right? Like there, that was chain CC, so he couldn't actually use it. Now he's dead, so he can't. But before that, there were certainly opportunities to get that one onto Clid to try and win this team fight. But really great from Afrika.
Yep.
They really played this one well.
Exactly. And finally, Afrika got some huge lead after this team fight. So the question is, can they do Nashor with this team comp? Because normally when you have Senna and Sejuani, it means no damage for Nashor. So they just need to end the game fast enough before Zillion gets 6 items with the Misfortune. But
yeah, and before Zillion can just control everything, is now Genji starting a fight. There's the final chapter, but Jelly takes basically no damage. As you can see, he's got a Spirit Visage as well. My god, the healing.
Ooh, man. Maybe they do not have enough damage to kill Tahm Kench this game if he goes late game.
Yeah, well, I mean, that might be it. Because this is going to be an accelerated Tahm Kench as well. I mean, Jelly's going to have way more items than any other Tahm Kench that we've seen. Reminds me of Tusen's Volley Bear being so incredibly scary. My favorite game so far of the LCK, I think, for Spring was that one. Just so fun to watch Tusen just eating people on his bear. As tower falls down on the top side of the map, and we're getting control as Afrika Freaks around this Baron area. Gen.G moving down towards bottom side, but still 2 minutes until the next Ocean Drake is available. The more of these Gen.G stacks up, though, the more dangerous things can get. As Spirit does find Ruler, gets the cleanse out immediately, trades it for his ultimate. He's now Mystic, camouflaging everyone, as you can see, but the bomb's still flying forward, left, right, and center.
K-Ram again. But I think it's way better for Afrika rank 4 right now, because Yuumi and Zilean is not bad yet.
Whoa, there's the Flash Cataclysm as Clid just puts them all in the cage and then flags and drags out. That was a very, very short fight.
This is LCK, man. Current meta with the top teams.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's still better than last game, though, because
100%.
At least,
although last series was funny.
Yeah, funny.
It just wasn't exactly great League of Legends. It depends what you value, right? I personally really like the funny games. I used to commentate in Oceania, where we had a lot of funny games. It was a different time.
Yeah, 1 minute left till third Drake, and this is really important. And I mean, second Drake you can just give it away, but third Drake, I mean, it doesn't matter that that much for the third Drake, but the problem is fourth Drake, right? Because of the soul,
exactly.
So it matters actually. So
you really get to control your opponent if you can threaten the Dragon Soul. That's absolutely true.
So mid-pry again.
It gives you something to fight for and them no real option other than to fight you for it, even if they're not going to get too much. As Rascal going very deep, does find the face breaker onto Keen and Spirit, but they just walk away. And it just feels like Gen.G doesn't have quite enough damage right now.
Exactly.
As Keen does take a fair bit of it.
They have no tank
Rascal
killer.
not getting in position.
That's the main problem.
Yeah. Well, maybe Ruler can get to that point if he can build Lord Dominic's or something like that as this game goes on, but might be looking for more of that healing reduction instead, because there is a lot of healing on both sides of these teams. Clid moving very, very fast with the Yuumi attached. And let's see in the next team fight whether BDD is going to be able to press his R button. That's going to be my question.
Both teams know that mid-prior is so important, so that's why they're doing K-Run. But good part is Afrika has first turret, so it's more free to have position widely. As
now able to move over to this Drake, and they should be able to take this one. They're trading it for the outer turret. This is what you were talking about with the outer turret mid being so important. Gen.G have realized that. They sacrificed the Dragon Soul point in order to lock down that turret. And so now Afrika with a clear advantage moving further forward, but the gold lead is still not big enough for them to be comfortable. Gen.G clear out vision around Baron, and they're still in a pretty good position here this game.
Yeah. He's getting into late game slowly, and the good thing is Rilla still didn't get his 2 cores yet. Oh, he got it just right now. So
yeah, finished it off.
Maybe he can kill front lane earlier than Senna, but I'm seeing Senna is getting 130 stacks already.
Yeah, Mystic has got so many of those little orbs, man. I think I remember from a different broadcast where we highlighted how many stacks. I think it was one of the first times we saw this fasting Senna type style, and the stack count just wasn't that impressive. This is the opposite, I feel, where the stack count is getting pretty ludicrous, even though Senna was nerfed a little bit on this patch, I believe. Not able to get quite as much bang for your buck based on the amount of stacks, but this time, because he's got so many, it is still going to be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, it's fasting Senna, but you actually farms because of the soul. So he farmed really well. And he already got the 130 stacks, and I do believe he has really long range right now. He didn't get rapid fire cannon yet, but he's still really strong, and he's getting red buff right now. And are they gonna contest the vision already before the main objective? It looks like
I think they'll need to.
They're grouping right now.
3 minutes until the next Drake, so not really much of a need to get too much control around the bottom side. But the Baron is where they're going to need vision. But in the pit, there is a ward for Afrika, so they don't really need to go in there and actually contest at this stage because it's not dark in the areas where they're really too worried. As Keen pushes this minion wave towards the turret, and BDD is going to answer, and that gives Afrika the ability to move over towards this Baron pit that does still have a couple of Gen.G wards in it. His ruler has a Yumi. Looking to try and take away his Raptor camp, but he's not going to be able to. His Rascal standing on a ward here as well. Going to pop his sweeper and does find it. The control ward is going to be taken down here by Mystic. As you just saw, Piercing Darkness, pretty good at killing wards. And we get back to just ping-pong and minion waves, as our good friend LS likes to say. Just send them right back to each other.
I think both teams know that they cannot try Nashor that fast, because you can see it from the both damage dealers. They have Africa has Senna and Rumble. Both are not great Nashor killer, and also it's same for Genji, Misfortune, and Zillion. So they will ping pong forever till the most important objective in the game, Ocean Drake in 2 minutes.
Exactly right. Ocean Soul going to be very, very important for Africa. And if Genji can get to a 3rd Ocean, actually it's just going to mean that these team fights are going to last forever. It'll be so hard to kill the front line of Genji because they'll be healing so damn much. And with an Ocean Soul on top of it, my god, it's so scary. But they will have to lock down the next 2 dragons in order to get that. And Africa wants to deny it as much as possible. And you can see now moving over to try and get vision around this Ocean Drake. They recognize just how powerful it is. And already they've got vision controlling the entrance to this river. Because Mystic, you can see, I think that range is getting to some pretty ludicrous levels right now. Can't really answer the auto attacks from Mystic.
They are getting forced in 1 minute. And the choice is, they can maybe give up the Drake Soul and try to get Nashor, but I don't think they have enough damage to do that. So they must fight for it. But how they fight? They need to...
Yeah, how are they going to be able to do it?
Yeah, I think they just need to make it simple. The war zone simple, as I said, the positioning-wise. They need to hit it from the front line, and Zillion and Misfortune is to hit the same target. But they have Misfortune at the same time, so they cannot hit the front line that much.
And Fly in a little bit of trouble there, but Rascal taking a fair bit of
GLP?
damage. Double bomb is going to land. Great double stun as there's the final chapter. Genji have pulled the trigger. Rascal right into the back line as the Cat's able to grab that kill. The Rumble also dead as Jelly eats all of the Grey health, and Spirit has to run for the hills. Mystic is already dead, and Genji have found the fight that they were looking for. Really great stuff. They botched the first team fight, but this one was fantastic.
Yeah, the answer is do not hit the front lane. Kill the back line. That was the answer, and Genji knew it.
Yeah.
It was really,
figured it
great.
out, just diving on top. Really clean play. And I love how Zillion works in these team fights as well, as Genji will threaten that Ocean Soul with a quadra stack of Drakes. Is now keen. He's going to find Ruler, but BDD is here. I don't know what he was expecting to happen there, is make it rain. It's going to slow him down. The flash has to come out, but Ruler not deterred. Okay. He is going to turn back around, not wanting to flash after the Renekton or anything like that.
Oh, something happened.
I think he just died underneath to the turret, maybe?
Yeah.
Execution, perhaps?
Probably.
I'm not sure.
And they're hitting Nashor.
Genji have started off the Baron. Yeah. So we'll see whether Afrika can actually stop this one from happening. They have Fly with an equalizer available. Jelly over here as well, just clearing out vision. Mystic over the top. They will be able to spot this one out, but what can they actually do about it as they look for the turn cleared in through the flank, and Fly is out of position. Ruler in trouble though. The Flame Spitter doing so much work as Fly will eventually go down, but he does get the GA out of the Misfortune, who comes back to, sorry, not the GA, the ultimate out of PDD. And now Jelly, very, very tanky, has devoured up Mystic for the final chapter, gets the stun down. There's the Cataclysm.
Can he do that?
Of the center. Mystic not going to die though, as now GA is popped by the Renekton, and Spirit has found his way back into the team fight finally. Mystic's still alive, and this is what happens. He is so good at keeping his team alive as BDD in a bit of trouble. Ruler just flashes on him, takes down the kill, and now Jelly will be the one to follow. Double for Genji's 80 carry. He's got 3 kills now so far. He's looking for 5 more for his 1000th kill, as he's so damn fast. Wants to find another one of these, but he's not going to be able to just yet. My God, what is this?
What is that?
It's just so fast.
Yeah, he's so fast right there. And yeah, I mean, it was really great flank by Cleed. He's looking for the opportunity all the time. And Fly, he was kind of off position right here. And GLP again. It's
so clean.
So hard. And follow up by Cleed and Rascal. Cleed.
Yeah, just perfect. And I like that they were on the same page this time, able to coordinate. They knew their target. They took down Mystic before he could get any of his healing done. This team fight was a little bit closer because Mystic survived for so much longer, and the equalizer was basically whiffed as they were just too fast moving over it. And then just without Rumble, 4v5, a little bit more difficult here. Actually, 3v4. 3v5 at this stage. Spirit just wasn't there in time.
It was really great hike by Mystic, but here, Ruler just flash out and one-shot Mystic. Oh, can't see that, but...
Yeah, Spirit is going to get his face broken. Good night, Sweet Piggy. Going to fall down there as Gen G should be able to move back to the Baron. And I have a feeling that this is it for Afrika. Their composition has gone as far as it can, and now Gen G are in ultimate control.
Well, at some point, Afrika Freaks had full control against Gen G, but yeah, after some team fights, they just lost their minds and just running around all the time.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. They found a few good moments in the early game. This is by no means an easy game for Gen G or anything like that, but now from this point on, it is certainly a whole lot easier as Clid a whole bunch of movement speed as they move out, as we check out the replay of Spirit getting caught out of position, not able to quite Arctic Assault far enough away.
That movement speed.
Clid. Yeah, what the heck?
You don't need Kai'Sa.
The fastest Misfortune ever.
I thought Misfortune used Kai'Sa ulti right there. He just right in time when Jarvan CC.
Yeah, who said that Misfortune didn't have a dash? She's got a dash. Relentless Pursuit right there.
Oh dear.
It's called Yumi. Just a good ability. There's Afrika trying to defend their base, but it looks like they're unable to. First inhibitor is going to go down. Gen G accept that as being enough, and they are going to move on back. It's just real. Man, how good is it to watch these teams play after our first series?
Yep, Tuesday. But still, I think they still have chance because look at Mystic's stats. The stacks of the souls. It's 160.
Oh my god, 160.
So it's still doable, but they just need to not dying randomly in random spot. And final drag is coming out in 20 seconds. Mid prior.
So Ocean Stole is still a fight that Afrika can take. And they can find themselves that Ocean Soul, and they're going to deny it from Gen G and also have all of those extra stats and power. As Mystic, maybe a little bit out of position here, but has Jelly right over there. He's going to help him stay alive. 5 seconds until that Ocean Drake is alive, and there he is yelling at Clid in the Dragon Pit, and we're going to have our probably final fight right here as Dawning, the Piercing Darkness does a fair bit of damage. There's the final chapter, but it gets basically whiffed. That's a big showstopper. Face break is massive into the backline as well as the bullet time over both of the tanky members. But Gen G going down very low. Fly is still able to participate in this fight as there's another face breaker, and that is going to be that. The tanks have been taken down as now Rascal finds another haymaker. He's been playing so well this game as Mystic. No more frontline for him to stand behind, and Gen G have just completely destroyed Afrika Freaks and will now win the game.
I mean,
he's so fast.
I'm keep seeing that Fly is off positioning with their AD carry because he's already getting engaged first and flashing out first and being useless in the team fight. So I don't know why he's not playing with their AD carry. Normally when you think about the damage dealer line, you always being together. That's the first part of the game, but always he's getting cut
it wasn't
first.
Able to happen. Yeah, it wasn't able to happen that game, but congratulations to Gen G. They played out their composition really nicely. A few hiccups in the early game, but that's what we expected based on the compositions. And Afrika, they tried the best that they could, but then their composition ran out of time, and then it was over.
Yeah, I mean, it was what they wanted. They went to mid-late game, which is they shines with their team comp. And yeah, we could see really fun stuff. Misfortune with 2k movement speed. That was really fun, by the way.
Yep. And I also think that Rascal just played his absolute brain out this series. Yeah. He's up against Keen, right? It's a really difficult matchup, but man, his flanks were so good. His team fighting, just the way that he was focusing on the correct targets. They were playing front to back, but they were using set not as like a dive tool, but more like controlling the enemy front line and just slowly smashing through them, right?
Yep. I mean, after this game, big data is telling me that Spirit is not gonna play game 2. I'm feeling it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I have that feeling as well, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I don't know why Africa just threw the huge early leads. Like, they got...
I mean, Spirit did play very well in the early game.
They got...
Like, ganking a whole lot on the Sejuani.
They got so many things, but it starts from here, randomly. And it was a bit scary from here. They got really great early leads, but Rascal tipping back, and randomly someone is Zilean is getting some free kills.
Yeah.
And
BDD like sort of in the back line, just throwing bombs out and controlling the battlefield. You saw right there, used his GLP to stop Keen from being able to get on top of him. A great stun. So the Zilean play was also fantastic. I think that Rascal probably deserves player of the game here, but BDD is another worthy mention. I think Jonah Strong might be in the Zilean camp this game. But a fun game to watch and really cool from a strategic standpoint to think about like how Gen G were able to mitigate the early power of this team.
Yep.
It's very, very cool.
Oh man, it's really, really hard to focus to vote POG at the same time while talking, you know?
No, I know. It's a difficult one. It is a difficult one. Especially in a game like this where Gen G just played well as a team. I think that there was some mistakes that they were making in the earlier stages. I think that Clit and BDD were uncharacteristically off as far as their synergy. But I think Keen was kept down really well by Rascal in side lanes and also flanked very well in these team fights. And there were some good points about Afrika as well. I think we really do have a series on our hands. I think Game 2 could go either way.
Yep.
But if Gen G keep playing this sort of clean late-game League of Legends, it will be harder for Afrika to find a way in.
I feel like everyone played well, except Fly, to be honest. Because look at his positioning, so like always off with the AD carry, so he's getting cut all the time first. So that makes so hard for Afrika to do team fights, because I mean they know that Rumble has no flash already.
Yep. Look at Rascal here. He got a face breaker and then walks back in and gets another 2-man face breaker. It was a 4-man into a 2-man in the same team fight. That's just insane.
So
a lot of power.
I mean, my question is, why? I mean, Fly is struggling, obviously, but they can't just organize him as a team. They have still 4 men to control him as a team, but it seemed like they were just off as a team. It was not only Fly's fault.
Yeah, and look, the whole team needs to talk about where they need to position as well, right? So you see one person out of position, that is actually everyone's fault because you're all there. You can all see who's there and you can form your team layout as a team, right? So I think you're exactly right. And I think that we should probably be a little bit more, I guess, easy on Fly. Well, let's see what he can do in game number 2 and whether Afrika can turn it around after a very short break.
Look at me in the chat.
Boy, you all wanna looking at a champ. You looking at a champ.
Look at me the chat.
Yeah, look at me the chat.
오늘 왜 떨리지?
오늘 왜 이렇게 떨려? 원래 한 번도 안 떨렸는데. 그러니까.
나 안 떨리는데 나만 안 떨려? 나도 안 떨리는데. 진짜 안 떨리는데? 난 차견이 믿는다.
아 형 하지 마요. 부담되잖아요.
차견이 안 믿는다.
뭐 어떻게 팀을 안 믿어?
아 집중해.
뭘 시작도 안 했는데.
너 너무 들떠 있어 지금.
우리 타잔 행님 언제 오냐?
형 뭐 직관 왔어?
아 근데 타잔 잘 생겼어 실물.
눈 감고 명상하자 명상.
명상 마이 W.
look at me.
Look at me the check big shot. 나 지금 무슨 생각하는 줄 알아?
타잔.
나 지금 화이트 노이즈 소리가 폭포 소리라고 생각하고 있어. 폭포 소리 맞아? 화이트 노이즈?
형 지면 폭포수 맞으러 가야 된다고.
엄마
페인.
킬러.
근데 루엘보다 라우브가 더 노래 좋은 게 많은 것 같아.
맞아. 나 그렇게 생각해.
라우브 노래 하나하나가 다 띵곡이야. 라브?
나 근데 콜드플레이가 더 좋은데?
내가 빈티지 스타일이야. 트리거 미야.
야 미아콜 잘하자.
진짜 안 되겠다.
왜 그러는 거야?
아니 근데 진짜 로밍 많이 다니니까 미아콜 잘해야지.
했잖아요.
뭘 했는데?
했는데 싸우다가 죽었잖아요.
아니 전판은 미아님이 아니었잖아. 이번판 미아니까 더 미아콜을 잘해야지. 주장님 MVP인가?
MVP예요 저? 한키모.
아 적당히 해.
내가 뭐 했는데? 시공인데 왜 거기까지 갈라 그래? 내가 뭐 했는데?
아 선은 넘지 마.
내가 뭐 했는데? 주장 탄핵
찬성 5-1
4-2
4-3.
기다려봐 이거 나 펜타각인데? 펜타 먹을 거 같아? 먹을 수 있을 것 같아? 주지마 먹을 수 펜타 주지마 먹어봐. 아니. 유미 상대로 볼배 할 거임? 소라카 올라프 유미 대 세나 볼배 뭐시? 패배. 절대 못 이겨.
야, 그
아이가 만약 그렇게
알았어. 그런 마음 안 좋아. 야, 그런 거 고민하지 마. 그냥 해. 수액으로 알았어?
그러면은 볼배 할까요?
가자 박수
볼배 하죠. 박아? 볼배 하자. 박는다. 볼배 하자. 게임 이겨줄게. 형, 템 뭐 할 거임? 버드라 욕심이냐 살짝?
어더라 가도 될 것 같은데?
아니,
뭐 얼만데?
100원.
아니 그냥 도라만큼 팔아.
팔라고?
팔아.
갈게 일단. 자, 버드라 볼배. 아니 탑타운 칠게.
탑해.
너 다음에 밀어도 되나? 신드라 탑인 것 같겠는데. 근데 신드라 원콤 낼 것 같지 않냐? 안 될라나?
아 그만하고 전령 보는 게 나아.
아 얘네 뭐다 이거? 아 나 갈게. 아주 볼배 든든한 거 못 도와 친구들. 나 신드라 이거 원콤 낼만해. 한번 먹을게 이거. 3일 간다. 잡았어. 미치겠다 나라 볼배.
아니 볼베가 와 볼베 CS 봐.
라인 관리의 신이야.
나 너무 잘하냐? 아 내가 너무 잘해.
아 미친 볼배였다.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 먹여봐요. 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작. 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작. 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타. 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다. 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아. 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘돼 누나 막아 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디스 새끼. TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작. TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작. 라이어가 멋이 도동동작. TFT 모바일 도동동작. 5,6월 서리 가득 찰로 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작. 하다 현타 도동동작. TFT 갤럭시 도동동작. 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 팬치 우주 도동동작. 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 도동동작.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by Wadid here for game number 2 of Genji versus Afrika. Wadid, are we going to get more of these pauses moving into the game? What do you reckon?
I hope not, because I'm getting tired, you know, because it's already been really a long game, series
Yeah.
1, and I mean game 2 was pretty fun to watch because actually Genji prepared some new kind of stuffs with Zillion pick and then Yumi, so it was really interesting to watch how Genji plays out after them seeing T1 plays so much better than round 1.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that there's actually some pressure on Genji that you wouldn't expect, you know, even though they are like 10-1, feeling really, really good, they're looking at T1 thinking like, damn, like when it comes to the finals, are we going to be able to take this team down? And I don't know what the answer to that one is because they already lost to T1 in the first round. T1 they've lost weird games, right? Like losing to Hanwha was so strange in their first match, and then they were able to turn it around, right? But they drop a random match to Afrika as well. So you see Genji as being in the lead, but they've lost to T1.
Oh.
And so it is dangerous. So Rascal is going to pick up player of the game. That was my vote. What was your vote for, Wadid?
I voted for Cleed because his engage was pretty great, but I think every single member deserves the POG for this game.
I think it was a really good team game. I think you're exactly right. So one of those where it doesn't really matter who you vote for, it's always going to seem like a good idea. As even Life here with the final chapter was fantastic, able to taxi over onto Rascal there as well. But the 4-man facebreaker and then walks on back after Life, heals him back up again and gets another 2-man. Just, oh man, so good.
I mean, when I see Rascal just jumping in, some sets are just jumping in for no reason, but all the time he was synergizing with his jungler, which is great engage tool either, and then on top of it, they had Yumi on it. So it looked really great,
And did you notice that you're the only one? You were the only Clid voter.
I mean, as support, it's really great to have a great jungler to get the vision control. I mean, especially...
Oh, that's true. So this is for your solo queue, is it? So after solo queue, now all of the junglers are like, oh yeah, I've got Wadid on my team, so I'm happy now because he always votes for... for the junglers, for player of the game, and you'll get better solo queue experiences.
Especially, you know, when you're playing Yumi, you want tanky and smart jungler. Because if your jungler is just throwing out the game, then you're going to have bad KDA either, you know? So
yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's why...
the idea is to make the rest of your team as happy as possible no matter what's going on. That's the dream strategy. Sky Williams has a brilliant video on exactly that from like 5 years ago. And I don't know why I still remember it, but it's brilliant. Just discussing basically the psychology of solo queue and how to win without actually being good. It's very, very funny.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're moving into game number 2, and I'm expecting to see a very different composition out from Afrika because we saw that Spirit is out, Dread is back in like you were expecting, and it is going to change the playstyle of this team a little bit. Although Spirit was very aggressive in the early game in game 1, so it did have a bit of a Dread feel anyway, but he'll probably be playing something very different.
I mean, last game he played Sejuani. We expected Spirit to play Sejuani more, but last time Dread just picked up Sejuani and played... I mean, still he played aggressive, but I want to see some more aggressive picks like Graves, you know? Face Rush Graves.
Yeah.
He's a meta right now. So, I don't know. Still, it's really rough to play against BDD and Clade. When you compare jungler, always mid laner matters. So, he is good jungler to get the leads with the invades. But still, I think Clade has BDD. So, Fly really need to step up for Afrika Fricks if they want to get the win.
Yeah, let's see whether Fly can actually do that. So far in solo queue, just having a look over at what Dread's been doing. He's played a few games of Graves. I think he's on that hype train just a little bit, but hasn't been winning too much. But he's 6 out of 7 on Lee Sin these days. So maybe we'll see the Dread Lee Sin moving in. But only time will tell based on that one. And I think we're expecting quite a few jungle bans just because Clid has such a huge champion pool. It basically doesn't matter what he's playing. He was actually very vocal about that in his last interview, just saying like, it doesn't matter what champion I'm on, I'm just always going to be confident. Ooh. So it's hard to ban him out when his opposition might have a thinner champion pool, which often does happen.
I mean, I think Genji really wants him to play Sejuani, not like Elise or Rek'Sai kind of champion, which is he can play more comfort on it. But still, even if he plays aggressive picks, I don't think right now Fly can help him enough to play against Cleed and BDD. So we'll see. I mean, today it feels like Keen and Mystic, both players are playing well. So if they can manage out to get a great early lead into great team fight positioning with great team composition, then I think it was kind of close to compete against Genji. Even in last game, they got really great lead until like 20 minutes or something.
Yeah, exactly. I actually think that Afrika were on track, right? They were figuring it out, but by the time it ticked over to like 15 minutes, the lead was slowly like not being as relevant as it was in the earlier stages, and then they lose a team fight and it feels like things are over. But even though it felt really inevitable at the end that everything was going to go Genji's way, there was still just one moment that Afrika messed up, and that's what caused it. So this is still very, very close. And the reason why we're taking a little while getting into this game, by the way, guys, is that we're double-checking to make sure that the server is stable. Fortunately for Wadid, he's not on camera just yet.
Oh, thank God.
We'll see whether we get that one out in the next little while if this pause continues.
Oh, man.
As, this is just what happens. The thing is, like, we haven't actually started the game, so it's not technically a pause. It's just a delay.
I mean, it's not
so
long
I think
issue,
that
right?
sounds
I
better,
hope
right?
not, because it's always me then. People are gonna just blame me because of what?
Well, I mean, Castajon already blames me. Have I told you about this? You know the Castajon curse, which is he always gets the 3-game series? Well, as soon as I joined the LCK, he started to blame me for the really long series. That's how it went. Yeah. So he like took his curse and was like, "Oh, there's a new guy. It's your curse now," and blames me every time. Frustrating. But Sunke is the king of 2-0s, so we might have a short day, as theoretically Genji should be winning this game, but they have to actually do it on the Rift as we get into Champion Select. Elise and the Ornn both banned, Senna and Azir banned on Afrika's side. Aphelios is still open, Kalista is still open. A lot of key picks still up.
I think even elementary school student can predict LCK drafts right now. It's really simple and repeating.
Although
there
is still too much Aatrox.
Oh yeah.
Still too much Aatrox.
Still similar bans and nothing new. Maybe Kalista is gonna be open and Virus. At least one card is gonna get open here.
Well, I mean, Kalista, Varus, and Aphelios are all open. So both teams are gonna get one of them, right?
Yeah.
And we'll see who it's going to be. As out of those three, who's the first pick champion that you lock down? Is it the Kalista? Carrick is banned. Oh my god.
So lane Kalista or no? Or Aphelios?
It looks like Genji are thinking about Aphelios as the first pick. This would be on the Dragon X line of thinking. They like to prioritize this over everything else. There's now Afrika. They can lock away the Kalista if they would like to. Caitlyn is going to be there as sort of a in-lane answer. And we know Mystic is very, very good at Caitlyn, but it would be an interesting pickup considering the fact that there are two very strong AD carries also available.
I mean, they still have great picks like Varus and Kalista. And this can be both Kalista, but normally you match with Taric and go Taric Kalista bot lane. So we'll see if it's going to be Keen top Kalista. This is what I want to see.
Yeah, me too. Can work as an answer to Set, but Set is banned this game. As Clid thinking about his Rex side. Two early game jungler opportunities, but Clid very famous for this champion and he's going to lock it away.
I mean, they knew how to play against Kalista and locking in Zoe. They have already really, really strong mid jungle right here.
Yeah. And actually, they synergize so well because he used the Tremor Sense and then BDD can line up his Trouble Bubbles through the walls. Oh man, so good. And you can imagine that Afrika are now trying to figure out exactly what they need to do to try and mitigate it. Right now, they're thinking about their bottom lane.
Alistair?
Yeah, Alistair coming in. This is the second one we've seen in a little while. I believe we saw an Alistair a couple of days ago, but hasn't really been in the meta so far for 2020. And with the Fate's Call availability, this means that Jelly will be able to do a whole lot of different stuff. on this Alistair pick?
It's probably gonna be Kalista and Alista combo on the both side.
Yep.
It reminds me like few years ago when
the Kalista, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The duo lane.
Alista, yeah, exactly. It's really great for Alista to have one more back out tool for him, because normally it's similar with Leona that you go in and if you have no ulti then you get melted down, but you have Kalista right now, so it has great combo right there. So they're banning Morgana for Alisa right now.
And now Afrika thinking about their next ban. It might be another support style ban as Braum is taken away. Now Gen.G, a final option for them as well. Currently they're trying to make sure that Fly is as uncomfortable as possible. His Rumble is taken away. Might be Pantheon to be banned next. Fly does like to default to that one, and so far Afrika's comp is very mid-game. But we'll see. 6 seconds to go. Gen.G are really thinking about this.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned it's really great to just target ban against Fly, because mainly weak point is really great to snipe ban against their team, and especially Fly is one of the worst performer in Afrika Freaks right now. So he is picking Renekton. It might be just mid and play against Zoe.
Well, they will need some magic damage in this composition. Currently they have basically 0, unless you count Dominus and Alistair damage, but they're not really going to register there. So we're expecting Fly to take some sort of caster in the mid lane.
Should,
I would assume Orianna. It's just what I'm assuming from Fly.
I think Syndra can be really great here either.
Yeah, that could work too. As now Gen.G, they lock away the Akali, and there's Tahm Kench to be paired with Ruler. Life, one of our better Tahm Kench players, we have to admit, even though we don't necessarily like Tahm Kench at the moment. He's been certainly nerfed to hell so far, but still sees a lot of play and was pretty pivotal in the last game in Jelly's hands. Now, is it going to be Syndra or is it Orianna is the question, or is it going to be mid Renekton? Keen thinking about his cannon one more time. How the heck does a Renekton lane into a Zoe? Did help me.
You just need to one-shot it by one combo with your jungler. Otherwise, you're gonna get hit by Zoe's auto attack all the time, and he's gonna push lane earlier than you and move to the other lane, and you might hear mid difference GGFF.
Oh no. Well, thankfully this isn't solo queue, so theoretically these guys shouldn't be flaming each other. But yeah, that can be a very dangerous lane for the Renekton. And the problem is, right, is that you put Renekton into an awful lane like that, he already doesn't scale into the late game, so you feel bad instantly as soon as you're not ahead in the early game. So this is going to be a rough one. It might be that Keen is just going to play the cannon in mid or something like that, but I wouldn't expect so. I could imagine that Keen wants to try and run over the top of Rascal, who was one of our Akali players, even back when he was on Kingzone last season. He was certainly a very, very strong top lane Akali player. This was when Akali was very strong, of course, but he is one of our Akali fans.
True. And some Akali players are saying that it's even better to have lower cooldown, even if you cannot escape with the first ulti. So we'll see if Raskar is good Akali player. I mean, he showed sometimes, even after the patch. And I just want to spotlight more on the BDD and Cleed. They have really, really strong early game champion picks, right? So I don't know how they can play against those champions, but still, Renekton Jarvan, for sure they can one-shot Zoe with the flash combo. So we'll see what's going to happen.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be on Afrika to continue to get early game advantages, but this time Gen.G can fight back a whole lot sooner than they were able to with their last composition. Very interesting to watch. As we get onto the Rift, here it is, game number 2. Afrika has to win this to try and challenge Gen.G and move themselves up the west side of the bracket. Remember, things are really, really close between especially Afrika and Dragon X. So a win here for Afrika is just huge to increase their chances in the playoffs.
Then they can compete to top 3, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Winning Gen.G means so... winning Gen.G means so much. So they just need to get win here. At least similar gameplay as game 1.
And even a 2-1 victory, even a 2-1 loss is actually like better than nothing, right? Like winning any games here is just huge because increasing your point score is huge when you've got teams that are so close, right?
Yep.
And so having those extra points is going to be really, really crucial. So let's see whether Afrika can do it. So far, Fly in the mid lane is keyed into having a rough time, is what we're expecting. But maybe he can surprise us. As BDD Zoe is very, very good. We have to remember that as well.
And Afrika was red side, right? So they could definitely counterpick mid. And Fly's choice was Renekton against Zoe. So he must show that he picked Renekton into Zoe because of this reason. Otherwise, I can say it again that Fly is performing bad. So I just want to see Fly performing great against one of the best mid laner in LCK, BDD.
Well, he's already set up for not success. So if he can win here, then it's even more impressive, right? But currently he's getting zoned as we were expecting. This isn't Fly's fault, by the way. It's just how the lane works. It's just not fun for the Renekton in any way. And he's even got teleport, right? He's already sort of conceded this lane almost entirely. As BDD is just getting so much harassment here. He's just completely unchallenged.
At least BDD got cleansed for the first bubble, because all the time he's getting a redemption for the first bubble somehow. So I was like analyzing why BDD is getting redemption all the time. Maybe he...
That's because better mid laners get redemption more. That's just how it works.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how Zoe players calculate it, I think. As Jelly has first rotation over here, but Kid does want to steal this one away. Oh no, yeah, Dread just about has it back available, doesn't get it in time. That's a 3-buff start, I believe, for Clid.
This is mid-jungle synergy and mid-jungle Ollie Priya that we were talking about, and this is excellent.
Big knock-up. Dread gets a little bit of health back with the smite, but he'll lose his Gromp as well. Or at least has to spend a whole lot more time taking it down as Dread moves on back, but Clid has a huge health advantage. Another tunnel in, and Dread, what are you doing? First blood is going to go down. Life just licks the Jarvan to death, and maybe they'll get themselves some beef as well, but no, Jelly's going to flash away and keeps himself alive.
I mean, what was that? He just
I don't know.
Literally ran
into it. He just really wanted the frog. He really wanted the frog.
He just ran into it, and oh my god. I mean, I can understand that he's already behind, so he really don't want to give up some objectives. But yeah, I mean, he just gave a free kill, and this is really, really huge for the Afrika, because if you are behind as Jarvan against Rek'Sai, then you have to farm until like 20 minutes to be useful again, because you are frontline.
And also, you're going to lose all of your jungle, because Clid is just going to be inside your jungle, taking away all of your camps, because if you have a lead as Rek'Sai, you can just bully your opponent forever. Oh man, it is really scary. Anyway, Dread moves on over to the top lane. Rift Scuttler will be able to take that one down, as you can see just there, and his Krugs are available as well. So see whether Dread can salvage this game, but already feeling like Clid has all of the control. And it's all based on BDD being able to keep this wave completely shoved in. Oh my god, that knock-up was very, very large. As Jelly is going to go down extraordinarily low very, very quickly. Ruler picks up the kill, and Mystic can't answer back whatsoever. Clid is just everywhere on this map right now.
That was perfect timing by Clid, by the way. Because Jelly could actually block Clid and get some power shots and maybe get some kills, but wow, Clid. He did it.
Yeah, gets the knock-up exactly in time as the headbutt was coming forward, you're right. And the most gigantic knock-up that we've ever seen. That was very, very strange, but I liked it.
Yeah. And as I said, he's getting... Fly's getting pushed all the time. And he cannot 1v1 one-shot at this timing, because BDD has cleans, right? And he has no ignite either. So he needs Dread, which is behind right now, but... yeah, they got cleanse.
Yeah. So the cleanse does come out. Bubble is going to go off here, and a fair bit of damage. Oh no. Dread not going to take too much. BDD opting in to try and kill some minions. But without cleanse, it means that Dread can come back and try and get a kill here. Wasn't badly played by Fly, by all means. As now Keen in trouble. Rascal looking for him. Will have the 5-point strike. Extra movement speed from the Shroud, but can't quite get the kill. And Keen can just teleport back to this lane, and he has a 21 CS advantage. You might look at that and think that the cannon was behind. That's not true. He was just looking for a back.
Yep. Rascal already reset and TP'd back, so he wanted to block Keen. And...
Whoa. Okay, switch positions there as Clit is going to pick up the dragon for himself. Oh my god, it's a disaster for Afrika. That was super weird.
Wow.
Okay, well, Keen teleported in and they got nothing.
I don't know what is happening in every single game. It's really hard to commentate here.
That was very funny.
Yeah? They just switched the side and gave up the Drake. Dread is giving everything to Clit. Like, here, he just ran in and gave up the kill, and after that, he just leashed Drake and gave up to Clit. Wow.
Yeah, it's like, whose team is he on? Well, right now, Clit is very happy with how things have been going. Clit has just been everywhere on this map. Thank you, Jonah Strong, for the amazing observing of the biggest knock-up in history.
Oh man, this is so great.
This is a fun game. But things need to change for Afrika, as the change they've decided to do is moving Fly into the top lane so that he can possibly get some farm. Keen here as well, but Fly was just picking up a minion wave while Keen was missing. And thankfully for Fly, he's actually able to get some farm on this map. He's sitting at 51. He's not doing too badly, but BDD still has that advantage, and he will move into the mid game very, very strong. Lost chapter almost completed. And yeah, this is not the same game as last one. It's not Afrika needs to keep putting on the pressure.
Yep.
It's Gen G with a composition that can still go toe-to-toe in the earlier stages. So they are powering up for these 2-item spikes that they're going to find, and it's going to be very scary. BDD 4-0 on the Zoe. Not bad.
He never lost on the Zoe and Clit. Clit on Rex side.
Well, I mean, they haven't lost very much in general.
Yeah, true.
So far this season. So it's only Rascal with the one Akali loss, but still with a 75% win rate. Not bad at all.
First pick, play jungle.
That doesn't seem good.
I mean, they're so
First time. Wow. That's actually really interesting that Dread hasn't played Jarvan so far this season.
I mean, he
certainly has been a very popular pick.
he preferred more aggressive picks than Jarvan. Jarvan is some kind of control champion more than aggressive champion, right? So
yeah,
that's why I really wanted to see mid 2v2 this game, especially when you're playing Renekton. You have target CC against the little cute caster. So they're moving together. Still, this is great to push out when they're doing heaven. And
not too bad from Afrika to stop it though. So they are able to move Clit away from Shelly over there. Keen up here towards the top side should continue to have control, but not doing too badly as Rascal. He's down by about 20 CS, so it's not the greatest laning phase thus far. The Akali should be able to do her job as this game goes on.
And also on top of it, as Kalista, you must win lane. I mean...
Oh yeah, true.
They're losing 20 CS. So this is not great news for Afrika Freaks in general. Normally when you think about Kalista, you should win lane. And then Aphelios, yes, it's really strong champion, but in lane, it might be a little playable against that champion. But right now it seems like Rolla is having more fun time.
Oh yeah, he's having a real good time. As a couple of plates are going to go down here for Afrika bottom side. Rolla missed out on a few creeps. So Mystic able to balance things back out again, but still 15 CS is going to be the lead for Ruler, despite spending a lot of time out of lane and without life. Now with the Crescendum and the Calibrum, a lot of extra damage potential from very high range with this combo, but he's running out of bullets for his Calibrum. And a bit of a back timing maybe being considered by Mystic, but just wanting to wait for this minion wave to crash, and they're going to lose. Oh no. No, the cannon minion. Yeah, okay, not even going to get cannon experience. That's real sad.
I mean, Afrika still has really great comp to play skirmishes with Kalista-Alisa combo into cannon ulti. So the timing is so important. I just want to know what timing they want to fight Afrika Freaks. Are they going to give up this Drake? I think it's gonna be harder. But Aphelios has BF Sword, so that's maybe the reason why Africa Freaks is backing out from the Drake. But I don't see the reason for Genji to give up this Drake easily, because they have mid pressure 24/7.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah? And also they are ahead in bot lane. It's gonna be harder for Africa Freaks to play this game more and more.
And also you've got Clid continuing to just power farm his jungle. He's currently level 7, so even with Dread. So Dread's actually done a decent job getting back, but the Warrior enchant is done for the Rek'Sai. And she's going to be very, very powerful here this game. Dread moving on over, looking to try and clear out control vision. Jelly is in the river. And this is what Afrika has to do. They have to move Keen if they're going to get control of the Drake area. So now Rascal is going to be able to close that gap by a lot on the top side of the map, purely because Afrika was forced to invest more resources in controlling this area.
They need to start it, yeah. Because Keen cannot spend a lot of time here, because he's going to lose a lot. So is Jelly gonna go in here? It's good positioning. They are seeing it.
We'll see whether Jelly can get onto Ruler. Doesn't have a blast cone to get over that wall, as Afrika looks like they are going to be able to lock down this Ocean Drake.
Oh.
Keen wants to try and get back towards topside, and they do secure the dragon. And Genji had invested a lot of wards down here, as well as another Infernal Soul here for this game. It's pretty hot and spicy here so far.
That was really good.
But Genji just have a passive lead.
I mean, that was really good sacrifice by Keen. He gave up like 2 ways, but still really great. And Clid is looking for the gank again.
Yeah, that's the flash knockup. Mystic does heal, gets himself out of the way, is now Jelly in trouble, has the ultimate, is going to use it as Ruler. Moonlight Vigil comes down, but there's the Fate's Call. He holds onto it for so long. And we'll trade it for the ultimate of the Aphelios. But now Shelly comes down. Ruler looking to try and gather all of these plates up for himself. And he will get a lot of extra money. Clid even able to grab a few of those. And the next plate is going to be picked up as well. So Genji, even more money in their back pockets now, moving towards a 3,000 gold lead by 13 minutes in the game.
Yeah, I want to see the gold difference between those two AD carries right now, because he's 30 CS behind right now, and he lost
that's insane.
So many plates against Roller right now. So yoink.
Yep, thanks for the leash, guys, I guess. As yep, stolen out from underneath Dread entirely. He will get a Rift Scuttler, so he gets something at least, but he's an item completion behind Clid. Clid still goes back, grabs himself Ninja Tabi, so he's even further ahead. And that is the Essence Reaver completed for Ruler. He wants his Infinity Edge, and then he's going to be extraordinarily strong on this Aphelios. And we have to keep... Oh, I forgot to remember the amount of kills that Ruler got in game number 1, because we need to keep that counter going for 1,000.
Oh,
he was 8 away at the start of the last game, but he's very, very close.
Yeah. And I mean, this game, if they win it simply, Genji, then I just want to vote for Dread for this game, because he's doing so much for Genji, by the way. Like,
well, yeah, that early play was definitely not one that we wanted.
Yeah, like
in this game. That's not why you sub your jungler in. It's not how that works.
I mean,
oh dear.
He made first blood, and he made a first objective for Genji, and even blue for the Raskar. So.
Yeah, he was leashing for the top laner of Genji. Really clean stuff.
Not great, not great. So he really needs to come back from this.
Yeah, it can be hard, at least mentally, to get back into a game like this, but we'll see. Dread clearing out some tunnels here, but Clid is under no pressure at all. One plate goes over to Afrika. I don't think Mystic was actually able to pick up the bottom lane second plate. I thought he was going to get there, but not quite able to.
They're pushing together.
Yeah, 3 versus 3 here towards the bottom side. The inside track is B2D. So Afrika, they just can't fight it.
Yeah.
As Rascal shoots Keen with his gun sword. Keen gets himself out with the lightning rush. He'll be absolutely fine, continuing to farm very well. And I mean, Keen will always win his lane, but I just don't know whether he's going to be able to control this game like he wants to here on this cannon. Genji just looked too strong right now at this stage of the game.
I think they're really on the comfort zone, because they're winning all the sides. I mean, Rascal is just doing his job. Just go half-half, and BDD is not gonna die here.
Nope. Not a chance. Has the cleanse, has his flash. Even has a super soaker.
GLP again. I think.
Yeah, there we go.
I think he's on that item, hype train. You know.
I think he just really likes it. Likes the super soaker.
He's really on the GLP hype train right now. Yeah, I mean it's a great item. He's making a lot of a lot of room for his team and pressuring with the only one item.
I actually like it for. Yeah, and for increasing the burst potential as well of the Zoe, you've got like another button that you can use to try and get that extra bit of damage out of your one shot. So moving into the mid game with that, plus maybe an Oblivion Orb on top of these two items, he's going to be very, very strong. As he misses a cannon creep, so that was not so good. But otherwise, he's going to be fine.
That's really uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a tilter. Yeah. It's actually the worst part of being a caster, I think, is watching cannon minions die to not champions. So it's very, very bad. But it's okay. We deal with it. We deal with it one step at a time, you know?
So, yeah, I mean, Genji, they are ahead, though. But still, they're playing really, really safe. And this is the timing that Genji is going to be aggressive. Objective. They actually don't fight until they have the reason for the fight, you know? So...
Well, this might be the reason. As Teleport comes in from Rascal, they're looking for Mystic and Jelly, as he does get the Shuriken backflip to try and close the distance, but he can't quite get in. Headbutt, pretty good ability there from Afrika, but he was teleporting towards this Drake anyway, so we are now going to have the 5v5 around this area.
5v5.
And they really want to pick this one up. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I think Genji is a little ahead in the items, but still, Afrika Freak's team comp is really scary, so they just need to fight well. It's kind of 50-50. Oh, but if Fly gets hit by poke, then it's not 50-50 anymore.
Yeah, this is the problem. Like, Genji can control this because they have the poke options. They can soften up Afrika, and even Rascal is finding some damage onto Keen on the bottom side, and now Genji have picked up the aggro of this dragon, gets the reset, and the River Ram continues.
And when you think about it, playing against AP Cannon, if you can see the position of the cannon, it's not scary at all. So
no, not anymore. Oh, okay. Lots of buttons being thrown out, but the Moonlight Vigil does go wide, and it looks like Afrika want to give away this dragon, not wanting to bite off more than they can chew. So Genji taking control, and that's what this game feels like. It feels like Afrika have just been bullied out of everything based on how poorly the early game went.
I mean, some people are talking about Genji is so boring to watch because they're not fighting that much. But I think because of the Genji gameplay style, they are making enemy to not fightable against them.
Yeah, they put Afrika in a position where they just don't have any options. And I think that is the cleanest League of Legends. It might be boring, but it is just the right way to play, is to make sure that you always have the advantageous position in any sort of fight opportunity.
I mean, they're pro players. They are getting paid to play this game, you know? So they just need to play to win. So,
and that's the most important part. And right now, Afrika are not allowed to play. It's sort of the long and short of it, is Dread looking for a possible fight opportunity, but can't quite get in there. And yeah, we've had 2 kills so far this game. There's a 4,000 gold lead for Genji, just because Afrika have been shut out of so many resources.
Yeah, I mean, maybe some people are heading to watch Genji game, but I like it because I still want to be pro player. I just want to play again on stage, so it's really great to see how they rotate the map and use the pressure. It's always great. Their vision control on the both sides. Look at it. The control wars. The wars.
Oh yeah.
So great. So I just want to see the cleaning out the game against Afrika Freaks. Because, yeah, as I said, T1 is chasing them so fast. So they
and we were talking about this before, the fact that Genji shouldn't be as comfortable as you might expect them to be at 10-1 at the top of the standings, because they did lose that one game to T1. They have that second round match coming up. It's going to be absolutely huge when that game happens. And I actually need to look at the schedule to see when that game is happening, because that is the one that we really need to pencil down in our calendars, because that's going to teach us a lot about how the finals are going to go, to be honest. I think that it's a pretty easy bet to say that, you know, right now Genji versus T1 should be what we're expecting for the final for spring.
Actually, I'm wondering how it's going to be LCK finals. Is it going to be online or...
Ooh, that's true. We don't know what the situation is going to be based on the virus, I guess. So we'll just have to play it by ear as things go on. As Dread
going
doesn't
in,
get
by the
any of
way.
the knockups, but Jelly does find one of them. Yeah,
His
Mystic
flash?
immediately exhausted as he gets round the corner and cleared. Finds the knockup, but Ruler's going down very, very low. Slicing Maelstrom is gigantic and zoning out BDD and Fly from this fight. Afrika may have just found it as the flash does come out from life. He gets himself to safety. But Afrika have already won the fight.
I actually don't know why Rula just ran into enemy team. I actually saw this situation at game 1-2 with Miss Fortune. He just ran into enemy team, and before he just didn't die, but this time he just got one shot by Renekton combo.
Yep, and by Keen being there with a Slicing Maelstrom on top of him as well.
Yeah.
Just a dangerous place to fight for Gen G at that point, and they didn't have their Akali. There was no way for Rascal to make that rotation over, so just a really silly decision from Gen G as we have a look at it one more time.
I mean, yeah, maybe this is how you play against Gen G, because I think Gen G players kind of know that they have the lead, that they cannot fight, and they expect them to back out, but they shouldn't just back out to play against Gen G. You must punish
and also,
them.
Yeah, and Gen G knew, Afrika knew that Rascal didn't have his teleport, so they knew that they were going to have a man advantage.
So it was really unnecessary aggressiveness by Rula right there. And at the same time, Afrika Freaks, really great engage by Dread right there. Finally, he gave something for his team and paused.
There you go. Congratulations.
I'm sorry.
We did another pause.
I'm sorry, guys. Because I was talking.
We all know who to blame. We all know who to blame. As we're going to find out exactly what's going on as soon as possible for you. Hopefully it's not anything other than maybe just a little bit of a lag spike that we have seen a few pauses for over these over a few days. And yeah, hopefully we can figure out exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm checking. I think there's someone typing it to us to try and figure out. So Fly is apparently lagging. That's what we're getting.
I see.
And LS is in the chat saying that it was him. So I don't think it was him, actually. But he is claiming responsibility. That's what he said.
Thank you. But anyways, it's paused again. And it looked like both teams are having fun time. I think still is kind of 50-50 situation after that throw by Genji.
Yep.
So it's really important to not have lagging PC by Fly.
Yeah, I think a lagging PC would probably be a bad thing. So I think it's probably good that we're sorting it out.
I think, yeah. Maybe that's why Fly did really bad positioning at game 1. Because of the lagging PC. We cannot blame the player, you know? And
yeah, that's what
maybe
it is.
Dread is changing his PC too?
Mm-hmm.
Because of these.
Yeah, I think we need to just check to see whether Dread's PC is okay, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so too. Because this play was for sure not acceptable as a pro player.
I want to get the slow motion knockup of Jelly going into the sky. Oh, it makes me so sad. That last fight from Afrika, I think you're right. I think that this game is still up in the air for both of these teams. This was so silly. Just so silly.
Oh my gosh, man.
I don't know. Funny things happen sometimes. But this is the team fight that Afrika were actually able to take.
Finally, Dread is giving his team to get something. And he got it. So great.
Yeah.
And
3 kills there in quick succession.
Yeah.
Sorry, 2. Because Rascal wasn't actually in the fight whatsoever. And really nice stuff. It sounds like the music of like the game being over, but the game's not over, guys. The game's still going. 22.5 minutes in. We've got a 3,000 gold lead for Gen G, despite the fact that they did just lose 2 of their members. That doesn't matter. Things are going to be absolutely okay.
Yeah.
Still feeling like this is a Gen G 2-0 at this stage of the game, but Afrika, they do have an opportunity to get back in.
Actually, I feel really weird from Gen G sometimes. They were, it was the Gen G game when they played against Sandbox. They were ahead, so ahead, but they were just running into enemy for no reason sometimes. So
yeah, maybe they're just having fun, you know.
Yeah, maybe limit testing again.
Oh, brilliant. Love it. Get as much of that limit testing in as possible.
Yeah.
I think the regular season is probably the place for it. And maybe in series where you have the first game already in the bag. And then you can limit test in game 2 and then hopefully win the next one just to make sure you can keep that scoreline. But I think that scrims are probably where they're going to be doing that. And I don't think Damwon and APK had any reason to spend an entire series limit testing.
Yeah, true.
Oh my
I mean, at least Genji's first place with the limit testing.
That's true.
And they're not.
And it seems like they haven't reached their limit just yet. Ruler did find his when he stood in amongst 4 members of Afrika and died. He's realized that 1 versus 4, that's his limit.
Oh, yeah?
He's made it to that. Yeah. Not what you want.
Yeah, I mean, I hope this issue solves really fast, because it's been a while that I'm talking in English, because I didn't went out from Korea because I had no chance to go out because of the also coronavirus issue. And then, yeah, I mean, it's really hard for me to talk in English in general stuffs and so on.
Yeah, and it must be hard to do it for so long as well. I mean, we find it hard to commentate 3 best of 3s in a row anyway, and you're doing it in a second language. So huge shout out to you, dude. You're doing really, really well. But hopefully we can get back into the game so that we can get towards our final series, because there's still 1 more to go.
Thank you so much, but I'm still fine, because last matchup is really fun to watch either. So
yeah, that's going to be an exciting one. I'm really looking forward to seeing how DRX actually bounce back after their pretty embarrassing performance in their last game. Although it was T1, so we're not necessarily expecting DRX to win, but still, I feel like they had so many opportunities, but they threw them away for reasons outside of the game, right? Like, it just looked like their mental went boom halfway through the second game, and it was just a little bit sad.
Yeah. And from today, starting from today, maybe I should study English more to cast LCK.
Maybe you could just cast the LCK from now on. We could talk to LS. We can just have like a TriCast for the entire time. What do you reckon?
No.
We can do some English lessons throughout the pauses.
Maybe, yeah, that's fun actually.
Yeah, maybe I should I should download like an English lesson book or something like that, and we can just do that during the pauses.
1 word, 1 game. Oh, we got the game.
Is this the game?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, it is. We're there. We got the overlays on. We're all sorted out. I think Fly's PC is working, and maybe Afrika are going to be at the power level that they need with a computer that's working. For Fly.
I mean, Fly is performing really great in this game. He's 101, and also.
Hey, yeah, there we go. And pretty even on farm too.
And also, his plays were really great into Roller's Aphelios, because he literally one-shot Aphelios. So I just want to see more aggressive plays by Fly, because he has Renekton which can push sides and move first. So
I do need to interrupt just for 1 second. We have an important question from the chat. LS, talking about the TriCast, he has an important question for you, which is, do you build Morello or Leandris?
I build Leandris.
Then you're welcome. You can join. I think this is a confirmation that you're allowed onto the broadcast for our TriCast. Confirm it. Yeah, I know. I know it's pretty hired.
Yeah.
LS says. All right, we're confirmed. This bottom lane outer turret is going to fall. Mystic locks that one down, and we've got Soul Point available for Gen G, but they're moving away from the Drake pit.
I mean,
control vision for Afrika.
Yeah, still they have really strong competition to take the team fight, but always to get the mid prior first is important for the team game.
And that is exactly what Gen G have been able to do. Now, they now get the rotation over. Fly is going to be a little bit late here, as it's going to be a 50-50. Afrika 4 versus 5 at this particular moment, as Rascal is inside the pit in his shroud.
Got it.
It is going to be Drake locked down by Afrika. As the Rift Scuttler does also go down. Yeah, a lot of damage from Ruler from really high range. As Fly is slowed, Bubble is not going to connect, as Keen skirts it very nicely. Gets shot by the sword of Rascal.
They're chasing.
But he's not going to get back. Yeah, no, they were thinking about the chase, and then they decided that that wasn't what they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, good play by Afrika Freaks. They got the Drake. And it was really close because Aphelios did tons of damage there. But they just got the Drake without any kills. So this is still great for Africa. But I'm seeing Kalista being behind against Aphelios so much.
Yeah, it's sad, isn't it? It's not what you want to see. Kalista is just so good in lane as Ruler takes away the enemy red buff as well and will move on out. Does have the 2 items that he wants for this stage of the game, as well as his Executioner's Calling to deny the healing out of the Afrika squad. A bit of healing available for this team, but not a massive amount.
Well, at least he got 2 items right now, so it's great.
Yeah.
And he's...
I mean, Mystic did just build his, so maybe an opportunity for a team fight here for Afrika.
And maybe he's building QSS either. Mystic.
Ooh, potentially.
Yeah. That's why I...
Oh, 3rd item QSS?
Yeah, that's why I'm high rating...
the dream.
Yeah, that's why I'm high rating Mystic so much. World class
so
80 carry.
Do you reckon we could, like, can we send a message to Hybrid and just, like, send him a picture of the QSS that Mystic's about to build?
Maybe I should. That was really
like,
shocking.
Hey, man,
even Beryl said
it wasn't great.
that enemy AD carry didn't pick up the cleans, so it was really easy. He literally said that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I only heard the bit where they were talking about Beryl's hair for 45 minutes. But that's actually like really interesting because I want to know from Hybrid's perspective as to why he didn't put priority on picking up either the item or taking the cleanse. It's very, very strange. Anyway, Ruler just defending here in the mid lane. Things just slowing down as we wait for the next Infernal Drake to come up. Both of these teams on 2 Drakes, so no Infernal Soul to be coming up before the next 10 minutes does roll around. Sorry, 7.5 minutes, I guess.
I think Genji, they are really special in some kind of way because they really want to make the chance of winning at least 80% because they are not fighting because of that reason. And if they are fighting, that means Genji is going to win most of the fight.
Well, it looks like Fly is just going to die up here. Dominus not going to give him enough health to survive. And Void Rush is pretty good at avoiding any sort of turret aggro. So very easily take down the turret, take down the Crocodile, and extend the lead further forward.
Yeah. In some way, League is also a percentage game, right? So Genji is one of the most safest team in LCK.
Yeah, they're like, we need to take the 80% plays. Whereas you think about like teams like IG, historically, they're like, oh, is it like a 45% chance that we're going to win? All right, let's take the fight. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're more like, it's 10% of winning, but I'm the shy, so I'm going in. Yeah, I won it because I'm the shy.
And then they win.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. That does happen. Well, Genji are going to be absolutely fine here as Dread was standing on a ward. They were able to play around it, and they take down the outer and inner turret's top lane. And we'll just now look for a bit of a reset, as you can see. We want to do it from safety by the looks of things. Keen and Jelly. I mean, Afrika does have a lot of teamfight power with this composition, but as they fall further behind, it's just harder and harder to fight front to back against what Genji has, especially if Genji can set up and then get the poke where they need it.
So they're turning their shot.
That's a Baron being started. Yeah. All right, teleport to come in. This is going to be a 5v5 as Glit is down towards the bottom side, but you can see Afrika do want to try and get out of the way of this one.
This doesn't look
Keen
great.
Down to half health. Jelly is low as well. Yeah, there's a flank opportunity. Bubble doesn't land though as Jelly walks by it, and Afrika will get out to safety, but without a Baron.
At the end, they just got the TP from the Genji side, so it's great. I was really, I was really afraid them get engaged by Genji, but they didn't. So they're full HP again, so they can go to the Nashor side again.
Well, Rascal gets a little bit of poke onto Jelly, but he's going to be absolutely fine. Like you were talking about, moving straight back to this Baron, but Infernal Drake's up in 15 minutes. And Genji doesn't want to just go and get a Drake or anything like that because it's only going to be the third one. So they're going to try and fight for this Baron. Keen off to the side in a very good flank position. I believe out of the vision range of Genji as well. Skirting around the corner, Tremor Sense is going to spot him as BDD picks up an exhaust. Ruler has exhaust as well as life, by the way. They have no sort of defensive summoner spells down there unless you include exhaust in that conversation, but they don't have the heal. They don't have the cleanse.
They're just going mid.
Yeah, looks like this inner turret is going to fall down. They're just getting out-rotated. Teleport to come in here from Fly. Rascal going down very low. He has the Shroud available as Jelly can't get into a position to try and headbutt anyone. The vision is there. Clid gets himself out. Super Soaker utilized by BDD. That's why he builds that item for the extra disengage potential. And Afrika once again just can't find a fight.
But I think it's still great for Afrika Freeze because of the position. They can get Drake right now, I feel like. And Genji,
yeah,
they still got the Drake, but they really don't want to fight because it's not 80% of chance of winning, it seems like.
Yeah, that's true. But now Soul Point is going to be in the hands of Afrika. I wasn't expecting this to be so easy, like to play around these objectives for Afrika, given the fact that Genji did have so much control. And even though they do not want to fight generally, they still do have leads. So they could just allow Afrika to move forward. They are going to realize that and start up the Baron. So much damage. Look at Ruler. Point blank range with the Caliber. Sorry, with the Severum.
Yeah, Ziggs,
Not Severum, Caliber. The other one? Oh, man.
Oh my god.
Crescendum, that's the one. Just so much damage and they just lock down the Baron.
They literally melted down, and also Life used these Ziggs for Aphelios, so that's why they just could melt it.
Oh wow, yeah. So they use the Abyssal Voyage and then Ruler just does way more damage.
Wow.
Oh my
It was
God.
literally 5
an
seconds.
inhibitor turret also fell down.
Yeah. It was literally 5 seconds. I just want to see it again.
Oh, that's the 80% play.
Yeah.
That's the 80% play right there.
80% play, yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Well, Rascal back in the mid lane. They will now be able to continue shoving out these minion waves. Back's coming forward. You can see Mystic. He's got a more of Malmortius now as his third item, so it wasn't actually the QSS that he decided to pick up. We'll see whether he buys that when he does get back to base. Not going to be the case. He collects himself his stopwatch. And you can see now Genji will be able to play around the next Infernal Drake, but not before taking down more of these turrets.
Yeah, I mean,
and trying to break open the base of Afrika.
This game, he doesn't need QSS for this game. That much?
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, if he gets hit by a bubble, then that's a bit silly. As a Kalista who probably shouldn't be hit by a bubble.
And they're just slowly pushing without any fight, as usual.
Yep, it's the slowly pushing, or Genji for sure.
Oh yeah.
As BDD finds a lot of poke there onto Fly. Beach balls flying around, and Genji take away the last remaining inner turret. 7 turrets to 3 right now. There's a lot of gold in the turrets for Genji here, which is why they're moving towards a 6,000 gold lead.
I mean, this is so great play by Genji. I'm not being sarcastic. They're playing really, really great. This Genji playstyle.
Yeah, super clean.
Yeah, this is super clean. This is what we wanted from LCK. Always when we were remembering back then, when LCK was stomping all the tournaments, at all the tournaments, then always they couldn't fight against LCK ever, because
even when they won a fight, the LCK team was just better. As now Afrika going for a desperation fight. There's the spit out and the just escape from Ruler. Just explosion of damage onto the cannon as Dread throws down the Cataclysm. But who's trapped in where with who? Is BDD trying to get himself out. Rascal, so much damage on the back line. And Mystic, he gets one of the kills, but he will just be eviscerated. And that's the end of the game, guys. 2-0 for Genji.
This is Genji. This is LCK that we wanted for so long years, so long time.
Is this the year? Is this the time we did? Are we back on top? Is it the time for LCK to shine? Is our question. And Genji is trying to say yes.
Will LCK win 2020 Worlds? I don't know. I hope so.
Yeah, I don't want to ask that question just yet. Just don't want to. We got MSI first. Let's try and win that one.
I mean,
we'll see what we can do. Chat's currently saying no a lot. So that's not very nice.
Yeah, I mean, still, it was not that clean though, because we've seen a lot destroying randomly.
I mean, there was that one fight that Afrika was able to win, but after Clid got ahead in the early game, it really did feel like Afrika didn't have many options to try and get back into the game.
Apparently, Chet is mad because of what I said. Yeah, I mean,
I don't think so.
I'm joking. I mean, Europe is playing really great, so we're just trying to follow up.
I think there's just a lot of good League of Legends across the world right now. I actually really like how close it is. It's really, really cool. We need to give a player of the game, and I think that's an easy one, isn't it?
I have to.
Yeah. Let's do that. I think you were right. Your choice for the last game is correct for this game.
Oh, really?
I think Clid played some real good League of Legends.
Oh, I did same. Wow.
Yeah, there we go. Synergy. Locked it down.
Exactly.
Maybe I'm just being influenced because you're my analyst for this series. And so I've been listening to what you've been saying, and now I'm like, oh yes, subliminal messaging. Clid needs to be the pick. He did it.
Yeah.
And now we get the Clid interview as well, which is fun. Oh, we didn't count how many kills Ruler got. I don't think he made it to 1,000. I think he's like sitting at 998 or something like that right now.
Yeah, I think so. We didn't see the subtitles during the game. If he got the 1k kills, then we could see it in the game, but nothing.
Yeah, Jisun just let me know, so he's not at 1,000 yet. I'm going to ask her what the number is. Although she's listening, so I guess I could just ask her there. She doesn't know, so never mind. But we will keep track of it for the next Gen G match, as we have one more series to come here today. And I'm actually, this is the one that I'm really excited about. So we're getting a little bit tired, but the cool thing is that League of Legends is certainly going to carry us as we move towards Griffin versus DRX. Just so many stories to tell as we once again check out Dread just walking back into almost guaranteed death.
I mean, it's just so fun. I'm just laughing.
This is the best bit. Give us the slow-mo. Woo!
I mean, it was so fun to watch this game. Really, jungle difference was pretty huge this game for during the series. Yeah, this is one of the hilarious moments.
There's just some weird stuff that was happening, but honestly, it was a game about Gen G, like having a stranglehold throughout the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
And they only sacrificed objectives they were okay with sacrificing, and when they made a decision, like you were talking about, it's the 80% play.
Yeah.
And they just lock it down and they win the game, and it feels just so consistent for Gen G. It's really scary, really, really scary watching this team if you're any other team in the LCK that wants to try and win. They're looking pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah, and look at this escape. Really great devour by Tom Kench and Staboch right there. Wow, life.
And also, Kane couldn't do anything for like so long. He was knocked up, stunned, his whole health bar melted, and then eventually he flash ulted, but he had like 100 health. And so Ruler one-shot him.
I mean, Life...
just no options.
Yeah, Life played really, really great there, because he just debarred his AD carry and stopwatched, and right after that he just did Kalista. Wow.
Yeah.
APM.
Really nice
High
stuff.
APM.
And also BDD did a lot of damage. That's to be expected, but on Afrika's side, feels like Keen and Friends is upon us. And it's not what you want to see. It's a similar situation to what we thought round one Dam1 felt like. But this was not the Afrika Freaks that we wanted to see. However, it's a very difficult match, right? Like up against Gen G. I don't think any team in the LCK is expected to win unless your name's T1. And in that case, it's actually just a super hype matchup and you don't necessarily know who's going to win. So just Gen G are too strong. That's what it feels like.
They won 8 games in a row as a team. Maybe, if I'm not wrong, this is the first time that one team got 8 wins in a row.
Oh, actually don't know about that. That might be a cool stat to check out before we get to our next series. Might have a bit of a look while I'm having my dinner. But yeah, only one loss to T1, which was in week 2 of round 1.
I mean, so, they're showing this so many times,
I don't think they remember what losing feels like.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon? Yeah, we have. We watched this like 1,000 times.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that there's lots of fun stuff in this highlight package. Like some of the games, like the highlight package is like really boring because it's like maybe APK getting smashed or something like that, and it's actually just sad to watch. But this one, at least, there were just really strange things going on, which is fun.
I mean, at this point, I feel really bad about Dread because they just showed Dread dying for no reason 5 times in a row.
Yeah, they did. Oh dear.
Oh man.
That's not what we want. That's not what you want. As I believe we've got Rascal and Clid now, as Clid picks up 8 out of 9. One of the who was it? Was it Cloud Templar? Dongjun? Who's first on the Korean caster list?
Normally it's Cloud Templar who is doing weird votes in LCK.
Well,
and he was talking
there
about
it is. BDD. That's his one.
And he was talking
But
about.
we had the synergy.
Yeah.
We confirmed it. It was it's the Korean casters that are a little bit off. As we throw it over to Ji-sun for some interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is the translation, and we'll be hearing from Raka, Clit, from Genji, with a 2-0 win today. Longest winning streak from Genji.
제가
연습을
잘 되고 있지만 어느 경기에서
We
또
are, yes,
방심하지
on a
않는 게
winning
중요한 것
streak, but
같아서
it's really
연습마다
important not to put
집중하는
your
게
guards
중요하다고
down.
생각하고
So we always have to focus and do our best. Yeah, the game was not really easy at all because it was actually going back and forth. So when was the timing that you guys were able to turn the tide around?
처음에 적팀 미드전들이
When at the first time,
어떻게 먹었는지
somehow I
모르겠지만
stole
그렇게
that
먹게 되고 난 다음부터 운이
a
좋아가지고
Drake.
게임이
So we got a little bit
갈
lucky.
것 같다고 생각했던 것
So
같아요.
the game was a little bit on our side starting from that point.
1세트는 어땠어요? 1세트.
What about game number one?
라스칼 선수.
1세트에서 제가
Well,
다른
game number
말
one,
했을 때 그냥
I played J4.
아마 저희가 질리언이나 그런 후반에
Well,
갈 때 좀 좋은 픽이 있다
We had a very good
보니까
late
그냥
game
마음도
picks like
편안하고
Zillion,
보니까
so
이겼던 것
we
같아요.
weren't really worried in that
1세트는
game.
좀더 편안하게 좀 진행이 됐군요.
예. 라스칼 선수에게 한번
I want to
여쭤보고
ask
싶은
a
게
question
그
to
조합이 어쨌든
Rascal.
그 LCK에서 자주 등장했던 조합도 아니고 좀 독특한
So
느낌이 있었잖아요.
that was not a typical
어떻게
LCK
발견하게
comp.
됐는지,
So how did you
그리고 또
guys
연습 과정이
come up
어땠었는지
with
살짝만
such
알려줄
comp,
수
and
있을까요?
how did the practice go?
이 경기 말씀하시는 거예요?
Game number two? No, game number one.
그냥 1경기
Well,
이제 뭐 질리언 같은 경우는
For Jillian in game number one,
보성이가
BDD
좀 좋아하는 픽이고
kind of
그리고
prefers
저희가
it,
시간 가면은 되게
and also
저희가 훨씬 좋은 느낌이어서
we had that feeling that it's gonna be so good in late game, so we were able to play comfortably in game, you know, waiting for the time and waiting for the skill to come up.
시간 가면은
And also during the practice, there were a lot of games where we were leading in late game as well. Well, Clay was giving Rascal his eyes, kind of opening some information about the practice, but Rascal was really honest in this interview, telling us how the practice go.
국내에서 좀 가장 잘하는 탑을 얘기했을 때 현재 폼
So back in the days,
얘기했을 때
a lot of
라스칼 선수가 굉장히 많이 좀
people
거론되고 있거든요. 어떻습니까? 요즘
have been mentioning Rascal is the best top laner in Korea. How are you feeling about that? I see you're smiling.
당연히 기분 좋고요.
Of course,
근데 이제
it feels really good. But
자만하지 않고
I
아직
wouldn't be
부족한 게
like
많으니까
overexcited. I wouldn't be
열심히
bossy
방금 그 얘기를
because
왜
I have a
클리드에서
lot of
눈치를
points to
봤죠?
improve.
왜 클리드의 눈치를
But
봤어요?
why were you looking at
지금
Clid
게임 중단인데.
when you're answering that
눈치를
question?
많이 보네요.
왜
This
그랬어요?
is not even a game. You shouldn't be
원래
like watching out for your own jungler.
제가 서열이 좀 낮아서
Well, I am in a very low hierarchy in our team, so I'm actually a little bit scared of Clid. Whatever I'm saying, I just get to like watch if it's feeling okay or not.
젠지 유튜브에 공개된 영상에 따르면
And there was a video uploaded on Genji YouTube channel. Actually, Rascal, you are the boomer. You are like being so strict to your like academy players. No, that was edited in the wrong way. So I actually asked our players, like, who bullies you the most? And they answered Life, Ruler, and BDD. So I'm 100% sure that I am the nicest person in our team.
그러면은 일단은 제가 더
So
잘해주겠습니다.
I will even treat them better from now on.
영상에서 보였기 때문에 많은 팬 여러분들에게 재밌게 받아들이신 것 같네요.
That was actually a very fun content from Genji YouTube. You guys should check it out. And Ruler was so close to getting 1,000 kills in LCK.
모르셨군요. 네.
Well, we weren't aware of that because we have to pay attention to the game results, so we are not paying attention to the kill scores.
크게 신경 안 쓰시면 그래도 본인 자르반 성적 이런 거 조금 신경 쓰이시나요?
But your J4 is undefeated so far, so are you kind of paying attention to that?
제가 자신 있는 챔피언이기도 하고
Well, J4, I'm really confident in that champion, but I don't really pay attention to like match histories or stats. It's just like naturally coming out because I'm just feeling confident in the champion.
2세트도 한번 연결해서 말씀드릴게요. 아까 전에 그 초동력학 위치 전환기 때문에
Then let's
그
check
돼지
out
드래곤 먹은 장면이 있었거든요.
Game number
그렇잖아요.
2,
네.
where you
근데
just
그
hopped
이후도
back
뭐
into the
그전이었나요?
Dragon Pit and got that Drake.
알리스타.
Mountain
부딪혔을
Drake.
때
And
상대편이
also
위쪽으로
the
굉장히
knock
위로
up
뜨는 장면이 있었거든요.
on Alista,
그
you
스킬
had
판정 언제
so
원래
Alista
그렇게 되는
actually
거예요?
soared up in the sky.
원래 그 챔피언을 렉사이가 눌러놓고 있으면은
When
판정이 되게
Rek'Sai
커요.
has
그리고
his mouse
원래
on the
제가
champion, it
렉사이를
has a very
플레이했을 때
good
알리스타
hitbox
같은
actually.
거나 리신
So
음파를 맞추고 날라올 때
Alista or Lee Sin
프로랭크나
Q
그런 데에서도
number
번번이
2,
그렇게
those kind of
놀이기구를
moments
타더라고요.
actually like come
그래서
up in solo queue games, like
생각했던 것 같아요.
jumping up in the sky. So I
다양한
wasn't
경험을
really too
통해서
surprised. I
순간도
kind of
놓지 않고
expected
있었다는
it.
그런 얘기네요. 오늘 그 BDD 선수와 함께 오늘 800점 하면서 POG 공동 1위가 됐습니다.
So you and BDD are
클린 선수.
the leaders of POG so
클린
far with
선수의 사실
800
어떻게 보면 이
POG
대단한
points.
장면이 지금 시즌에 계속 연이어서 나오고 있는 셈이거든요. 이 POG 포인트 그걸 좀 대신해서
So
말해주는 것
you're
같고
picking up a lot of
어떻습니까?
POG
이 POG
points
포인트에 대해서.
throughout the split.
일단 제가 작년에 결승에서 받아보긴
Well,
했는데
last year I did get
아직
it
정규 시즌에서는 받아본
at
적이
the
없어서
finals,
근데 엄청 그렇게 욕심
the
나진
MVP
않은 것
award,
같고
but
아마
never
제일 욕심 나는 건 우승인 것 같아요.
in the regular split. So
우승에 대한
well, I
그
kind of
열망 좀
interested
느껴집니다.
in it,
우승할 때까지
but
집중해.
actually
아직
winning
안 끝났어.
as a whole
네.
matters
라고
more.
얘기를 하는 것 같습니다.
그러기 위한 가장 큰 산이 어떻게 보면 바로 다음 경기예요. 그러니까
So
지금
your upcoming
유일하게
series is
패배를
so
안겨준
important.
팀이
T1,
T1이거든요.
the only team that
근데
took
T1이
Genji
다음
down.
경기예요.
네.
두 분 다 이거 사실은 좀 뭐랄까요?
I bet
돌려주기 위해서
you
좀 벼르고
two
있을 것 같은데
are a
어떻습니까?
little bit aware of the revenge that
먼저
Genji
화가
wants,
나죠.
right?
상대에서 유일하게 진 상대가
Yeah, I mean T1
네.
is the only team that took
팀이기도
us down in
한데
round 1 and
뭐
also my
솔직히
former
제가 하던
team.
대로 하다 보니까 지금도
But
성적 잘
we
나오고 있기
focused on our
때문에
own work.
네.
We were
팀보다는 저희가 좀
we
더
were
집중해야
focusing on
되는
our own
부분이 좀 더
plays.
많다고 생각하고 있어요.
So I think we actually having
지난번에
a lot of
좀
good
눌러가면서
points.
알아줬는데 락스카 선수 얘 눈치 보지 말고
Rascal,
약간
네.
비,
can
비정석스럽게
you
대답해
freely
주시면 좋을 것
express
같아요.
your thoughts
어떻습니까?
on that
다음 경기
series,
T1
T1
경기인데.
versus Genji or Genji versus T1?
저는 일단 벼르고 있고요.
네.
Well, I am like
일단은
preparing
회원들
so hard for it.
와가지고
We lost
지금
to T1 in game
다음
round
경기
1,
꼭 이기도록 잘 준비.
we will
저는 좀
try our best
꼭
to
이겼으면
take them down
그렇습니다.
this time
분명히
around.
이런 마음은
We
굉장히
will
중요할
make
것
it
같습니다.
happen.
두 명의 선수 다시 한번 승리 축하해 말씀드리고요. 다음 경기는 T1전도
So this
기대하겠습니다.
will be the end
고맙습니다.
of the interview with Rascal Clit from Genji, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the interview translation, as it was great to hear from both Rascal and Clit. It's been a while since Rascal's got a player of the game. When was the last time that he got one? Do you remember?
I mean,
Woody?
I think he's getting recently a lot, because a lot of people are starting to talking about how Rascal deserve his spot on the Genji's top side. So, and I'm the one of the analysts who said he's really underrated player.
Yeah, actually, I was in that camp as well. I think he was playing brilliant when he was on Kingzone before they sort of collapsed at the end of 2019. I thought that Rascal's performance was very, very strong. So good to see that he's finally getting that recognition. As you can see, Genji 11-1, very binary as far as their scoreline is concerned, but confirmed in that top spot, 2 matches away from T1 in second place. And now KT moves up to 4th.
Wow!
What is this?
6 wins in a row. How can they stop KT right now?
Exactly. The hype train has well and truly left the station. Everyone's excited,
Yeah.
but it seems like it's not even bad for KT if you're excited.
Wow.
Oh, so many weird champs, but it's totally fine. Everyone just understanding that it's all about KT all the time. As we are going to be going to our final match of the day. DRX versus Griffin is coming up, guys. You do not want to miss this one. It is going to be absolutely huge. And I'm really excited that I get to share it with you, Wadid, for one final match of the day. I reckon you can do it. More English all the time. All right, guys. Hopefully there's some Dududunga for you in the break. We'll see you after.
See you.
승용보 올려라. 머리매너 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키드 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘게 누나 막간 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 TFT 모바일 푸동동작 5, 6월 설이 가득 찰 노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 하다 현타 푸동동작 TFT 갤럭시 푸동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 패치 우주 푸동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 도동동작 Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you won't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2020 Spring LCK. I'm Atlas. We're here for the final season series of the night. My brain is obviously broken. I'm joined once again by Wadid. Welcome back, my friend. How you feeling?
Hey, I'm great. And finally, we are casting Griffin versus Dragon X, which is so hype.
I know.
So hype.
I mean, there's so many stories.
Yeah.
Which story do we want to talk about first? Is it CV Max switching sides? Is it half the players switching sides? Like, what is it? What do we want to talk about?
Maybe English viewers might not know about my story between Pyoshik and me, because...
Oh, please do tell.
Yeah, I mean, on YouTube and a lot of different contents, I literally said Pyoshik is the most overrated player on top 5 teams.
Oh my goodness.
And he heard about it, and he literally cried about it. So, yeah, I mean, I just want to see more from him, because if he plays good, then DRX can actually win a lot of games, right? And they can be really stronger. So that's why I said that. And this game, for sure, they really need to bounce back.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can here, because their last performance was not a great one. Up against T1. They lost to Hanwha before that as well, so it's not exactly a lot of good things going on here for DRX. But Griffin should be an easier matchup for them. They were able to take down Griffin 2-0 pretty comfortably back on the 1st of March, about a month ago now since these two teams faced. But having a look at the points of the match, both teams have dropped matches so far. And Hoya coming in instead of Sword. So last time it felt like Dragon X just really wanted to kill Sword as many times as possible. That's what the game felt like. It was just Doran chasing Sword around the map, trying to kill him. Now, we might have Doran with his head screwed on a little bit better instead of just lusting for blood. As we have a look at the team stats, and definitely things looking a lot better for Dragon X, and that damage per minute stat is what I want to focus on, because Dragon X have been very aggressive with their playstyle.
I mean, most of the analysts were talking about DRX is going to be really great at round 2 either, but
yeah, that's what I thought.
But yeah, we don't know why they're struggling right now. Still, they're on the 3rd place, but we were expecting DRX to compete against 1st place, like Genji, or 2nd place T1, but they are falling from the top teams right now. So we'll see what's gonna happen today, because today they really need to win Griffin to get back in their form right now.
Yeah, and they also want to beat Griffin because they want revenge on their former teammates, all this sort of stuff. So Viper and Tarzan, of course, were on the original Griffin roster, but now you've got Doran moving on over to DRX, who they're facing, and Chovy in the mid lane there as well. So a lot of switcheroos, and Hoya in there instead of Sword is going to be the one change here for Griffin moving into this series in comparison to their previous one, which was a 2-0 in favor of this team right here. Doran, Pyosik, Chovy, Deft, and Carrier are going to be your DRX lineup, as you would assume. This is a squad that doesn't really like changing up their roster too much. And let's just see how they perform. I really want a better performance out of Doran, because he looked pretty terrible yesterday, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, in general, all of 5 players, I couldn't actually say good things about them, because all 5 players, in my opinion, they played really bad compared to round 1. And yeah, they have a lot of issues right now, like inside of the game and also at the same time outside of the game. So they just need to focus on the game. Game matters.
Yeah.
Other thing doesn't matter. If you play good, they don't care. So they just need to perform well. And yeah, this is the key players you can see right now.
Yeah, Tarzan versus Pyosik is going to be our key matchup here. Pyosik wanting to try and at least earn back Wadid's favor. After, you know, he realized that he was maybe a little bit overrated, but hopefully it is going to be all right. I don't know. I think Pyosik had a bit of a rough start in their last series, and I'm looking forward to a bounce back. Maybe even looking forward to a Kindred pick, because of course that is, of course, who he's named after.
Yeah, maybe. And also Tarzan, he's playing against Chovy, which is his ex-girlfriend or something. Ex-partner, I would say.
Ex-partner, yeah.
So I think he really wants to prove that he is not the one who got carried by Chovy. He's the one carrying the team, you know. So this game matters a lot for the team and the players, I feel like.
Yeah, I think as like mentally as well, and for momentum moving into their next series, like I don't think this matchup doesn't necessarily hold as much weight as just a pure we need to beat this team to have more points. I think this is mainly going to be for pushing Dragon X into an upward trajectory, right? To like try and get themselves a few wins in the bag, because they need to do better in round 2. These 2 losses are not good enough.
So, yeah, I mean, T1 showed how to play against DRX. Just ban their comfort champions like Zoe, Olaf, and those kind of champions.
Yep.
So
and so far they're doing it. As Zoe and Olaf have been banned away by Griffin. Look at that. We did the profit. I love it. Senna taken off the board, and Dragon X thinking about their next ban. I think Senna, Aphelios, and Kalista are likely to come in here, unless they want to ban Ornn as the last option.
Actually, Hoya played really well on the Lucian, so I was gonna say I just want to see Kalista on Hoya, but he just banned it.
Yeah, not going to be happening this time, as Dragon X probably going to ban either Set or the Ornn.
Varus?
I would assume Ornn. Oh, Varus is another option. Yeah, haven't seen it banned on red side, yeah, but they might have to do it here.
And also Azir. Actually, I think Griffin's mid laner, Yukol, is not playing that well on Azir, so maybe they're not taking care about that much. So what's the answer?
I guess Ornn should probably be coming in, unless Griffin decided to go for Set instead. And Irove was a great support set. So they are going to lock that one away.
Oh yeah, that's true. He played really well on set support, and also DRX can just answer it Ornn and Varus really simply. If they think Varus is good enough to pick it up at first or second. Wow.
Yeah. Look at that. You're just knocking it out of the park so far.
Oh my gosh, man.
100% predictions, just ridiculous. As Viper goes back to his favorite Kai'Sa, and Yuka locks away the Rumble for most likely himself, I would assume.
Yeah, it should be, because mid Rumble affects a lot for their bot lane, especially when it comes to bot type as format. And this is classic bot lane with Varus Braum. But last time Keria played the Braum, it didn't look that great, because he was just camping in the bot side. And what we expect from Keria is just move around the map and making some plays and help Pyoshik out and try to make their top side ahead. And last game when he played Braum, he didn't do anything, literally.
Yeah.
In lane, he just got
We actually thought the Braum pick was really weird in that draft, because it would have been great to pair, I think it was, what was it, Caitlyn with the Braum or something like that?
Oh my gosh.
I think it would have been better. Yeah, it would have been great to pair it with a caster support, right? So they could smash the lane. But unfortunately, they weren't able to do that. So they lock away the Braum. Braum Varus is very standard. This is a favorite of the Afrika Freaks. They love getting anything with an arrow and pairing it with the Braum, as our junglers are being banned away left, right, and center.
I mean, I can understand this combo. Varus Braum, they are really like iconic duo. But last time when they picked Caitlyn with the Braum, I really couldn't understand why they picked the Braum with the Caitlyn, you know?
Yeah, I was really confused as well.
Yeah, but this time, it's understandable. It's good combo, good late game, good mid game. Even in early game, when you hit the level 6, it's really strong. So, yeah, they just banned Azir and Rek'Sai.
And next ban, we'll see what Griffin does decide to do. It could be more junglers. I think Jarvan should be the ban here on Griffin's side. Otherwise, it's a very easy lock-in here for Pyoshik. That would be where I assume they would go.
Or they might just pick Kindred.
Oh, Kindred, okay. Wow. I think Dragon X have to pick Jarvan. Otherwise, they give over the Rumble Jarvan combo.
Oh, the prediction.
Oh, there we go. See, I can do it too.
You're great.
You were just you were challenging me there, so I had to get one in.
I like it. Well,
yeah. Well, we move over to Griffin's side, and what are they going to do to round out this composition? And what are they looking for is the question, because we're expecting the Set and Kai'Sa to be bottom lane, and so now I guess jungle top laner could be their option.
They don't need to pick weird things already, because they already got 3 great champions like Set, Kai'Sa, and Rumble. So they just need to end up with decent champions like Aatrox, which is great blind pick on the top side. And also, Lee Sin is great. Maybe we are not seeing him a lot because of the Sejuani and Jarvan being meta, but yeah, Tarzan just picked it.
Yeah, and the Aatrox once again, please, can you explain this obsession with Aatrox into Ornn? Because, like, we've seen it over and over again. Aatrox just straight up loses to Ornn. He's just not as good. So, like, when you've got so many other options, like Camille could be picked up, Fiora, like, some of these, like, side lane bullies that can really force, like, a 4-1 that Ornn can't deal with, like, and instead it's Aatrox? Like, I don't know. I feel like you build a Bramble Vest and he's useless.
I think you think about more in teamfight being useless, because normally when you think about Ornn, you cannot be useful than Ornn in teamfight, right? But I think Aatrox is one of the best teamfighter when you can get on the top side. So probably that's why you get it. And you don't think about the lane that much, because it's still great to have free farm with Aatrox, and Ornn is not that great pressure lane on the top side, so probably that's why they just want to have decent top lane, as I said. So
yep,
yeah, I mean,
right.
their team comp looks great with the Kai'Sa set on the bot lane and Rumble ulti on the top, and Aatrox and Lee Sin join the fight. But also, DRX comp is really scary. Better team composition than last game, for sure.
And also, DRX have a lot of different ways to play the game here, because they can scale, they can play front to back with their Ornn and Jarvan front line. You can have Varus being protected in the back line with all the peel that Braum will have, and then Chovy on the LeBlanc with all the shenanigans. I feel like this composition works as a pick comp as well, with the Chains of Corruption, the Glacial Fisher out from Braum, as well as LeBlanc Chains being able to lock down targets and really play those smoke and mirrors. I think there's a lot of different ways to play the game as this DRX comp, but on the side of Griffin, they do have a very clean mid game. We can just destroy you and stack up these Drakes and win the game type composition. I think both of these drafts are pretty good.
I agree. Both teams have some team color and good picks, good AD AP balanced. So it just depends on players how they play it. And Irov is on his comfort pick with the Hex Flash set right there.
Yeah, I love it. I actually got completely trolled by his Hex Flash last game because he was using it so much, and like the camera would pan over to the mid lane or something like that, and I just see this set flashing in. I'm like, oh, he flashed, but no, it's just the Hex Flash.
Yeah. And Deft choose just AS Varus right here, not lethality.
I think it's actually much better to go just a normal, consistent damage Varus, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to threaten the Baron nearly as well as they could otherwise. And if this composition's going to go late, that's where they want the game to be. And so having some Baron damage, I think, is a good idea.
I just have one question towards DRX, because normally they wouldn't think about late game that much, but recently when I see their drafts, randomly they're just thinking about the late game too much. I feel like I can see it just from the picking Braum earlier, but before they didn't do that. They just try to get both early leads and try to make carrier moves all around the map. But this time and last time they did the similar strategy and it didn't work out. But I just want to see why they're keep picking for the late game.
Whoa. That is a flash already.
Not the shock, by the way.
Is going down very low. There's the exhaust. Ignite coming down onto carrier, but first blood going over to Deft. Is it 2 kills? Here is Deft, gets all of the extra attack speed, remember, from taking down a champion. And Viper just loses his support in an instant. What was going through Irov's head?
I mean, it's understandable. You just want to use your flash fast and trade because you have Hex Flash. So it was nice try, but Deft instantly flashed out even before he gets stunned. So that was great reaction by Deft. But at the same time, Irov, you are playing against Braum without Aftershock.
Yeah.
So maybe you shouldn't even try that.
That was actually really nicely done from Deft. I don't think many people would expect a flash instantly at the beginning of the game, as Deft manages to push Viper out also. So just really, really nicely done as we check out the pro view of Deft. He just gets himself out of the way. Easy peasy.
Oh. He's so calm and collected.
I know.
Oh.
They're almost silent.
Again?
Whoa. Did we get... Is it another we did? I mean, sorry, pause.
Oh my god. Okay, again, I'm really sorry, because it's been always me when I'm on the broadcast. Either it's Korean broadcast or English broadcast, it gets delay or paused or even almost cancelled. So I'm really sorry about it, but I can't do anything about it, you know?
Yeah, I know. Well, apparently Irov has a bit of a team voice issue. That sounds about right, doesn't it?
Sounds funny, no? Just right after the first death, and he played pretty bad at the timing, and then just paused it, and it reminds me when who was it? Mithy paused against Faker. At MSI.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
MSI or Wards? I don't remember. Oh, here we go.
Yep, we're back in. I think that Irov might have fixed things, and we'll see whether he can get back to Hex flashing in the bottom lane. As Deft has a gigantic lead, and we'll be able to go back, I think, you know, just a Vampiric Scepter already. Doesn't even need to build a cult. Oh my god. As Pyosik throws down the smite to try and escape here as Yukao gets chained up. Pyosik going to flag and drag to get over, but Tarzan is going to chase. There's the flash out from Pyosik, but they grab the kill. And in goes Chovy trying to get some damage back, but unable to lock down any kill onto Yukao. So evening things up very quickly, Griffin.
Yeah, Pyosik. He literally just gave up double buff, which is so important for Jarvan's early game.
Yeah.
To Rumble, which is so important to get early pressure. So this is really big mistake by Pyosik right there for DRX.
Yeah, scary start. We've seen a few Jarvans have some rough early games as Doran throws out the Bellows Breath, but Hoya going to be winning that trade handily right there.
And yeah, if I was a player, I would be so mad because of the flash, because you died anyway, even if you use flash. And here we go, Form and dive on both sides.
Yeah, looking for it as Iroh is going to start off this fight. Haymaker comes in just to tank up this turret as Def does fall down, but answers the kill, and Carrier just flashes out. Winter's Bite going to be there as Doran looking for a fight towards the top side. It is going to be a 2-for-1 trade bottom side of the map, but Deft picking up that kill is actually going to help even things out for Dragon X.
Wow, Griffin played really well on the both side Form and Dive. When I said Form and Dive plays with Rumble, I was mainly talking about after level 6, but they got early leads because of the Pyosik's early mistakes. And also, on top of it, Hoya cancelled the TP from the top side, so it's great.
Yeah, really nicely done. As Pyosik here, I mean, the Q missing isn't really a big deal because Pyosik was just a little bit too far in the wrong area.
I mean, he just needed to flash
I think
earlier.
the flash positioning was weird too, yeah. I think almost flash flag drag might have been a better idea also. We'll see. But anyway, underneath the turret, Griffin were able to get all of the kills. They do lose Iroh, but that's probably not too bad as Tarzan has to flash to pick up the kill onto the Braum, but otherwise everything absolutely fine. This was a big sacrifice from Yukao though. Chovy is double his CS right now.
Oh yeah? Chovy, he's just farming calmly, so it's still great for DRX. But anyways, Griffin made a play. So this is still
true.
This is still great for Griffin. And on top of it, Tarzan has no wins on Lee Sin. So
what the heck? This was one of his best champions when Griffin were so dominant in the LCK. And just shows how much losing Griffin have been doing. I know we were looking at the stats for Gen G last game, and it's like, well, everyone's like 5-0, 4-0. It's because they don't do a lot of losing. Whereas Griffin's a very different side of that coin, where they have been doing a heck of a lot of losing. Doran doesn't, though, on the Ornn. 4-0 so far. And he is winning out this laning phase, as we'd expect. Because Ornn just lanes better than Aatrox. It's very
As
odd.
you mentioned, he just built the Rumble Blast faster enough to get pressure on the top side. And looks like Griffin bot lane is getting pressure slowly. And I just want to see what's going to happen after level 6 on the bot side, because both composition can fight well around the level 6 ultimates. So, yeah.
Yeah.
The bot lane is going to be really
level 4
hard.
now for the bot lane so far. So we'll see how long it takes for that level 6 to roll around. Pyosik's still yet to find his. And Tarzan getting a little bit closer also. Jarvan focusing more on that farm towards getting that ultimate as quickly as he can. As Hoya gets a great trade onto Doran here. That is not what you want to see as the Ornn player. Really nicely done, Hoya proving himself. We actually were discussing this just the other day. We wanted to see more out of Hoya to really be able to figure out whether or not he is the upgrade that Griffin need on the top side. And I actually wanted to see him play Aatrox because it feels like sort of the standard top lane pick that so many people do pick up. So I'm glad that we do get a bit of insight into this particular player. So far, not necessarily working out super well as he teleports back to the top lane and tries to even out this farm.
Yeah, and also, as you mentioned, Hoya is performing really well, and especially this split, there are so many good rookie players in LCK, so this is so great for...
Pyosik might just be dead. He flags, he drags, he gets out. We got a little bit of weird observer lag, but that's fine. The escape for the Jarvan was successful, as Hoya was thinking about trying to dive, but I don't think he can do that.
I mean, he's just pushing out 1v2. That's the point. That's the part. And they're getting Drake for free, so this is so great for Griffin.
Yeah, clean. I mean, Dragon X still have a slight gold edge, but if Griffin continue getting Drakes, that's exactly what this comp wants to be doing.
Exactly. They just need to win one team fight with their ultimate combo, and it looks easier for them to do that. For now, though, because when the Varus gets his ulti, then they can actually play around both sides more.
So far, bottom lane is very even. Back comes through from Deft. He goes back, collects himself his Bilgewater Cutlass. We'll see how many daggers he can collect. None, actually, as he just builds out a recurve bow. Now moving towards the Rift Herald, as Dragon X wanting to make that sort of aggressive play. As Hoya up here on the top side will crash this wave. We'll see whether he collects any plates or anything like that. Of course, on 10.5, plates are easier to get for melee champions. But I think that Doran will make it back in time, as one plate is taken there from Hoya.
I think Griffin needs to wait a little bit right after when Varus gets Bork. I don't think they can fight against Bork or Varus with the tier Kai'Sa or Manamune Kai'Sa, you know. So
yeah,
I really think they just need to chill a little bit. And this Herald play is so good because Varus cannot join the fight right now.
Nope. They decided to actually stop moving towards that top side of the map as Irove is moving on over. The Rift Herald is down to half health as Deft is now moving on up.
Oh.
And mid lane control is going to be regained by Dragon X.
I think it's 50-50.
It's actually a bit strange. I was expecting Griffin to have more control.
Yeah. And it seems like support has level difference right here. Braum is level 6 and Seth is level 5.
Oh, yeah, true. So doesn't have the ultimate available as Haymaker has to be used quite early. Pyosik going to be taking this one down as has to flash to Zyro. Chovy putting on a lot of pressure. And Chovy was one of the players that was a bit of a passenger in their last series.
Yeah.
And it's really good to see him performing well here. Even if he hasn't got any kills or anything like that, he's over 20 CS in the lead. And his mid game on this LeBlanc is going to be powered up in this game.
Griffin is just pulling DRX right here because bot lane. Automatically minions are pushing towards DRX, so if they just let them get the CS freely, then Kai'Sa is gonna get behind.
Yeah, and Deft is going to move on down. He's going to eat up this entire minion wave, and there's not going to be much that Viper can do. With his Hex Flash still available, of course he likes to put that flash on cooldown as much as he can, as Griffin turn their eyes back towards Shelly once again. Pyosik just going to give it up, I believe, moving towards his Krub camp, and Griffin invest all 5 players for the Rift Herald, and I just don't think this is worth it, to be honest.
Yeah.
They will be able to get some plates with it, but when you've got Deft sitting there by himself, getting further and further ahead bottom lane, it may not be exactly what you want as Griffin.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, Kai'Sa is behind right now, so he needs to get these plates. Otherwise, he's gonna be behind in levels, CS and golds. So he must get it. And he spawned it, so he's gonna get gold.
Oh, there's the Cataclysm. Ornhorn comes down as Hoya. Not gonna get. Oh, he is gonna get knocked up. I thought Doran was almost out of range there, so that's a very dead Aatrox. An even kill score here for Dragon X and Griffin as Deft just free farming bottom lane, having a great time.
I think it's time. DRX is ahead from now, because Varus is gonna get Bork after the base, and they can get every single fight right now. And I don't think they can even contest the fight. Because they're...
And we're also so close to Luden's Echo and the extra spell penetration from the LeBlanc as well. She's going to be online at that stage. And without their Aatrox being able to really participate in this game and having Doran so far ahead now, getting that kill for himself is actually huge here. You can see there is a gigantic CS difference between the two. And Doran's just going to get better and better as this game goes on.
Yep, he got it. He got that item. So I don't think Griffin can ever contest the team fight against DRX right now. Especially when they have Varus Braum combo. It's really, really hard to go through against it. And also...
And you also can't... I feel like Varus Braum is, I guess, so good because it can do multiple things, right? Like you've got disengage options by using the Braum passive in order to stun anyone that's diving on you, but also you can use it as a pick combo like you're talking about with the level 6. So Yeah, very, very nice.
Yeah, I mean,
stable combination of champions.
It's really great
here.
to see how they play around the virus right now. And they just gave up Headard for free. Not for free, actually. They got a lot on both sides, and I don't think they want to give up this for free.
Well, Ward does come over as Iroh not going to be able to clear that one out. Carrier and Pyosik down here. Teleport to come in from Doran, who doesn't have ultimate available just yet. Deft looking to get in position, and he does have his ult ready right now as the dragon does reset. Chovy on the side, but not able to land the chain. Pyosik taking free damage from this dragon right here. Griffin grouped up as 5. They're holding onto the equalizer as it's taken by Tarzan. Both of the first drakes now for Griffin as Iroh gets the ultimate into the backline. Big equalizer right on top of Dragon X's depth. Has to flash to get out of the way. He finds Viper, but now has to deal with 3 members of Griffin. Both of the bottom laners are dead on DRX's side, and now they're trying to run for the hills. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but having that Drake go over to Griffin is huge for this team.
Wow, Yukal's equalizer was art. That was really beautiful ulti by Yukal. And they got the Drake either, so it was really good, great trade by Griffin right there. And as I said, I thought this team fight is gonna be not even comparable, because DRX side was really ahead with the item side, but they got stolen and they really wanted to fight because of that. But competition-wise, they got burned.
Just incredible.
They got burned.
And Chovy actually couldn't participate in this fight, and Deft being able to pick up that kill onto Viper was definitely big. Able to get both of them, in fact, so the Varus is going to be very strong. But it's not going to be enough if he is just collapsed on by the members of Griffin so easily. And Iroh's support set is just really good, man. It's really good. Even though he does weird stuff like flashing level 1 or whatever, but he's, when he's in a team fight, he's just able to utilize his kit so nicely to get leads.
I mean, he died for the benefits for the team, you know, not for himself.
Yeah.
So he just sacrificed his KDA for his team, so I think it's great. I mean, he did...
That's a sign of a good player right there.
He did great engage right there. And actually, I'm really happy to see Yuka playing good this series, because I was mainly talking about why Griffin is bad. This main reason why Griffin is performing bad was Yukal not performing great, you know?
And also, we had a lot of expectations. I mean, this is the player that saved KT. This is the player that got Scorer's title before he retired, you know? Like, Yukal is great at League of Legends, but he just hasn't been the player that we wanted to see in the last few months. So, good to see him performing. He's still behind by a lot of CS to Chovy, but Chovy's very good at farming minion waves. It's something that he's proven a lot. And I think the mid lane is where we're going to be watching for both teams because of Chovy's performance in the last series. And so far, it looks okay, although that team fight didn't necessarily go the way that we wanted it to. And he's an Oblivion Orb away from being very strong in this mid game.
And now, I think Yukal is gonna get Leandris instead of Morello, so it looks really great.
Yeah, he did. Perfect.
And at the same time, I feel like Kaisa is gonna get more stronger, not weaker, against Varus. And especially when he has such a great CC chain, like Lee Sin ulti or Set ulti, so he can jump in really freely.
Yeah,
so
and isn't going to have to worry too much unless Carrier is in a really good position, as Deft does take down the outer turret in the top lane. They extend their lead, but I'm looking at this Dragon count and getting really worried for Dragon X. Unless Dragon X turn around and just win the next 4 Dragon fights and get an Infernal Soul with 4 stacks of Drakes, that's amazing.
Yeah.
However, if Griffin can still power forward, and especially if they get the next Drake, they are on track to get themselves into the best position possible for this more early to mid-game composition that they have for themselves.
I mean, to be honest, Pyosik's vision control at round 1 was horrible, but he improved a lot on that. But I feel like he trades his ability to vision control a lot, so I didn't see him play aggressive as before.
Yeah.
I want to see more him engaging like a monster.
Good night, Viper. He tries to ulti, but Chovy just kills him.
That was good.
There we go. That's called hunting.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm.
Success.
I just want to say, Pyosik. I just want to say to Pyosik that he needs to do something for his team when his teammates are not performing that well. And this time,
and then you'll take back calling him overrated. Yeah, okay, that's what he has to do. That's how he earns his place. As Chovy just going to push out this wave, and that kill is making me smile as we're getting signs of the Chovy that we're expecting to see. This guy is very, very good, and did have a great round one. Starzan looking to steal away the blue buff. He does so as Def gets in here, but there's the ultimate onto Def. He hasn't taken any damage though, as Iroh just gets obliterated. Cataclysm onto two members. Kick out onto Pyoshik as Def trying to get into this fight. Hoyer on the bottom side fighting Doran, but off to the side. And that's not what you want to be doing as Chovy comes in, just smacks down onto Yukal, whose equalizer was non-existent in that fight. And DRX are going to look for that 4-stack Infernal Soul. And that is a very scary prospect for Griffin.
What was that play, actually? When they engaged, Kai'Sa was literally just walking through mid lane. And the set went into 1v3 skirmishes, so that was really interesting. And
Iroh's trigger finger is very, very itchy, I think.
나이스. 용 1분이야.
집 갔다가 용 좀.
Yeah, nothing special.
That was just a dead Viper. Yeah.
And yeah, no one could deal a damage, and Seth cannot deal a damage either because he's support. And he was.
Yeah, exactly.
He was not organized.
I mean, we're sort of like, we're remembering Rascal's set and thinking like, oh, he's going to do the ult, it's going to do heaps of damage, and then Iroh does it, and it's like he carries them and lightly places them down. It's like, you'll be okay, this did no damage.
I mean, their team composition, they just need to play as a team. When you think about the chain CC or the ultimate combo, it can be actually one-bar combo by them. It's really insane combo. Set ulti into Kai'Sa ulti into Rumble ulti. Oh.
Yeah, even Tarzan being able to join and kick people along an equalizer is just gigantic amounts of damage. And also can really screw with how DRX want to position in team fights. But we haven't seen that. There's Dorian going to get pulled back by the Infernal Chains. Hoyer looking for a team fight here though, but Pyoshik does have the frontline carrier there as well, alongside him.
Chovy is far.
Remember Chovy, yeah, he doesn't have the teleport available. And that's why Griffin were looking for the team fight.
So they're looking for mid turret right here, when Chovy can join the fight. And that was great combo by Carry that I explained a lot 1 year ago at Euphoria.
Oh, really? Well, here's the on-horn just to try and guarantee a turret. They are going to do so. Knock-up lands onto Yukal, and Chovy looking for more, but doesn't find the chains. And that's what this comp can do. You can use the on-horn just for that, just to zone them, to guarantee these turrets. And this is going to continue as this game goes on.
I think Griffin is just slowly losing the game. And they're not doing anything anymore. Because, yeah, I mean, last team fight, it was not a team fight. It was just throw. So they just need to make a good play as a team. Or just try it, you know? Because it looks like they're just giving up without any fights and they're afraid to take the fight.
And also, as this game goes on, it's going to get worse and worse. So just do something and do it as soon as you can is what we need to see out of this Griffin team. But DRX, they're doing exactly what they need. They just need to sit here and play ping pong, and it's totally fine.
I mean,
everything is okay.
When I said Griffin cannot team fight, they actually made it. They made the flank and they made really great combos, so they just need to do it again. Because they did before, so I know that they can do it. But it's gonna...
Oh, we've got double Ornn upgrades, dude. Like, Doran is getting very, very strong. 1, 0, and 2 now. He's going to be able to upgrade Deft's Blade of the Ruin King to the Might of the Ruin King. And things are just going to get worse and worse for Griffin.
And look at the damage dealer's item difference. I don't think Kai'Sa can ever talk to Varus right now.
Yeah, no. Not right now.
It's illegal.
Another thing is illegal. We've figured out another law here on Summoner's Rift, and yeah, it does now have the Rage Blade, but unfortunately, when you're basically comparing very similar item builds, yes, the Varus doesn't have the mobility that a Kai'Sa has, but he's got his Might of the Ruin King. He's building towards his next item, and he's just going to be so much stronger. Is Def as Iroh takes a bit of a chunk there from the piercing arrow. But Chovy's just building straight into Deathcap's second item.
Oh.
amazing. That's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean,
if there's an LS in the chat, I think he's just smiling. Because Chovy's also his favorite mid laner, I think.
Yeah.
He's a big fan.
I mean, everyone respected Chovy a lot because some people are picking BDD for all pro team for round 1, but some analysts said Chovy is the best mid laner because of his performance as a solo laner. But at round 2, his performance been really cracked. So I'm really happy.
Yeah,
to
we
see
need
it.
to see better, and thankfully now seems to be the time for Chovy to perform. As Doran just building some items in the middle of the river. Does get those together as now Griffin positioning around this Infernal Drake. 4 seconds until that one is available. Dragon X wanting to get their second and start stacking up these stats as high as they can go. Deft just staying with Carrier constantly, making sure that that peel is going to be available. And yesterday we saw Hummer Life try and play around these Varus compositions 2 games in a row. It was the lethality Varus that time, but this is a composition where the Varus is able to step forward and get damage done, especially if Deft is able to stay clear of where Tarzan is going to be positioned. And as you can see, I mean, Carrier just standing next to Deft all the time. Chovy there just being a nuisance, but does have the flash to get himself out of the way. There's the exhaust onto Viper as the Ornhorn comes in. A lot of damage as the set is the first one to go down. Carrier just standing right in front of this Griffin team composition as Yukal goes golden while the Flame Spitter is up, but Deft does the same thing. It's a triple kill already for the Varus, and that's the ace as Dragon X march successfully towards the Baron.
I don't know how to explain this team fight. Yeah, DRX played well, but I was really shocked how they played Griffin. That was really unsynced team fight. I might think this is just full of solo queue players, not they practiced for the LCK right there. Because I got
and you also like think about Griffin as a team and what they're known for. Like, this team is known for late game coordination with any team comp, right? Like, that was always their MO. But now it's just not coming together, and you might say that the team has changed, all this sort of stuff, but Hoya was a trainee for a really long time. Irove as well was Cabby, he was a trainee also for a very long time on this team. So I don't think there's much of an excuse because they do like have a lot of synergy inherently, and they've been playing together for a while. As Deft got into a position in front of a golden Yukal, but had himself his stopwatch, so he survived, and that Varus is so strong right now.
It was really great stopwatch, but it was questionable. W flash first into Varus, and he couldn't have shield because he used W, right? And that was a really great move.
Yeah.
He dodged every single Aatrox Q highlights, and great stopwatch right there.
바론 가자.
Yeah, real clean. Nicely played from Deft. Good to see him back. He had a bit of an awful game before, but now another team fight as Carrier gets thrown back in. Teleport from DRX as there's the Chains of Corruption. And again, Irove is just going to collapse. There's the Cataclysm as Pyoshik has to put it down. The flash out from Yukal. As DRX 2.5 minutes until the next Drake, but they've got a Baron buff ticking and they want to start breaking open this base.
They're getting fat, and I don't think Griffin can teamfight anymore. And
oh my goodness! Oh, just 1 second, because we have Chovy making the best itemization decision ever. He moved his Rabadon's Death Cap in front of his Luden's Echo so that he doesn't get the Luden's Pulse. He gets the Witch Cap and maximizes the amount of value that he's going to get out of it. That is just incredible.
You are right.
Chovy for MVP, 100%. 100% MVP.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
sorry, I had to talk about it because we talk about it all the time. We get really disappointed. As there's the flash forward from Carrier. They get the knock up onto Irove, looking for another kill. Haymaker comes down, but it's not enough shielding. They take the turret at the same time, and Dragon X are done with this game. They want out. They want game number 2, and that's a base broken. That is an attempted flank, but now it's a 4 versus 5, and Dragon X are going to welcome Hoya moving over here to try and take them down, because this is a squad that should be able to get the work done. This hit back onto Deft doesn't really work from Tarzan, but the equalizer is fantastic. The Varus does fall down as Tarzan, he falls for his trouble, but Pyoshik is here. Hoya in trouble as Chovy still has a whole lot of damage. Double kill for the LeBlanc now as the Nexus turrets have been taken down. Irove respawns as Viper is up and available. but the chains connect and UCal is in trouble. My God, the damage out of this LeBlanc is insane. Look at that, just popped. Popped from half health. So easily in 2 spells as now Viper has to use his ult, but great knock up from Doran. A double kill for Chovy. Unofficial quadra, I think, at this stage, as the Nexus is going to be taken down and DRX do win game 1.
That was really quick game by DRX, yeah? 28 minutes. Kind of really stomp, I think. Because maybe some shaky plays by DRX, but when they got into the point that they can win, they just literally snowballed so fast. So
I think this is an example of a game where Chovy is on form.
Yeah.
Because it just looks like a very different Dragon X. When they can rely on their mid laner to just perform well, it's very, very different. So just fantastic play out of Chovy.
And it's time to
really, really good to see.
It's time to vote for
DWG.
DWG.
We got to vote. Oh no. Is it just Chovy? I want to vote for Chovy because he upgraded the right Ornn item. I don't think that's the right reason to vote for someone. It can't go to Kyoshik. Doran played. Yeah, I think it has to go to Doran.
I think so. I think Doran played really well.
He did. And he's the one that upgraded the item as well. So, yeah. I think that's how it worked.
Yeah, I mean...
it's okay, because Brendan Valdez also voted for Doran. Thank you, Brendan. I don't know whether he's allowed to vote, but whatever. It's a scuffed broadcast anyway today, so we can just have as many English caster votes as possible. Yeah. I hope it actually comes up. We're going to have the break, and then we're going to talk about the MVP afterwards, and maybe we can just get our graphic design team to add an extra one, an extra English caster vote.
Yeah, nice. I mean, it's great to have DRX performing again pretty well, like round 1, but still, it's game 1, so I just want to see clean 2-0 by DRX.
Yeah, and we need to see them stay consistent as well, because it felt like in their series against T1, they had some good moments, right? But they fell apart and then never recovered afterwards. So now if Griffin are able to challenge DRX, I want to see them actually answer back and rally instead of collapsing under the pressure.
Yeah, and also especially, I just want to shout out to Daft, because yesterday his performance was not even comparable to Teddy.
Yeah.
He was really not in the game, both games.
And the frustrating thing for Deft was that Teddy just played extraordinarily well. Like, it wasn't even a story of like Deft isn't very good or anything like that. It's just Teddy was on another level yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that goes same to Chovy. He got deleted by Faker completely. So I think this is great mental health care.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. And I think it's a really good thing to talk about.
So this is
showing that they can turn it around.
I think they still have a chance to bounce back and compete for first place with the Genji and T1. So.
And we need this to happen, right? Because all of us analysts have said, like, this Dragon X team is really good, and we need that to continue. You know, we need to be proven right so that we can keep our jobs. Yeah. So come on, Dragon X. Show the world that you're a really good team.
Yeah. They just need to...
this is once again Iroh just inting. It's just not, it's not exactly
Can you actually
really
say
want.
that? Inting?
Yeah, we say it all the time.
Okay. Yeah, he really...
Well, you can only say it when someone obviously makes a silly mistake.
Oh, yeah?
You know? Yeah.
He inted, yes. That was really questionable skill combo right there. And this game, Iroh, he did some good plays, but bad plays are getting spotlighted more than good plays. That means that he played bad, simply.
Well, also, like, the thing is with it, like, he made... Like, it's cool to be able to start fights really well, and Iroh does do that on his set. I don't think that we should be saying that his set's not good. It's just that he makes plays at any situation, right? He doesn't pay attention to the context of the game, and most of those times were not times to make those plays.
Yeah. Oh, the damage.
That's the unfortunate part. Yeah, that's a lot of Chovy damage.
Yeah, Chovy did a lot.
I think he did. And the last passage of play was just Chovy playing with his food before destroying the Nexus. Really, really clean stuff. Just shows that LeBlanc is a very good champion, but also Chovy looking like he's back in form here today. Means that he got a good night's sleep last night or something like that. I think he woke up on the right side of the bed today.
Yeah. and I think this composition was a slightly better version of their last game, as I said. So many good things bringing up today towards DRX, so yeah, let's see what's gonna happen.
Good stuff. Yeah, let's see what happens in game number 2. We'll see you after the break. Dodonga!
Look at me in the chat.
Boy, you all wanna looking at a champ. You looking at a champ.
Look at me the chat.
Yeah, look at me in the chat.
오늘 왜 떨리지?
오늘 왜 이렇게 떨려? 원래 한 번도 안 떨렸는데. 그러니까.
나 안 떨리는데 나만 안 떨려? 나도 안 떨리는데. 진짜 안 떨리는데? 난 차견이 믿는다.
아 형 하지 마요. 부담되잖아요.
차견이 안 믿는다.
어떻게 팀을 안 믿어?
아 집중해.
뿔뿔로 시작도 안 했는데.
너 너무 들떠 있어 지금.
우리 타잔 행님 언제 오냐?
형 뭐 직관 왔어?
아 근데 타잔 잘 생겼어 실물.
눈 감고 명상하자 명상.
명상 마이 W.
look at me.
Look at me the check big shot. 나 지금 무슨 생각하는 줄 알아?
타잔.
나 지금 화이트 노이즈 소리가 폭포 소리라고 생각하고 있어. 폭포 소리 맞아? 화이트 노이즈?
그러니까 형 지면 폭포수 맞으러 가야 된다고.
엄마
페인.
킬러.
근데 루엘보다 라우브가 더 노래 좋은 게 많은 것 같아.
맞아. 나 그렇게 생각해.
라우브 노래 하나하나가 다 띵곡이야. 라브?
나 근데 콜드플레이가 더 좋은데?
내가 빈티지 스타일이야. 트리거 미야.
미아콜 잘하자.
진짜 안 되겠다.
왜 그러는 거야?
아니 근데 진짜 로밍 많이 다니니까 미아콜 잘해야지.
했잖아요.
뭘 했는데?
했는데 싸우다가 죽었잖아요.
아니 전판은 미아님이 아니었잖아. 이번판 미아니까 더 미아콜을 잘해야지. 주장님 MVP인가?
MVP예요 저? 한키모.
아 적당히 해.
내가 뭐 했는데? 시공인데 왜 거기까지 갈라 그래? 내가 뭐 했는데?
아 선은 넘지 마.
내가 뭐 했는데? 주장 탄핵
찬성 5-1
4-2
4-3.
기다려봐 이거. 기다려. 내가 들어오자. 나 펜타각인데? 펜타. 먹을 거 같아? 먹을 수 있을 것 같아? 아 주지마. 먹이다. 펜타. 주지마 먹어봐. 아니. 유미 상대로 볼배 할 거임? 소라카 올라프 유미 대 세나 볼배 멋이 패배? 절대 못 이겨.
야, 그
아이가 만약 그렇게
알았어. 그런 마음 안 좋아. 야, 그런 거 고민하지 마. 그냥 해. 수액으로 알았어?
그러면은 볼배 할까요?
가자 방금
볼배 하죠. 박아? 볼배 하자. 박는다. 볼배 하자. 게임 이겨줄게. 형 템 뭐 할 거임? 버드라 욕심이냐 살짝?
버드라 가도 될 것 같은데?
아니 뭐 얼만데? 100원. 아니 그냥 도라마품 팔아. 팔라고? 팔아. 갈게 일단. 자 버드라 볼배. 아니 탑타운 칠게. 탑해. 너 다음에 밀어도 되나? 신드라 탑인 것 같겠는데. 근데 신드라 원콤 내 뽑았지 않냐? 안 될라나? 아 그만하고 전령 보는 게다. 아 얘네 뭐다 이거. 아 나 갈게. 아주 볼배 든든한 거 못 도와주고 그래. 나 실가 이거 원컵 낼만해. 한번 먹어볼게. 3일 간다. 잡았어. 미치겠다 나라 볼배.
아니 볼베가
와 볼배 CS 봐. 라인 관리의 신이야. 나 왜 잘하냐? 내 너무 잘. 미친 볼배였다.
승용보 올려라. 먹이봐요. TFT 모바일. 도동 동작. 또로로로. 갤럭시. 푸동 동작. TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여긴 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막간 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 라이어가 멋이 부동동작 TFT 모바일 부동동작 온유월 서리 가득 찰롯동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 하다 현타 부동동작 TFT 갤럭시 부동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬츠 우주 부동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동작
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2020 Spring LCK. I hope you enjoyed your Dududongas, as we are in for game number 2 now of DRX versus Griffin. DragonX just smashed Griffin in game number 1, and we're looking to see whether they can stay consistent and do it again in game 2.
Oh yeah, I mean DRX they need to consistency, because
heck yeah,
it was disappeared at some point. I mean even before they were winning, their consistency was disappeared and not even there before. So they just need to keep it up and try to win it cleanly against this lower tier team and 10th place team.
Yeah,
Griffin right here.
And I think Griffin might move down to last place again with a loss here. Potentially. Oh no, they remain a game ahead, a match ahead. Sorry, over APK Prince. But yeah, it's getting real dicey. It's looking like Griffin and APK Prince are our relegation teams at this current moment. Of course, that can change, but that's what it feels like right now, which is not exactly what I was expecting to say, especially with Griffin picking up a player like Yukal, who I still think is pretty good, even if he has had some some ups and downs, especially last year. Just didn't really have the performances that we wanted to see, as Chovy's going to pick up the player of the game. I certainly am okay with this. 808. He was legendary by the end. Gigantic damage per minute numbers.
Well deserved.
He wasn't really massive towards the very early game, but he managed to get the picks that he needed to. And the LeBlanc is a pretty key pick here in the LCK just in general, but in the hands of some of our exceptional mid laners, she just looks busted.
Yeah, and it was actually his first time LeBlanc this split, so it was it's a great start, because everyone is starting to pick LeBlanc at some point, and it's really great to have this great performance with LeBlanc. So maybe other teams are taking care about Chovy's LeBlanc more.
Yeah, I think so too. And this is actually his 16th unique champion as well in LeBlanc. So he's now ahead of Carrier as far as unique champion picks. Yeah, we got a bit of a mix-up. 6 out of 9 is going to be the vote there, as one of the Korean casters also throwing a vote towards Doran, but I think that both of the solo laners for DragonX looked very, very good. I think there was an argument for Deft playing well also, so really good stuff. I think his flash out from Irov's very, very aggressive flash at level 1 did certainly put them on the right trajectory to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, we were everyone were talking about Irov is playing good on set support, but last game definitely he was inting. So
yeah,
I just want to see more calm and collected from him, because he's been aggressive all the time without any single thinking. Simply. Yeah,
I think so too. It's just it's not working, because he is making what we want players to do in the LCK, right? He's doing the aggressive moves. He's making the plays, but you got to use your brain and make the plays at the right time
Exactly.
when your team can actually follow up. Otherwise, Wadid just says that you're inting over and over again, and it's not very nice. It might make Irove cry next.
I mean,
he's just on the chopping block, getting targeted.
I mean, you said it first, so I
did.
I mean,
no, definitely,
yeah.
it's totally fine.
I'm just learning.
But the thing is, like, yeah. Maybe I'm a bad influence. Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll have to see. We'll read the feedback afterwards and see what people thought. But we've been here for a very long time, so there's a lot for people to sift through and decide whether they like or not. As Varus going to be banned second here as we get into champion select for game number 2. The Chicken Man is going to be taken away first by DRX, and there's the Zoe and the Aphelios off the board on Griffin's side.
They do similar ban as T1. T1 did the similar ban against DRX, right? They did they did Zoe ban and Olaf at blue side, and only Zoe ban on the red side. So it's gonna be similar, but I just want to see what's gonna be DRX's first pick. It decides most of the team color.
Yeah, they're looking for 100% looking for Kalista, I reckon. As this should be either a Senna ban or a Kalista ban, but if one of them, like, I actually think they shouldn't ban either of those two champions. Ban something else like the Olaf, like you're talking about. But Senna is going to be taken off the board, and Kalista is delivered to Dragon X. And Deft is really good at Kalista, guys. He's really good. As we'll see whether Dragon X do decide to pick it up. Set is still available, so theoretically they can first pick it. But Kalista is such high priority right now.
High priority, and they can just literally pick it with Tarek and go to the bot lane. A lot of people are just talking about how strong top Kalista is, but still, with Tarek, I think is one of the best combo on the bot side. Early game, mid game, late game, it's just perfect.
Yeah, it's just super good. And also, having a look at Carrier's stats, he's currently 100% win rate on the Tarek with a 15 KDA. It's not bad, you know? We'd say it's all right.
Yeah, all right.
Here for Carrier, as Set is most likely going to be locked in here as the flex pick for Griffin.
Are they just giving up Tarek Kalista without any Joker picks or counter picks? That's pretty boring, but at the same time, it's pretty bad ban picks because everyone was talking about how strong is Kalista Tarek, so some people are starting to ban even Tarek, but are they actually just giving up?
Oh my good, they're giving up Jarvan as well. This should be a Jarvan pick. But no, they're going to prioritize the Rumble again. And so now Tarek Jarvan should just come in here for Dragon X, 100%.
For sure. And I think the add-up can be LeBlanc or Jarvan with the Rumble.
Yeah, they could actually pick LeBlanc Tarek here and it's totally fine too. Dragon X have so many options. This draft is already really slipping away from Griffin.
So many good options, so they can just choose what they want. And I think everything is fine. Jarvan or LeBlanc. That's main 2 champions that we are expecting right now.
And Chovy, thinking about the Aatrox as another Aatrox pick in an interesting position, because of course it is going to be blind if they do lock this one away, but not opting in for the Jarvan is very interesting. There are a lot of champions that can pair really well with the Tarek, like the Olaf, things like that, in the jungle, so they could look towards a different style of jungler. But I just would have liked to see the jungle locked away so the Dragon X can shore up sort of the core of their composition. But Aatrox, it's going to come in, it's going to be fine as the Kai'Sa locked away expectedly there for Viper.
I think Aatrox is great blue side pick on the top side because most of the time you just blind pick your top lane, and Aatrox is the one of the top laner that you can just play against any other champions.
Yeah. It'll be likely that Hoyo does go towards something like his Lucian. What do you think?
Lucian into Aatrox. I mean, they just need to try new things and some smart aggressive picks, and Hoya played really well on Lucian, so I agree. But it seems like they want to try similar ban picks as last game because they already picked the same champion. 3 champions.
Yeah, well, Jarvan is taken away. I think Olaf might be the next ban here, up against Pyosik. Taric doesn't offer the same kind of healing that you'd get out of something like a Yuumi that is often paired with the Olaf, but with the Dazzle, it just gives him so much extra CC that they're not going to let it through. So that's the next ban.
They just banned Olaf. But I was thinking Kindred ban, because Kindred Taric is such a combo too.
Oh, that's true. And having them on the same team will be really exciting. Last time we saw APK play it with the sort of anti-synergy, and that didn't quite work out. As we'll see whether they do lock away the Kindred. Of course, Pioshik, very good at the Kindred.
I think this is the game that he can play Kindred just for the team comp. It's just so annoying to play against Taric and Kindred at the same time. Enemy doesn't die, that's all, you know.
And also, it plays very well into a Rumble as well, because you can't get burned down by the Equalizer. And you can just stay on top of the Lamb's Respite until it is over. So that certainly works out in their favor.
And Lee Sin again.
We'll see.
0-6, by the way.
Yeah. Well, we have a chat about we have this theory about Tarzan at the moment, because Tarzan was the king of the jungle, right, beforehand, much like his name would suggest. But so far in 2020, he's been a little bit more of the George of the jungle, which is not really what you want to see. So we've been seeing George in game number 1. We'll see whether we get the king in game number 2.
They just need decent mid laner caster here, and their team comp looks so scary.
They just pick LeBlanc again, can't they? Possibly.
Yeah, I think so.
That's a lot of physical damage if this Lucian is locked away.
I mean, maybe they don't care because their team comp is not full of tanks. Yeah?
Yeah, I guess so.
Unless it's Malphite on the top side or Ramos.
Or it's AP Lucian WMAX. Yeah? What do you reckon? Powerful stuff.
Okay.
Shout out to my mate Rusty back in Australia, who does love to play the AP Lucian. I don't know whether he still does, because it was never very good, but it is funny. As that is looking to be the LeBlanc, and they lock that one away. Yukal going to be picking that one up into the Lucian in the mid lane. I don't really like it necessarily. I feel like Lucian's going to do fine in that matchup.
But
Relentless Pursuit is pretty strong.
Yeah.
But we'll see whether Yukal can play it out well.
But I think it's good to have Yukal on a lot of different mages. So, I mean, he played really well with Rumble at game 1, even if it's not perfect, but
yeah,
he improved. So I just want to see how they can make a player on the mid jungle when they have, especially when they have Lee Sin, LeBlanc, this kind of easy champions to win 2v2 on mid lane.
And also, I was actually wondering whether Chovy and Doran were going to switch. Chovy was one of our better Aatrox mid players when he was on Griffin a little while ago. It's been a while since we've seen the Aatrox in the mid lane, but not going to be the case. It is going to be the LeBlanc into the Lucian in the mid lane for Chovy versus Yukal. And then Doran versus Hoya is going to be that Aatrox into the Rumble matchup. This is a much more aggressive comp coming out from DRX, though. You were talking about them playing more these days for the late game. This is round 1 DRX right here, with a whole lot of moving forward as quickly as they can. And the Sejuani might be a little bit off theme, but I still think that they're going to be playing hard and fast in this game.
Yeah, and also we are seeing Irob set again, and I hope he plays better than game 1.
I wonder whether he's going to flash level 1. No one would expect the 2 flashes in a row in back-to-back games.
Then I just need to respect him, man. Like that.
Yeah, that's right. It's like, well, look, I didn't work. It wasn't good, but damn, I respect it. I like that. That's a good approach.
Oh.
All right, what did strikes again? As the pause to start things off. I wonder whether it's Irov making sure that he's getting his comms correct before he makes that level 1 play again.
Exactly.
That's what's happening.
And he has an Ignite again. Normally, when I said on the bot lane sums, I am the exhaust seller.
You're the exhaust guy?
Yeah, I'm the exhaust guy, because of the experience change. Support is like normally 4 levels behind against enemy laners, and I don't think Ignite can change a lot. But actually, Exhaust changed a lot in teamfights, and even in early game, mid game, late game, it's always been good. So I think you just need to pick Exhaust, and you're already good support, you know?
Yeah. The exhaust salesman. telling us exactly what we need to be doing. Although, I sort of knew you as one of the Bard players. Isn't Bard like mostly an Ignite picker for the massive meep slap into burn them to death?
True. Yeah, I mean, I was OTP Bard before, back then.
Yeah.
I didn't play a lot on stage, so I was always picking Tahm Kench because my ex-coach really wanted to pick TK all the time. Shout out to Graft.
Yep.
I think he still wants to pick TK on Mickey X.
Oh no.
That's really interesting.
Yep. Tahm Kench for Mickey X and Sejuani for Jankos every time.
That's
no fun
that's
allowed
a great
for
meme,
any of these guys. Yeah, it's good stuff. As it was once again a mic issue, but this time for Hoya, and we've sorted it out, and we're back into the game as Yukal and Tarzan walking out together. And we'll see whether there's going to be any early game shenanigans. But you didn't strike too hard for this particular pause, so thank you very much. As Pyoshik with a very pretty skin on the Sejuani. Happy Chinese New Year for a while ago.
So yeah, Iroh picked up Ignite again with the maybe level 1 flash is gonna hit again.
Oh, we're doing it. We have to. He's got the Hex Flash.
I mean, he should do that. Then he's gonna prove that he's most alpha support in the world.
That is 100% the alpha move.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work the first time, do you know what you do? You just do it exactly the same again.
Yeah.
And trading flash for flash is actually all right. The problem with his earlier situation was the fact that he died.
Yeah.
If he didn't die, that would have been fine. Going flash for flash as support into AD carry, heck yeah.
Exactly.
But only if you survive. As Deft has taken Hail of Blades, as has Viper. We're Hail and Blades everywhere.
I mean, I like this run. It's way aggressive than any other sounds that you can pick. Run settings, yeah.
It also gives Kalista movement speed in a weird way because you get your passive more times. So it sort of works for like defensively as well for like repositioning. So I like sort of like the double dip into the value of the rune for the Kalista. There's Iroh sitting on an Airy right now with his Omni Stone. Hasn't flashed
Flash
yet.
in?
Oh, he did it again! As the Dazzle goes out, he might just be dead another time. No! Oh my god, okay. Def didn't even need to flash.
Oh my god. I respect you, Iroh. You are one of a kind.
I can't believe it. We were talking about it so much and it happened. Oh my god. All right, well, yeah, I absolutely respect it. Iroh confirmed as the alpha support in this game, and maybe in every game from now on.
Oh my god, man. I mean, he has Hex Flash, so maybe... Yeah, I mean, it does make sense, but it's just so funny, because he just failed it and ruined the game because of it just right before, so... 2v2 right here.
Yeah, well, another fight here is Tarzan's going to move on in, but Pyoshik does find him a lot of damage out as the permafrost comes through. Ooh. Tarzan lands the Q, but not going to follow, as Pyoshik is going to be there, and whoa, that's aggressive. From Chovy, finds the Piercing Light as well at full range. As shout out to Yankos in the chat. Sorry for talking about the Sejuani pick earlier on. Didn't know you were here. As another fight, Chovy gonna move on over, finds the Ardent Blaze. Pyoshik's gonna have to flash to get out of the way, but it's not going to be enough. Yukal down to under 200 health, and now Chovy in trouble. Tarzan with the safeguard, but doesn't get close enough to land the Tempest. And Doran pushes out the top lane, and Griffin walk away with just one kill and no response from Dragon X.
I mean, at this point, I feel so sad for Pyoshik because he died again with double buff at level 3 with useless flash usage as well.
I mean, guess what? Like, it happened in game number 1, and he did it again.
Yeah.
You know, they won game 1. So sure, it might be a good thing, you know? Who knows?
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, Tarzan looking for a return gank here in the mid lane, but not going to be able to find it. Chovy does have both of his summoner spells. Yukal without his Ignite. As Iroh just having fun with his Hex Flash yet again. Just likes using it, I think, as things are very even bottom lane, but it's a bit of a lead growing here for Chovy in mid. And the Lucian pick is sort of reminding me of Chovy's Jace. Yeah. You remember that? He just finds minions that don't exist for other players, I don't think. He just farms extraordinarily well on these AD champions in the mid lane. And despite getting all of this pressure, he's still ahead by a long way, as the flash did have to be used to get away from Tarzan there in mid.
I mean, they are focusing on mid jungle a lot. And as I said, Lee Sin and LeBlanc is one of the best mid jungle combo to get the all elites. So this was great. And they got the kills on Pyoshik. So it's really great start by Griffin. Even if
good start for Tarzan as well. We might have the king instead of George. We may have upgraded. Might be too early to tell, but we'll see. Oh, that's a flash from Carrier, but he misses the stun. That's bad news, as that's a face breaker. Iroh just wanting to take the fight, but the Haymaker not doing too much damage here. As the Rend comes down, gets a Comet, as Viper now looking for a fight here into Deft. Another Rend is going to land, but the Pierce does not. And they will push out this wave and probably go for a bit of a recall here on DRX's side. No mana left on the Kalista.
Still, they have more pressure in all lanes, DRX, so it's still fine for Pyoshik, but he's having so many mistakes all the game, apparently.
Yeah,
so
it's a real worry.
It's a little worry about it, and yeah, let's see. He's...
Yeah, have a look at it again.
I mean, it was fine start, but he's flash. That's just so sad.
Why would you do that? And you could also flash the wall behind you as well if you like walk past Tarzan. Like, there are ways of potentially getting out, but unable to actually do so as we jump back into the game in a bit of an awkward way as we jump into our next replay here. Chovy getting out of the way of Tarzan, but utilizing the flash in order to do so. And now we're back to live.
I think it's really good to have a lot of fights around the mid, yeah?
Oh, Yukal maybe in trouble, goes back through as there's the culling, lands a lot of bullets as Tarzan has to flash. He gets exhausted as well as Iroh's going to come in. Doesn't have the ultimate available, and there's the face breaker onto a couple of members, but Griffin getting very, very low. Oh, the Haymaker! Such a great bait out of this support set, and he may have just redeemed himself. The alpha of the bottom lane, demolishing Dragon X.
That was really great move by Griffin bot lane. I mean, Deft was a bot lane, but Viper just gave up some waves. And he didn't even lose that much of creep. He's gonna get farm on the bot side either. So it was really great team move by Griffin. And
yeah, and now Deft might be collapsed on here by Iroh. Level 5 as now he's trying to turn it around. Oh no, the Rend comes in, Facebreaker, Haymaker, Doran looking for the kill, but not going to take down Iroh. And Iroh not flashing is very weird. This guy loves flashing. As Yukal now getting underneath this turret. Tarzan is going to land the Q, gets underneath and is able to take down the Lucian, but he'll die for it. And it is going to be the trade kill as well. I thought maybe that would be an execute, but isn't going to be the case. And so that's probably fine for Chovy, to be honest, because the minion wave is still pushing out towards Griffin, so he's not going to lose too many creeps.
I mean, both teams are really aggressive towards both teams. I mean, I think it's more great for Griffin, I feel like, because this is what they want. They have Lee Sin and LeBlanc, so they just need to make game messy and get some free kills. And still, though...
Whoa, what? The flash forward from Doran to interrupt the back. But Yukal just gets himself out. He's going to be all right.
So...
Oh my god, this is so aggressive. Everyone is playing like they have to fight in every instance. It reminds me of our first game of the day.
But this upgrade version of it, at least?
Yeah, I think so. I think the level of play is definitely a bit higher, apart from maybe Tarzan being a bit strange with his dive to definite death. But it's a 1-for-1 trade, so putting more money onto the map seems like a decent idea, as Pyoshik is here to potentially try and steal away this Mountain Drake. The rest of the team rotating over relatively slowly as in goes Pyoshik, wanting to try and challenge. Tarzan down here, there's the ult forward, as there will be the Haymaker available. Iroh flashes in, but it is going to be Sejuani that locks down that dragon. Iroh falls as Chovy comes from the side to take down that kill, and Tarzan should be dying as well. Piercing light to come through. Yukal, very, very low. Viper, low as well as Hoya. Has to flash to get over the wall, and Chovy's just looking for his next target. It is a couple of kills for both teams, as Carrier did fall in response, but Iroh and Tarzan both falling down means that a definite win for DRX as they pick up the Drake as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was really great still by Pyoshik right there, and I thought it was clean teamfight by DRX, but Griffin's reaction was not bad either. And
Yeah, we'll see how it goes as we have a look at the replay here. It was a good dazzle, but targeting Irove is almost what Irove wants, but it did work out in the end.
Deft is always flashing out the set flash e-combo. That's really impressive, actually.
Yeah. And just dancing around this fight as well. He got ignited, but he is going to be fine in the end. And things are only going to get worse for Griffin as far as this Kalista is concerned as the game goes on, because he's very close to Blade of the Ruined King, newly buffed Blade of the Ruined King, of course. He's 11 CS in the lead, and this Kalista will get very scary very quickly.
Yeah, and normally when you think about the game, you can just see it from the damage dealer's item. So I think DRX is gonna play more aggressive when they get 2 Blade of Ruined Kings on mid and AD carry.
Yeah, and they're very close to that as well as Chovy. He doesn't quite have his bow picked up yet, but that dagger is going to transform into one of those relatively quickly. Is now looking for potentially a back timing. I don't know when the last time Chovy went back was, but he might actually be able to finish the Blade of the Ruined King right now. As he gets the control ward over, Q is going to land from Tarzan as Pyosik is making his way in. There's a relentless pursuit as the flash out from Chovy. He wants to get that kill, but Tarzan gets out just in time. The culling following the Lee Sin as now he turns it and dies. What the heck was that? Oh no, George. We didn't invite you.
I think that was huge disrespect towards Pyosik, because, you know, just queuing against Sejuani right behind him.
Yeah, that was very strange. Very, very strange.
And now Chovy is 4-1. He just got 4 kills out of the fight.
And now he has Blade of the Ruined King when he goes back, and maybe even more.
For sure.
When we saw Faker play the Lucian, he did decide to go for the Black Cleaver build once again. This is likely to be more of an Essence Reaver game, I think, for Chovy, because he wants to try and accelerate his damage as quickly as he can. But we'll see where he does decide to go. Not quite towards Blade of the Ruined King just yet. Just completes the recurve bow.
Yeah, but next team fight, I really think they should get 2 Borg at the same time. So it's going to be a really strong point for DRX in general. And they just got Herald either.
And they're going to be able to move that Herald towards the mid lane as well. As Tarzan turns up, Keria is going to be spotted. Q is going to land. Tarzan once again aggressive, but Dazzle stops him.
Yes, flash.
There's the safeguard, but can't get over to the side. There's the kick flash, and Keria is going to die. Good pick up there for Griffin, but DRX diving towards the top side. Good equalizer, but not enough as Doran just gets all of his health back with the World Ender. Chovy moving away the correct way to get out of the line of fire from this Griffin squad moving on in. Relentless Pursuit gets him into the Baron Pit, and he is going to be absolutely fine. So a lot of kills so far this game, but it's DRX that have all the advantages. Close to a 3,000 gold lead, even if it feels a little bit closer than that, to be honest.
And they're trying.
As there's the flash forward from Yukal, The chains connect on both sides as Doran doesn't have ult, remember. Showstopper, and it is going to be Aatrox falling down. Now Pyosik in trouble, but Chovy gets over to the side. Piercing Light is huge. As Tarzan gets evaporated. Gigantic Chovy damage as he puts out a point-blank culling, and now Irove will be his next target. The set falls down. Sejuani was traded, but honestly, if you're trading even like this, it's more gold on the map, and DRX are happy about it.
Yeah, but also at the same time, I think Griffin is fine, but Lucian is so bad at this point.
He's huge this game.
And yeah, we were blaming a lot towards Irove, but also Keria is not performing that well since round 2 started, because his performance at round 1 was definitely world class.
Amazing, actually,
Top, I would say, in the world, but right now his performance is not great at all.
No, it's not what you want to be seeing, but this was great out of Chovy. We were talking about it in game number 1. It seems to be continuing in game number 2 as point-blank culling should be able to help take down Irove. And Yukal is slowly getting towards a point where this LeBlanc is going to have that mid-game that they want. As there's the Cosmic Radiance. Yukal gets himself out. Pyosik comes in over from the side. And now Chovy turns up. Great Arctic Assault. Yukal is well and truly dead. It is going to be Pyosik that picks that one up. Flash forward from Doran, but Viper gets himself out with just the cleanse. Now Irove waiting over to the side. He's got Aftershock, actually, which could actually help, but doesn't have the Showstopper. And now DRX should be able to grab the second Drake of the game as well, as Deft here underneath the turret should be able to get these minions and possibly even threaten the turret as well. But they spot the set. Keria with his Sweeper is going to do that, and DRX know that they can just take down this Drake and move on.
They're fighting up and down and left and right all the time, so
yeah,
the game looks like really fast, but actually kind of slow at the same time, because the objectives, normally if you rotate the Drake faster enough, then you get 4th soul at like 25 minutes. So I think both teams still, they can compete for the Dragon Soul, but yeah, I mean, the main part for the Griffin right now is Yukal playing really great LeBlanc right here.
Oh yeah, he really is. He's their saving grace right here. The mid lane is where we're going to be watching, because Chovy is so incredibly fed as well. Teleport comes in, Cosmic Radiance just to buy time for that channel. As we have a look topside, Iroh going for the dive as big face breaker, but Iroh will be dying here, and Tarzan falls down as well. Hoya might just die, and it's an absolute disaster for Griff and everyone throwing their lives away.
Man, we cannot even watch the replays, because there's so many new plays over and over again. And that play was horrible on the turret.
Yeah. I don't think there's any other way to describe it. As yeah, the 3-man dive into everyone dying.
I mean, I literally said,
is not what you want to see.
I literally said Yukal is playing good, and they just need to fight around Yukal. Even if Chovy is bad enough to just one-shot everyone, still Yukal and Viper is one of the their damage dealers, so they cannot fight without them. Zed and Lee Sin, they're not the damage dealers.
Oh, this positioning from Pyosik was actually fantastic, though. He knew that this was happening. And they didn't even have vision there. They just noted the rotation, and this wasn't anything that they could do. Maybe with a Morellonomicon they could have, but not going to happen this time, as Hoya doesn't quite have that item yet. Had to be able to seek his arm guard to help save him, because Doran with the... I'm not even memeing right here. I think that the Morellonomicon would have helped secure the kill onto Doran, and they might have been able to make that dive work, but without it, and without any way of stopping the World Ender healing, there was just no way that that was going to work. So 6,000 gold is now the lead, a little bit more for Dragon X's. 2.5 minutes until the next Drake, and they'll be threatening the Ocean Soul, which is so damn powerful.
They almost got 1.3k with the turret plates. So, I mean, a lot of analysts said this patch is really great for DRX because they play early game, and their early game got buffed slightly because of the plate goal change, and they got a lot of leads, and all they need to do is just close out the game cleanly.
Well, they should be able to. Pyosik avoids the Q from Tarzan. They have so much vision around this area. It feels like Griffin are getting suffocated out of their own jungle. They now move towards topside, but there's vision there also, as Hoya will start clearing some of it out. But now Chovy dashes on over Blaze Room King. He's going to go down as Hoya trying to get the equalizer to do some work, but honestly, he's just so far behind, and there is no way anyone can stand toe-to-toe with Chovy, as Doran may have found Yukal as well. Oh, the Infernal Chains were fantastic, but Yukal has a distort and gets himself out.
I think if you do not vote for Chovy this game, I think you don't know how to watch League of Legends.
Yeah, I think he's probably pretty safe with his player of the game vote this game. Yeah,
he's literally making all the plays everywhere, like just Faker did last game against him as Lucian actually. So I mean, this is great that he just picked up the good picks and good plays by opponents, and he proves that he can do that either.
Yep, he's just. This is the Chovy that we wanted to watch in the T1 series, and he didn't show up to that one, and I'm glad that we found him for this one. Choki was sitting in the chair last time around, and thankfully Chovy's here for this one. And he needed to be, because this is all about making sure that DRX can get revenge on Griffin, because they've got Doran over there, they've got Chovy, and CV Max is sitting at the back going, we got to take down our former organization. And Deft is just happy to go along for the ride. As we've seen, like, some of those videos are so adorable, with Deft just being really annoyed by all of these young people on the team. And he's just had enough. He's this fed up old man. Oh, it's fantastic.
I don't know how he can just stand there and play League of Legends, because I got distracted a lot when people are just talking around and sitting around and plays around me when I play League.
Yep.
I will get so annoyed and maybe be toxic towards that, but
a bit triggered. There's another dive onto Doran. This time it may actually work as Piotrek wasn't in position, but he lasts a very long time. Yukal struggling here is, oh my god.
What?
Yukal falls, and it's a 1-for-1, so definitely worth it as Shirley's going to town on the inner turret in mid lane. This is a disaster for Griffin. Something happened. A screw's gone loose in the Griffin camp as there's the flash forward from Hoya. They want to try and take down Chovy, and they will do so, but Hoya does it at the cost of his own life. Viper has to get himself out of the way as, oh, there's the Cosmic Radiance, and Deft getting on in there. I don't know why that R button was pressed because Viper was already dead, but that's absolutely fine. DRX will be able to take down the AD carry and take down this inner turret as well.
I'm sad for that. He fell flash.
Aww. I didn't see that. That's probably why he asked for the R button. Oh, that's all right. He's still got the kill. It's fine.
Yeah, DRX seems like they got the leads even before, so they just keep killing all the Griffin players, as you said. It's rival. They just need to have a lot of kills to have fun against X organization.
Mm-hmm. And Doran getting dove here, but the fact that Yukal died makes it absolutely not worth it. Flash comes down, stun still lands, but another infernal chain. And Yukal just, he tried to break the turret aggro, but they ran out of minions. Oh no.
I mean, I saw him, he survived, but...
No, but he went back under the turret and just died to the turret.
Oh, that was really interesting.
Well, Chovy was very aggressively placed. I would have recommended a flash over the wall, but, you know, hindsight's 20/20 as we have a look at Deft. Yeah, see, that would have been really good because it would have meant that Piotrek would have been immortal as well. They might have been able to also kill Iroh. But look, that's a hard flash, you know? And sometimes you miss them.
That's a hard one.
Mm-hmm. As 4 minutes until the Ocean Soul is available. Dragon X with a 9,000 gold lead at this point. I'd say pretty comfortably they are in the lead. And I don't know whether there are too many answers that Griffin has. It's not even one of these times where Griffin's composition is going to eventually outscale or anything like that. And even that conversation is irrelevant with just how far behind Griffin are.
I don't see any points how they can win the team fight or how they win the game. Because even if they farm for late game, I don't think they have late game. Maybe they can stack up some armor, but I don't think they have tanks for it. And even late game damage dealer, yeah, Kaisa, but they have Kalista Taric, which is so great at late game. So in any points, I don't feel like Griffin has 1% of chance of winning this game.
And I find it so interesting because our LCK teams really don't like to have just one damage type in their composition. Most of the times you'll see a comp like this and it'll have like a Gragas in the jungle or something like that to try and at least have some form of magic damage. This time, I mean, Sejuani does do magic damage, but she's a tank. She doesn't do damage necessarily. And Dragon X is still able to pilot this comp really nicely by identifying that Griffin were never going to be able to build enough armor to make it an issue anyway.
Yeah.
So really cool from Dragon X to play out a composition that doesn't really suit our LCK comps, our LCK teams as much.
I mean, I think the reason why they picked the Lucian over just normal AP casters is that he just wanted to have lane pressure and get mid prior against LeBlanc and Lee Sin. And they saw LeBlanc and Lee Sin and Rumble at the draft or something. So
yep, I think it was
Seth and Rumble and Lee Sin probably. I mean, I don't know exactly, but anyways, they didn't have a lot of tanks, so it doesn't matter that they have one type of damage dealer right here. So, and it's still great for Sejuani to force them to build Ninja Tabi, because normally when you play against Sejuani, you build Merc Treads and reduce the CC timer. But
yeah, that's true.
So it's still
we can see
fine.
Only a couple of Ninja Tabis have come in from Tarzan. It's the Sorcerer's Shoes from the Mages, and then you've got the Berserker's Greaves. So no Merc Treads whatsoever. So everyone just getting stunned for a really long time unless your name's Viper and you've got your cleanse available. I don't know whether Tarzan can actually go for this fight, but Yukal and Irove are turning up, looking for Chovy. Chovy's got a stopwatch, he has his Hex Drinker, and he's not going to push his luck here as Yukal pops out of the brush and confirms that Chovy was right in being a little bit apprehensive at that point in time. DRX just have a gigantic lead. It's only extending as well. It's getting very close to that 10,000 gold mark. And it's great to see DRX playing this well. And also just great to see Chovy back in his seat instead of Choki. We didn't want Choki.
And also, Deft just built QSS really fast enough. So I think there's no chance of Tarzan kick out Deft against it.
Yeah. Well, we're just waiting for DRX to make their next move. Good vision available for Griffin moving up towards the Baron pit, so at least they don't need to worry about that one being taken away from them. But it's only a matter of time before DRX are just going to force them into an impossible situation, because a straight-up team fight is something that Griffin just will never be able to win, given the amount of items that DRX has. Hybrid, pay attention to Deft's build. That is a QSS. It is a really good item, and one that you should be building about third in general.
20 seconds.
Get to your 2-item power spike and then move towards the QSS as Kershik lands another ultimate here. It's going to be onto Iroh. They should be able to take him down, but no. The Haymaker does come in. Viper might be their next target as the culling flies in, but Iroh is going to flash away. There's the World Ender from Doran as well. A lot of buttons pressed, but not actually able to get the kills. They do have inside track towards this inhibitor turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're gonna get mid turret and mid inhib and towards to Ocean Drake Soul, or another team fight is gonna start here.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually find Yukal, but he's playing with those smoke and mirrors that we talk about with the LeBlanc. There's the Mimic Chains. It is going to lock down Chovy. The Equalizer is in a great position as there's the Cosmic Radiance. Iroh, wrong timing on the ultimate, as they were not going to take any damage there whatsoever. Yukal in trouble. Permafrost is going to land on him as the Rend is doing a lot of damage, and Deft grabs the kill onto the Rumble. Viper also dead, and now everyone else is scattering. The flash out from Tarzan, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to escape this one as the Pierce comes forward, and Sejuani picks up the kill, steals it away from Deft. And DRX were thinking about an Ocean Soul, but now they're just thinking about winning the game.
I mean, again, what was that, Iroh? You know, he uses W first, and he cannot use his W for shield after he ults, and the ulting timing was wrong as well because of the Taric ulti. And this is gonna be game.
Yeah, it is just done. Nexus turret's taken down. Iroh out of the death chamber, straight back in. He liked it there. It was warm. It was the right temperature. And the Nexus turrets are going to be taken down. The Nexus to follow, and Deft will help take that one down as Viper is relegated to his fountain. DRX 2-0 in very swift fashion here in our final match of the night. You made it, Wadid. You made it through.
Thank you so much.
3 series in English.
Wow.
So proud of you, my friend.
To be honest, I did nothing, Atlas. You literally 1v9 this casting. So I'm really... I just want to shout out to you again. Thank you so much.
No. It was so good to have you, man. So great to have the Korean insight as well. So now we can understand why some of the decisions are made as far as player of the games, things like that. It's just really cool getting some insight into what the Korean cast takes away from a lot of these LCK games. So I think this is absolutely invaluable. So thank you so much for hanging out with us on the broadcast, and congratulations to DRX as well for making it back for round 2. They had a couple of matches where they were a bit absent, but finally they're back and they're performing well. So we can feel better. The analysts out there that predicted DRX were going to be strong now feel much better about themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter that they were struggling in the game. They just got clean 2-0 W, so that's what matters, you know?
Yeah, really, really good stuff. And we will get that interview as well. I have a feeling that Chovy is going to pick up player of the game, so we'll be able to have a chat to him. Who was it that picked up the Game 1 MVP? I'm trying to remember. We voted for Doran, but I don't think it was him. Was it Chovy that was back-to-back?
Long, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So just a Chovy solo interview, and we get to talk to him and see what he thought about the previous series as well. Like, I actually think this will be really interesting to hear from Chovy. This was a play that you can make. If I was Griffin, I wouldn't make that one again.
And also, I mean, every single team fight for the DRX favorite. It seems like.
Oh yeah.
Everyone played better than yesterday.
So much better. I think Carrier is still having a bit of an off performance, but the difference between having Chovy performing well and having Chovy as a passenger is just night and day for this DRX squad. He is such a joy to watch when he's playing confidently and aggressively on this Lucian.
Yeah, especially, this play, it was really interesting, but anyways.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that. Let's not talk about that play ever again.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why they just picked up Lucian, even if it's all AD, full of AD, because of the mid prior. They always care about mid prior, and when they get actual mid prior with Chovy, then Pyoshik plays a lot more comfortable. And also, just in general, DRX, they just need to know how to play with mid pressure. So I think it's always great to have mid prior like this, and good to see again Chovy performing well here. So yeah, they just need to keep it up, this performance.
Yeah, really good stuff from Dragon X. This was Chovy making that super aggressive move, just walks down Hoya's red carpet and picks himself up a kill. Clean play.
Clean play.
Out of Dragon X is exactly what we're looking for. One thing I do want to talk about, you're talking about like mid-prio and just lane prio in general, and I think Dragon X, as far as their laners are concerned, they almost always have pushing lanes in every single position.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Deft and Carrier are always hyper-aggressive. Even Doran is often pushing very aggressively. And in that instance, I feel like the jungler gets a really easy time, right? Because you just need to farm, because the rest of your lanes have so much pressure that if you are in an awkward position, everyone can rotate much easier than their opponents. So is it sort of maybe hiding Pyoshik? I don't really want to, be too harsh on him or anything like that, because he did have a good series here today. But sometimes it feels like junglers have an easier time than others here in the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I exactly said before, that Pyoshik is having so much easy time with Chovy and Carrier. So
so that was why you said that he was a bit overrated. Yeah. Is that where it sort of came from?
Yeah, because when they are performing bad, then normally just Pyoshik is gone. And also today, I think his performance was not that great either, because he died level 3 with double buff again at the same time, same timing, and he lost the flash as well. So yeah, I don't think he's not that happy with today's performance, even though they won.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether Pyoshik can turn around this performance. I believe this was the last game for DRX for this week, so they will have a couple of days to get themselves sorted. But hopefully we will have the player of the game result up for you very, very soon to congratulate Chovy on his back-to-back POGs. Because he just played very, very well. And I'm just so happy that he's back. That's just the icing on the cake.
Okay,
the cherry on top.
We just need to wait a little bit more, because there is some issue, I guess. Or
oh no,
waiting.
The what did strikes again.
No. It's actually not issued, because I mean, they just said it's delayed a bit. That's all.
Ah, okay.
And yeah, maybe this is a good timing to say thank you to all the viewers today, because yeah, obviously my English skill is not great, so I was thinking that my commentary is not good enough for the LCK level, but I appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We all really appreciate it. There are so many hearts in this chat right now, so don't you worry. You did a brilliant job, and being able to cast in a second language is just something that seems completely insane to me. So the fact that you're even able to attempt it is incredible. Plus, it was very enjoyable. I hope for everyone, and I can see from the feedback that looks to be the case. And Chovy is going to pick up back-to-back MVPs. What a beautiful time to be alive.
Yeah, true. I mean, Chovy's Lucian was performing so great. So great. I mean, I cannot explain any other language. It's just so great. I don't know how to explain more better than this.
He's just real good. He's real good at pressing his buttons and playing aggressively, and it's great to see him on the front foot once again. I don't want to... Do we have to see this play again?
Let's see again. Tarzan escaped.
Yeah, okay.
He escaped really well, and he's gonna hit Q, and he's coming in again for Chovy POG.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much. Hand delivered by his former teammate. That is mid-jungle synergy right there. Just beautiful.
Oh, man.
Yeah, a little bit of a George game here for Tarzan, unfortunately, but we'll see whether he can tidy it up as we move into the next week of round 2. But this is just great to see. It's just so heartwarming to have Chovy back performing the way that we want him to. It's 5 out of 9. A lot of votes are going over to Pioshik here this game, but thankfully, us here on the English broadcast have saved the Chovy POG vote.
I mean, for sure, man. He died at level 3 with useless...
If you donate double buffs, you should never get player of the game. That is just a rule.
It's just a rule. As a jungler at level 3, double buffed for enemy laners, I cannot accept it. That is illegal.
All right, we've got a list of laws now. I hope someone's been keeping track of all the things that we've discovered are actually illegal. As we're going to jump over to the player of the game interview. So here's Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Season Translation. And let's hear from Chovy, the solo POG update series. How are you feeling stopping the losing streak?
연패가 잘 크게 와닿지
I didn't really feel like we were having a huge losing streak, but anyways, I'm glad that we were able to stop this. I guess you guys are having a bad atmosphere, right?
일단 어느 부분에서 못해서 진 건지 알고 있었기
We were aware of which parts were the weakness and why we were losing, so we thought that we should just work on those points. So our atmosphere was not that depressing or so.
관련된 피드백 중에서 이런 내용들이 있었어요.
So a lot of people actually said that Chovy kind of locks in the champion that has higher utility that can support the teammates, but fans actually wanted you to play as some more of a proactive champions, and today you really did. Was that your own opinion?
근데 저도 원래 루시안 하는 걸 좋아하는데
I used to like playing Lucian, but I started playing Rumble.
안 그래도 루시안 하고 싶어서 가지고
Well, I really wanted to play Lucian on my side, so that was regardless of the feedback.
그렇게 받쳐주는 거를 요구하고요 원래.
But someone like ask you to do some sort of supportive champs. Like somehow, some way, I ended up always playing Rumble.
1년 전에 했네요. 403일
And you
만에
played LeBlanc after like 400 days.
언제 뭐 준비는 돼 있었어요?
Was that like always ready champion?
르블랑 그때 일단 되게 하면은 재밌긴 한데
LeBlanc it's fun to play.
실수할까봐 쫄리긴 하더라고요.
But I was a little bit worried that I might make some mistakes.
1세 때 가장 쫄린 장면이 있었으면 어떤 장면이 있었어요?
What was some of the worrying situation in game number 1 then?
쫄리는 장면이요?
네.
Worrying
럼블이 라인
situation?
밀고 이제 저희 바텀 4인 다이브로 갈 때
Rumble pushed lane and went for 4-man turret dive to our bot lane. I was feeling so sorry for them.
근데 픽이 이런 그럼 그동안의 르블랑은 그런 팀 내 콜이 없었던 것도 있었겠습니다만 본인들 일단
Well, I guess Tim didn't actually made you play LeBlanc, and also you didn't want to kind of contest those like a worrisome situation on your side as well, right?
안한 거는 맞는데.
I mean, we had some couple of reasons for not playing LeBlanc, but I guess we can say it that way. I mean, Chovy, you are such a great player, and you always know how to like come back and beat the late game.
근데 이 평가 어디서 많이 들어보지 않았어요?
Aren't you like familiar with this kind of comment?
평가 누가 그래요?
Who said
주변
so?
전문가들하고 우리 작가들이 그래요. 근데 이 평가가 너구리 선수와 좀 비슷하다는
all the other people around you, like our casters, our scriptwriters, and it is really similar to the comment to Noguri actually, getting caught a lot in early game and coming back in late game, but you weren't this kind of player back in the days. You weren't really dying much in early game.
제가 못해서 죽었습니다.
I was bad, so I died a lot.
그래서 최근에 팀적으로 봤을 때
These
표식 선수에
days,
대한 피드백도 사실 여러 방면에서 좀 많이 나왔던 것 같아요.
A lot of people were also commenting about Pyosik, and you know, mid and jungle is a lovers duo.
표식 선수 좀 어떤가요? 이렇게 옆에서 봤을 때.
So how is Pyosik performing nowadays? Is he improving a lot, and are you guys having better teamwork?
사실
Well, in fact,
뭐라고 하기에는 아직
I mean, I can't
지 얼마
really
되지도 않았고
describe this in specific words because we haven't been playing a lot.
신인인데 이 정도면
but
잘하지
he's a
않나
rookie
생각하면서
player, so
제가
I
더
think
잘할 수 있게
he's
생각하는
performing
편입니다.
well. So I'm trying to perform better.
아직까지는 내가 지켜줘야 되는구나라는 느낌의.
I guess Chovy is trying to kind of support Pyosik on his side as a bit of more experienced
제
player.
개인 카메라 안에서 죽어가고 있더라고요.
I saw him dying a lot,
그런 거
Pyosik.
물어보고 싶었어요.
네.
저도 이제 미드가 가장 중요한데.
I mean,
미드
I
정도
agree that mid
시너지적으로
lane is so
앞으로 그냥
important.
잘할 것 같아요.
And
일단은
watching them playing together, I think
궁금한 건 딱히.
Pyosik and Chovy has a good synergy as a mid and jungle
그러면
duo.
사실은 그렇네요. 단독
So
POG
moving
됐으면
on.
900점이 달성됐는데
Solo POG, and you are the leader of the POG in LCK with 900 points.
언제 POG 포인트가 이렇게 많이 쌓인지는 모르겠지만
Well, I mean, I can't believe I have stacked up so many points so far.
좀 뿌듯한 마음도 있는
And
것
I'm
같고
kind of proud of myself that I got
이렇게
so many
화사한
POG points.
인터뷰는 처음인데
And
단독
this is my
POG라
first time
되게
doing the
부담되는
video call
감도 있네요.
interview. So being a solo POG is kind of a bit awkward and giving me too much pressure.
많은 팬 여러분들께서 초비 선수의 얼굴도
So
많이
if you're
그리워하셨고 플레이도
feeling
많이
a bit
그리워하셨습니다.
embarrassed, let's wrap up this interview. So,
패배 때문에 초비 선수의 얼굴을
well, a lot of fans were expecting a lot from DRX, but it has been a while since we heard from DRX for the MVP interview. So, any last message for them?
지난 경기 때
Well, in
좋지 못한 모습
the past
보여서
series, we were underperforming.
다음에 더 잘해야겠다는 생각으로
we
이제
just
점점
thought that we should
잘해지려고
improve.
노력하고
So we
있으니까
are just keeping the hard work to
기다려주시면
kind of step up
감사하겠습니다.
every single game. So I hope my fans can wait for us.
다음 경기도 기대하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
So this will be the end of the interview with Chovy from
감사합니다.
DRX, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-Sun, for the interview translation. Once again, great to hear from Chovy, and congratulations, 900 points.
Ooh.
And leading the charge when it comes to the player of the game. I remember, like, what was it, like 2 years ago or something like that? One of the players won with 900 points.
Oh, really?
Like, that is so many. I don't know whether there's more games now or something. I don't know, but seems crazy that he's got so many points already.
Standings, man. It looks so sad to see Griffin. They got 8 losses in a row, and then DRX, they're still chasing. They're still top 3, yeah?
Yeah, they are. They're confirmed. They're actually 2 matches ahead of KT, who's in 4th place. And after Afrika fell down today to Gen G, which is an understandable loss, but it's a tough one because now they're equal 4th with KT, who are on a tear right now with their 6-match wins in a row. Good to see DRX back in form, but I feel like the left and the right, or the east and the west, are really starting to separate at this point in time. Like, Damwon didn't look like the greatest team in the world up against APK earlier today, and KT looked great yesterday. We've got some more KT coming up for you, and KT versus Afrika are going to break their tie in the last match tomorrow. Some really high matches.
Actually, I do a Korean commentary tomorrow either, but I don't.
Yeah, you do.
I don't think I do KT Afrika.
Oh no, that means I guess you get to like sit out back and like get hyped for them though, so that's cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's really chill. You do the casting tomorrow either, or?
Yep, I'm going to be doing some more casting tomorrow. I got the 3 days in a row. So many games we did, but thankfully I absolutely love my job, so it's totally fine.
I respect you, bro. I respect you.
Oh, thanks, man. T1 versus Humble Life, though, this is revenge. This was the loss that T1 shouldn't have on their record, and they want to set that record straight.
True.
So even the first match is going to be super high.
And T1 is looking really, really strong right now, so I don't think Hana Life can play against it, but let's see. Hana Life. It's really interesting match.
Yeah, they might be able to figure it out. Who knows? They managed to figure something out last time, but that is going to do it for us tonight. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Huge congratulations to Wadid for his first English commentary experience. Commentating his second language seems absolutely ridiculous to me, but he did an incredible job. So shout out to him. We'll try and have him back on the broadcast as many times as possible because it seems to be really difficult to get Ejim to the country. But guys, we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK. Good night.
I love you all. Thank you.
And I am ready to take it on. Told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want.